Welcome to the channel. Today's audiobook is Strategy by B.H. Liddell Hart, first published in 1954. This work is presented for historical and educational purposes and reflects the ideas and context of its time. This audiobook has been created using Scriptorian, a fully local AI audiobook creation application developed by myself. If you'd like to create audiobooks and long-form narration entirely offline on your own PC, you can find more information in the description below. If you enjoy classic literature, history, and political thought in audiobook form, consider subscribing. Now, let's begin. B.H. Liddell Hart Strategy. Part I Strategy from 5th century BC to 20th century AD. Chapter I Hernsers as Practical Experience. Fools say that they learn by experience. I prefer to profit by others' experience. This saying, quoted of Bismarck, but by no means original to him, has a special bearing on military questions. Unlike those who follow other professions, the regular soldier cannot regularly practice his profession. Indeed, it might even be argued that in a literal sense the profession of arms is not a profession at all, but merely casual employment, and paradoxically, that it ceased to be a profession when mercenary troops who were employed and paid for the purpose of a war were replaced by standing armies which continued to be paid when there was no war. If the argument that strictly there is no profession of arms will not hold good in most armies today on the score of work, it is inevitably strengthened on the score of practice because wars have become fewer though bigger compared with earlier times. For even the best of peace training is more theoretical than practical experience. But Bismarck's aphorism throws a different and more encouraging light on the problem. It helps us to realize that there are two forms of practical experience, direct and indirect, and that of the two, indirect practical experience may be the more valuable because infinitely wider, even in the most active career, especially a soldier's career. The scope and possibilities of direct experience are extremely limited. In contrast to the military, the medical profession has incessant practice, yet the great advances in medicine and surgery have been due more to the scientific thinker and research worker than to the practitioner. Direct experience is inherently too limited to form an adequate foundation either for theory or for application. At the best, it produces an atmosphere that is of value in drying and hardening the structure of thought. The greater value of indirect experience lies in its greater variety and extent. History is universal experience, the experience not of another but of many others under manifold conditions. Here is the rational justification for military history as the basis of military education, its preponderant practical value in the training and mental development of a soldier. But the benefit depends, as with all experience, on its breadth, on how closely it approaches the definition quoted above, and on the method of studying it. Soldiers universally concede the general truth of Napoleon's much-quoted dictum that in war the moral is to the physical as 3 to 1. The actual arithmetical proportion may be worthless, for morale is apt to decline if weapons are inadequate, and the strongest will is of little use if it is inside a dead body. But although the moral and physical factors are inseparable and indivisible, the saying gains its enduring value because it expresses the idea of the predominance of moral factors in all military decisions. On them constantly turns the issue of war and battle. In the history of war they form the more constant factors, changing only in degree, whereas the physical factors are different in almost every war and every military situation. This realization affects the whole question of the study of military history for practical use. The method in recent generations has been to select 1 or 2 campaigns and to study them exhaustively as a means of professional training and as the foundation of military theory. But with such a limited basis, the continual changes in military means from war to war carry the danger that our outlook will be narrow and the lessons fallacious. In the physical sphere, the one constant factor is that means and conditions are invariably inconstant. In contrast, human nature varies but slightly in its reaction to danger. Some men, by heredity, by environment, or by training, may be less sensitive than others, but the difference is one of degree, not fundamental. The more localized the situation, and our study, the more disconcerting and less calculable is such a difference of degree. It may prevent any exact calculation of the resistance which men will offer in any situation, but it does not impair the judgment that they will offer less if taken by surprise than if they are on the alert, less if they are weary and hungry than if they are fresh and well fed. The broader the psychological survey, the better foundation it affords for deduction. The predominance of the psychological over the physical and its greater constancy point to the conclusion that the foundation of any theory of war should be as broad as possible. An intensive study of one campaign, unless based on an extensive knowledge of the whole history of war, is likely to lead us into pitfalls. But if a specific effect is seen to follow a specific cause in a score or more cases, in different epochs and diverse conditions, there is ground for regarding this cause as an integral part of any theory of war. The thesis set forth in this book was the product of such an extensive examination. It might indeed be termed the compound effect of certain causes, these being connected with my task as military editor of the Encyclopaedia Britannica. For while I had previously delved into various periods of military history according to my inclination, this task compelled a general survey of all periods. A surveyor, even a tourist, if you will, has at least a wide perspective and can take in the general lie of the land, where the miner knows only his own seam. During this survey, one impression became increasingly strong that, throughout the ages, effective results in war have rarely been attained unless the approach has had such indirectness as to ensure the opponent's unreadiness to meet it. The indirectness has usually been physical and always psychological. In strategy, the longest way round is often the shortest way home. More and more clearly has the lesson emerged that a direct approach to one's mental object or physical objective along the line of natural expectation for the opponent tends to produce negative results. The reason has been expressed vividly in Napoleon's dictum that the moral is to the physical as 3 to 1. It may be expressed scientifically by saying that, while the strength of an opposing force or country lies outwardly in its numbers and resources, these are fundamentally dependent upon stability of control, morale, and supply. To move along the line of natural expectation consolidates the opponent's balance and thus increases his resisting power in war, as in wrestling. The attempt to throw the opponent without loosening his foothold and upsetting his balance results in self-exhaustion, increasing in disproportionate ratio to the effective strain put upon him. Success by such a method only becomes possible through an immense margin of superior strength in some form, and even so tends to lose decisiveness. In most campaigns, the dislocation of the enemy's psychological and physical balance has been the vital prelude to a successful attempt at his overthrow. This dislocation has been produced by a strategic indirect approach, intentional or fortuitous. It may take varied forms, as analysis reveals. For the strategy of indirect approach is inclusive of, but wider than, the manoeuvre sur les derrières, which General Camin's researches showed as being the constant aim and key method of Napoleon in his conduct of operations. Camin was concerned primarily with the logistical moves, the factors of time, space, and communications. But analysis of the psychological factors has made it clear that there is an underlying relationship between many strategical operations which have no outward resemblance to a maneuver against the enemy's rear, yet are none the less definitely vital examples of the strategy of indirect approach. To trace this relationship and to determine the character of the operations, it is unnecessary to tabulate the numerical strength and the details of supply and transport. Our concern is simply with the historical effects in a comprehensive series of cases and with the logistical or psychological moves which led up to them. If similar effects follow fundamentally similar moves in conditions which vary widely in nature, scale, and date, there is clearly an underlying connection from which we can logically deduce a common cause, and the more widely the conditions vary, the firmer is this deduction. The objective value of a broad survey of war is not limited to the research for new and true doctrine. If a broad survey is an essential foundation for any theory of war, it is equally necessary for the ordinary military student who seeks to develop his own outlook and judgment. Otherwise, his knowledge of war will be like an inverted pyramid balanced precariously on a slender apex. Chapter 2. Greek Wars, Epaminondas, Philip, and Alexander. The most natural starting point for a survey is the first great war in European history, the Great Persian War. We cannot expect much guidance from a period when strategy was in its infancy, but the name of Marathon is too deeply stamped on the mind and imagination of all readers of history to be disregarded. It was still more impressed on the imagination of the Greeks. Hence its importance came to be exaggerated by them and through them by Europeans in all subsequent ages, yet by the reduction of its importance to juster proportions, its strategical significance is increased. The Persian invasion of 490 BC was a comparatively small expedition intended to teach Eretria and Athens' petty states in the eyes of Darius to mind their own business and abstain from encouraging revolt among Persia's Greek subjects in Asia Minor. Eretria was destroyed and its inhabitants deported for resettlement on the Persian Gulf. Next came the turn of Athens, where the ultra-democratic party was known to be waiting to aid the Persian intervention against their own conservative party. The Persians, instead of making a direct advance on Athens, landed at Marathon, 24 miles northeast of it. Thereby they could calculate on drawing the Athenian army towards them, thus facilitating the seizure of power in Athens by their adherents, whereas a direct attack on the city would have hampered such a rising, perhaps even have rallied its force against them, and in any case have given them the extra difficulty of a siege. If this was the Persians' calculation, the bait succeeded. The Athenian army marched out to Marathon to meet them, while they proceeded to execute the next step in their strategical plan. Under the protection of a covering force, they re-embarked the rest of the army in order to move it round to Phalerum, land there, and make a spring at unguarded Athens. The subtlety of the strategic design is notable, even though it miscarried owing to a variety of factors. Thanks to the energy of Miltiades, the Athenians took their one chance by striking without delay at the covering force. In the Marathon battle, the superior armor and longer spears of the Greeks, always their supreme assets against the Persians, helped to give them the victory, although the fight was harder than patriotic legend suggested, and most of the covering force got safely away on the ship. With still more creditable energy, the Athenians counter-marched rapidly back to their city, and this rapidity, combined with the dilatoriness of the disaffected party, saved them. For when the Athenian army was back in Athens, and the Persians saw that a siege was unavoidable, they sailed back to Asia, as their merely punitive object did not seem worth purchasing at a heavy price. 10 years passed before the Persians made another and greater effort. The Greeks had been slow to profit by the warning, and it was not until 487 BC that Athens began the expansion of her fleet, which was to be the decisive factor in countering the Persian superiority in land forces. Thus, it can with truth be said that Greece and Europe were saved by a revolt in Egypt, which kept Persia's attention occupied from 486 to 484, as well as by the death of Darius, ablest of the Persian rulers of that epoch. When the menace developed in 481, this time on a grand scale, its very magnitude not only consolidated the Greek factions and states against it, but compelled Xerxes to make a direct approach to his goal, for the army was too big to be transported by sea, and so was compelled to take an overland route, and it was too big to supply itself, so that the fleet had to be used for this purpose. The army was tied to the coast, and the navy tied to the army, each tied by the leg. Thus the Greeks could be sure as to the line along which to expect the enemy's approach, and the Persians were unable to depart from it. The nature of the country afforded the Greeks a series of points at which they could firmly block the line of natural expectation and, as Grundy has remarked, but for the Greeks' own dissensions of interest and counsel, it is probable that the invaders would never have got south of Thermopylae. As it was, history gained an immortal story, and it was left to the Greek fleet to dislocate the invasion irredeemably by defeating the Persian fleet at Salamis, while Xerxes and the Persian army watched helplessly the destruction of what was not merely their fleet, but, more vitally, their source of supply. It is worth noting that the opportunity for this decisive naval battle was obtained by a ruse which might be classified as a form of indirect approach, Themistocles' message to Xerxes that the Greek fleet was ripe for treacherous surrender. The deception, which drew the Persian fleet into the narrow straits where their superiority of numbers was discounted, proved all the more effective because past experience endowed the message with plausibility. Indeed, Themistocles' message was inspired by his fear that the allied Peloponnesian commanders would withdraw from Salamis, as they had advocated in the council of war, thus leaving the Athenian fleet to fight alone, or giving the Persians a chance to use their superior numbers in the open sea. On the other side, there was only one voice raised against Xerxes' eager desire for battle. It was that of the sailor queen Artemisia from Halicarnassus, who is recorded as urging the contrary plan of abstaining from a direct assault, and instead cooperating with the Persian land forces in a move against the Peloponnesus. She argued that the Peloponnesian naval contingents would react to such a threat by sailing for home, and thereby cause the disintegration of the Greek fleet. It would seem that her anticipation was as well justified as Themistocles' anxiety, and that such a withdrawal would have been carried out the very next morning but for the fact that the Persian galleys blocked the outlets preparatory to attack. But the attack started to take a turn fatally disadvantageous to the attackers through a withdrawal on the part of the defenders, which acted like a bait in drawing the heavier side into an unbalanced lunge. For when the attackers advanced through the narrow straits, the Greek galleys backed away. The Persian galleys thereupon quickened their rate of rowing, and as a result became a congested mass, helplessly exposed to the counterstroke which the Greek galleys delivered from either flank. In the 70 years that followed, one of the chief factors which restrained the Persians from further intervention in Greece would seem to have been the power of indirect approach. To the Persians' own communications that Athens could wield this deduction is supported by the prompt revival of such interference after the destruction of the Athenian fleet at Syracuse. Historically, it is worth note that the use of strategic mobility for an indirect approach was realized and exploited much earlier in sea than in land warfare. The natural reason is that only in a late stage of development did armies come to depend upon lines of communication for their supply. Fleets, however, were used to operate against the seaborne communications or means of supply of opposing countries. With the passing of the Persian menace, the sequel to Salamis was the rise of Athens to the ascendancy in Greek affairs. This ascendancy was ended by the Peloponnesian War 431-404 view 4 BC. The extravagant duration of these 27 years of warfare and their terrible drain not only on the chief adversaries but on the luckless would-be neutrals may be traced to the fluctuating and often purposeless strategy into which both sides repeatedly drifted. In the first phase, Sparta and her allies attempted a direct invasion of Attica. They were foiled by Pericles' war policy of refusing battle on land while using the superior Athenian navy to wear down the enemy's will by devastating raids. Although the phrase Periclean strategy is almost as familiar as that of Fabian strategy in a later age, such a phrase narrows and confuses the significance of the course that war pursued. Clear-cut nomenclature is essential to clear thought, and the term strategy is best confined to its literal meaning of generalship, the actual direction of military force, as distinct from the policy governing its employment, and combining it with other weapons, economic, political, psychological. Such policy is in application a higher level strategy, for which the term grand strategy has been coined. In contrast to a strategy of indirect approach, which seeks to dislocate the enemy's balance in order to produce a decision. The Periclean plan was a grand strategy with the aim of gradually draining the enemy's endurance in order to convince him that he could not gain a decision. Unluckily for Athens, an importation of plague tipped the scales against her in this moral and economic attrition campaign. Hence, in 426 BC, the Periclean strategy was made to give place to the direct offensive strategy of Cleon and Demosthenes. This cost more and succeeded no better, despite some brilliant tactical successes. Then in the early winter of 424 BC, Brasidas, Sparta's ablest soldier, wiped out all the advantage that Athens had painfully won. He did this by a strategic move directed against the roots instead of the trunk of the enemy power. Bypassing Athens itself, he marched swiftly north through the length of Greece and struck at the Athenian dominion in Chalcidice, aptly termed the Achilles' heel of the Athenian Empire. Through a combination of military force with the promise of freedom and protection to all cities which revolted against her, he so shook the hold of Athens in Chalcidice that he drew her main forces thither. At Amphipolis they suffered a disastrous defeat. Although Brasidas himself fell in the moment of victory, Athens was glad to conclude a negative peace with Sparta. In the succeeding years of pseudo-peace, repeated Athenian expeditions failed to regain the lost footing in Chalcidice. Then, as a last offensive resort, Athens undertook an expedition against Syracuse, the key to Sicily, whence came the overseas food supply of Sparta and the Peloponnese generally. As a grand strategy of indirect approach, it had the defect of striking not at the enemy's actual partners, but rather at his business associates. Thereby, instead of distracting the enemy's forces, it drew fresh forces into opposition. Nevertheless, the moral and economic results of success might well have changed the whole balance of the war if there had not been an almost unparalleled chain of blunders in execution. Alcibiades, the author of the plan, was recalled from his joint command by the intrigues of his political enemies. Rather than return to be put on trial for sacrilege and meet a certain death sentence, he fled to Sparta there to advise the other side how to thwart his own plan. The stubborn opponent of the plan, Nicias, was left in command to carry it out, and by his obstinate stupidity carried it to ruin. With her army lost at Syracuse, Athens staved off defeat at home by the use of her fleet, and in the 9 years of sea warfare which followed she came within reach not only of an advantageous peace but of the restoration of her empire. Her prospects, however, were dramatically extinguished by the Spartan admiral, Lysander, in 405 BC. In the words of the Cambridge Ancient History, his plan of campaign was to avoid fighting and reduce the Athenians to extremities by attacking their empire at its most vulnerable points. The first clause is hardly accurate, for his plan was not so much an evasion of battle as an indirect approach to it so that he might obtain the opportunity when and where the odds were heavily in his favor. By skillful and mystifying changes, of course, he reached the entrance to the Dardanelles and there lay in wait for the Pontic grain ships on their way to Athens. Since the grain supply of Athens was a life interest, the Athenian commanders hurried with their entire fleet of 180 ships to safeguard it. For 4 successive days they tried in vain to tempt Lysander to battle, while he gave them every encouragement to think they had cornered him. Thus, instead of retiring to revictual in the safe harbour of Sestos, they stayed in the open strait opposite him at Aegospotami. On the 5th day, when most of the crews had gone ashore to collect food, he suddenly sallied out, captured almost the whole fleet without a blow, and in 1 single hour brought the longest of wars to an end. In this 27 years' struggle, where scores of direct approaches failed, usually to the injury of those who made them, the scales were definitely turned against Athens by Brasidas' move against her Chalcidice route. The best founded hopes of a recovery came with Alcibiades' indirect approach on the plane of grand strategy to Sparta's economic route in Sicily. And the coup de grace, after another 10 years' prolongation, was given by a tactical indirect approach at sea, which was itself the sequel to a fresh indirect approach in grand strategy, for it should be noted that the opportunity was created by menacing the Athenians' national lines of communication. By taking an economic objective, Lysander could hope at the least to drain their strength. Through the exasperation and fear thus generated, he was able to produce conditions favorable to surprise, and so obtain a swift military decision. With the fall of the Athenian Empire, the next phase in Greek history is the assumption by Sparta of the headship of Greece. Our next question is, therefore, what was the decisive factor in ending Sparta's ascendancy? The answer is a man and his contribution to the science and art of warfare. In the years immediately preceding the rise of Epaminondas, Thebes had released herself from Sparta's dominion by the method later christened Fabian, of refusing battle, a grand strategy of indirect approach, but a strategy merely of evasion while Spartan armies wandered unopposed through Boeotia. This method gained Thebes time to develop a picked professional force, famous as the Sacred Band, which formed the spearhead of her forces subsequently. It also gained time and opportunity for disaffection to spread, and for Athens, thereby relieved of land pressure, to concentrate her energy and manpower on the revival of her fleet. Thus, in 374 BC, the Athenian Confederacy, which included Thebes, found Sparta willing to grant an advantageous peace, although quickly broken through an Athenian maritime adventure. A fresh peace congress was convened 3 years later, by which time the Athenians were tired of war. Here Sparta regained at the council table much that she had lost on the field of war, and succeeded in isolating Thebes from her allies. Thereupon Sparta eagerly turned to crush Thebes, but on advancing into Boeotia in 371 BC, her army, traditionally superior in quality and actually superior in number, 10,000 to 6,000, was decisively defeated at Leuctra by the new model army of Thebes under Epaminondas. He not only broke away from tactical methods established by the experience of centuries, but in tactics, strategy, and grand strategy alike laid the foundations on which subsequent masters built. Even his structural designs have survived or been revived, for in tactics the oblique order which Frederick made famous was only a slight elaboration of the method of Epaminondas. At Leuctra, reversing custom, Epaminondas placed not only his best men, but the most on his left wing, and then, holding back his weak center and right, developed a crushing superiority against one wing of the enemy, the wing where their leader stood, and thus the key of their will. A year after Leuctra, Epaminondas led the forces of the newly formed Arcadian League in a march upon virgin Sparta itself. This march into the heart of the Peloponnesian Peninsula, so long Sparta's unchallenged domain, was distinguished by the manifold nature of its indirect approach. It was made in midwinter and by three separated but converging columns, thus distracting the forces and direction of the opposition. For this alone it would be almost unique in ancient or indeed pre-Napoleonic warfare. But with still deeper strategical insight, Epaminondas, after his force had united at Caria, 20 miles short of Sparta, slipped past the capital and moved up from the rear. This move had the additional and calculated advantage of enabling the invaders to rally to themselves considerable bodies of helots and other disaffected elements. The Spartans, however, succeeded in checking this dangerous internal movement by an emergency promise of emancipation, and the timely arrival at Sparta of strong reinforcements from her Peloponnesian allies thwarted the chance of the city falling without a set siege. Epaminondas soon realized that the Spartans would not be lured into the open, and that a prolonged investment meant the dwindling of his own heterogeneous force. He therefore relinquished the blunted strategic weapon for a more subtle weapon, a grand strategy of indirect approach. At Mount Ithom, the natural citadel of Messenia, he founded a city as the capital of a new Messenia state, established there all the insurgent elements that had joined him, and used the booty he had gained during the invasion as an endowment for the new state. This was to be a check and counterpoise to Sparta in southern Greece. By its secure establishment she lost half her territory and more than half her serfs. Through Epaminondas's foundation of Megalopolis in Arcadia, as a further check, Sparta was hemmed in both politically and by a chain of fortresses, so that the economic roots of her military supremacy were severed. When Epaminondas left the Peloponnese after only a few months' campaign, he had won no victory in the field, yet his grand strategy had definitely dislocated the foundations of Spartan power. The politicians at home, however, had desired a destructive military success and were disappointed at not achieving it. With Epaminondas' subsequent, if temporary, supersession, Theban democracy by short-sighted policy and blundering diplomacy forfeited the advantage won for it. Thus it enabled its Arcadian allies, repudiating gratitude in growing conceit and ambition, to dispute Theban leadership. In 362 BC, Thebes was driven to a choice between the forcible reassertion of her authority and the sacrifice of her prestige. Her move against Arcadia caused the Greek states to divide afresh into two opposing coalitions. Happily for Thebes, not only was Epaminondas at her service, but also the fruits of his grand strategy for his creations of Messenia and Megalopolis now contributed not merely a check to Sparta, but a make-weight to the Theban side. Marching into the Peloponnese, he joined forces with his Peloponnesian allies at Tegea, thus placing himself between Sparta and the forces of the other anti-Theban states, which had concentrated at Mantinea. The Spartans marched by a roundabout route to join their allies, whereupon Epaminondas made a sudden spring by night with a mobile column at Sparta itself, and was only foiled because a deserter warned the Spartans in time for them to double back to their city. He then determined to seek a decision by battle and advanced from Tegea against Mantinea, some 12 miles distant, along an hourglass-shaped valley. The enemy took up a strong position at the mile-wide waste. With his advance we are on the borderline between strategy and tactics, but this is a case where arbitrary division is false, all the more because the sources of his victory at Mantinea are to be found in his indirect approach to the actual contact. At first, Epaminondas marched direct towards the enemy camp, causing them to form up in battle order facing his line of approach, the line of natural expectation. But when several miles distant, he suddenly changed direction to the left, turning in beneath a projecting spur. This surprise maneuver threatened to take and enfilade the enemy's right wing, and to dislocate still further their battle dispositions, he halted, making his troops ground arms as if about to encamp. The deception succeeded. The enemy were induced to relax their battle order, allowing men to fall out and the horses to be unbridled. Meanwhile, Epaminondas was actually completing his battle dispositions, similar to, but an improvement on those of Leuctra, behind a screen of light troops. Then, on a signal, the Theban army took up its arms and swept forward to a victory already assured by the dislocation of the enemy's balance. Epaminondas himself fell in the moment of victory, and in his death contributed not the least of his lessons to subsequent generations by an exceptionally dramatic and convincing proof that an army and a state succumb quickest to paralysis of the brain. The next decisive campaign is that which, just over 20 years later, yielded to Macedon the supremacy of Greece. All the more significant because of its momentous results, this campaign of 338 BC is an illuminating example of how policy and strategy can assist each other, and also of how strategy can turn topographical obstacles from its disadvantage to its advantage. The challenger, though a Greek, was an outsider. While Thebes and Athens were united in the effort to form a pan-Hellenic league to oppose the growing power of Macedon, they found a foreign backer in a Persian king. Strange comment upon past history and human nature. Once more it is the challenger who is seen to have grasped the value of the indirect approach. Even the pretext for Philip of Macedon's attempt to secure the supremacy was indirect, for he was merely invited by the Amphictyonic Council to aid in punishing Amphissa in western Boeotia for a sacrilegious offense. It is probable that Philip himself prompted this invitation, which rallied Thebes and Athens against him, but at least ensured the benevolent neutrality of other states. After marching southwards, Philip suddenly diverged at Citinium from the route to Amphissa, the natural line of expectation, and instead occupied and fortified Elatea. That initial change of direction foreshadowed his wider political aims. At the same time, it suggests a strategic motive which events tend to confirm. The allied Thebans and Boeotians barred the passes into Boeotia, both the western route from Citinium to Amphissa and the eastern pass of Parapotami leading from Elatea to Chaeronea. The first route may be likened to the upper stroke of an L, the route from Citinium to Elatea as the lower stroke, and the prolongation across the pass to Chaeronea as the upward finish of the lower stroke. Before initiating a further military move, Philip took fresh steps to weaken his opponents politically by forwarding the restoration of Phocian communities earlier dispersed by the Thebans, morally by getting himself proclaimed as the champion of the god of Delphi. Then he sprang suddenly in the spring of 338 BC, after clearing his path by a stratagem, having already, by occupying Elatea, distracted the strategic attention of the enemy towards the eastern route, which had now become the line of natural expectation. He distracted the tactical attention of the force barring the western route by arranging that a letter which spoke of his return to Thrace should fall into its hands. Then he moved swiftly from Citinium, crossed the pass by night, and debouched into western Boeotia at Amphissa. Pressing on to Naupactus, he opened up his communications with the sea. He was now on the rear of, if at a distance from the defenders of the eastern pass. Thereupon they fell back from Parapotami, not only because if they stayed their line of retreat might be cut, but also there was no apparent value in staying. Philip, however, once more diverged from the line of expectation and made yet another indirect approach. For, instead of pressing eastwards from Amphissa through hilly country, which would have aided resistance, he switched his army back through Citinium and Elatea, turned southward through the now unguarded pass of Parapotami, and descended upon the enemy's army at Chaeronea. This maneuver went far towards assuring his victory in the battle that followed. Its effect was completed by his subtle tactics. He lured the Athenians out of position by giving way before them, and then, when they had pressed forward onto lower ground, breaking their line with a counterstroke. As the result of Chaeronea, the Macedonian supremacy was established in Greece. Fate cut off Philip before he could extend his conquest to Asia, and it was left to his son to conduct the campaign that he had intended. Alexander had as legacy not only a plan and a model instrument, the army which Philip had developed one, but a conception of grand strategy. Another heirloom of decided material value was the possession of the Dardanelles bridgeheads, seized under Philip's direction in 336 BC. If we study a chart of Alexander's advance, we see that it was a series of acute zigzags. A study of its history suggests that the reasons for this indirectness were more political than strategical, although political in the grand strategical sense. In his earlier campaigns, his logistical strategy was direct and devoid of subtlety. The cause would appear to be, first, that in the youthful Alexander, bred to kingship and triumph, there was more of the Homeric hero than in the other great captains of history. Two, and still more perhaps, that he had such justifiable confidence in the superiority of his instrument and his own battle handling of it, that he felt no need to dislocate preparatorily his adversary's strategic balance. His lessons for posterity lie at the two poles grand strategy and tactics. Starting from the eastern shore of the Dardanelles in the spring of 334 BC, he first moved southward and defeated the Persian covering force at the Granicus River. Here the enemy were bowled over by the weight and impetus of his spear-armed cavalry, but had the shrewdness to appreciate that if they could concentrate against and kill the overbold Alexander himself, they would paralyze the invasion at its birth. They narrowly failed in this purpose. Alexander next moved south on Sardis, the political and economic key to Lydia, and thence west to Ephesus, restoring to these Greek towns their former democratic government and rights as a means to secure his own rear in the most economical way. He had now returned to the Aegean coast, and he pursued his way first south and then eastward along it through Caria, Lycia, and Pamphylia. In this approach his object was to dislocate the Persian command of the sea by depriving the Persian fleet of freedom to move, through depriving it of its bases. At the same time, by freeing these seaports, he deprived the enemy fleet of much of its manpower, which was recruited from them. Beyond Pamphylia, the coastline of the rest of Asia Minor was practically barren of ports. Hence Alexander now turned north again to Phrygia, and eastwards as far as Ankara, modern Ankara, consolidating his hold on and securing his rear in Central Asia Minor. Then in 333 BC he turned south through the Cilician Gates on the direct road towards Syria, where Darius III was concentrating to oppose him. Here, through the failure of his intelligence service and his own assumption that the Persians would await him in the plains, Alexander was strategically outmaneuvered. While Alexander made a direct approach, Darius made an indirect and, moving up the higher reaches of the Euphrates, came through the Ammanic gates onto Alexander's rear. He, who had been so careful to secure his chain of bases, now found himself cut off from them. But, turning back, he extricated himself at the Battle of Issus by the superiority of his tactics as well as of his tactical instrument. No great captain applied this unexpectedness of indirectness more in his tactics. Thereafter he again took an indirect route down the coast of Syria instead of pressing on to Babylon, the heart of the Persian power. Grand strategy clearly dictated his course, for although he had dislocated the Persian command of the sea, he had not yet destroyed it. So long as it existed, it might be the means of menacing his own rear, and Greece, especially Athens, was unpleasantly restive. His advance into Phoenicia disrupted the Persian fleet, for what remained was mainly Phoenician. Most of it came over to him, and the Tyrian portion fell with the fall of Tyre. Even then, he again moved southward into Egypt, a move more difficult to explain on naval grounds, except as an additional precaution. It is more intelligible, however, in the light of his political purpose of occupying the Persian Empire and consolidating his own in substitution. For this purpose, Egypt was an immense economic asset. At last, in 331 BC, he marched northwards again to Aleppo, then turned eastwards, crossed the Euphrates, and pushed on to the upper reaches of the Tigris. Here near Nineveh, modern Mosul, Darius had assembled a large new army. Alexander was eager for battle, but his approach was indirect. Crossing the Tigris higher up, he came down the east bank, compelling Darius to shift his position. Once again in battle at Gaugamela, a battle popularly called Arbela, the nearest city, but 60 miles distant, Alexander and his army showed their complete superiority to an army that was the least serious of the obstacles in Alexander's path to his grand strategic goal. The occupation of Babylon followed. Alexander's succeeding campaigns until he reached the borders of India were militarily a mopping up of the Persian Empire, while politically the consolidation of his own. He forced the Euxine defile and the Persian gates by an indirect approach, and when he was confronted on the Hydaspes by Porus, he produced a masterpiece of indirectness which showed the ripening of his own strategical powers. By laying in stores of calm, and by distributing his army widely along the western bank, he mystified his opponent as to his intentions. Repeated noisy marches and counter-marches of Alexander's cavalry first kept Porus on tenterhooks, and then, through repetition, dulled his reaction. Having thus fixed Porus to a definite and static position, Alexander left the bulk of his army opposite it, and himself, with a picked force, made a night crossing 18 miles upstream. By the surprise of this indirect approach, he dislocated the mental and moral balance of Porus, as well as the moral and physical balance of his army. In the ensuing battle, Alexander, with a fraction of his own army, was enabled to defeat almost the whole of his enemies. If this preliminary dislocation had not occurred, there would have been no justification, either in theory or in fact, for Alexander's exposure of an isolated fraction to the risk of defeat in detail. In the long wars of the successors, which followed Alexander's death and rent his empire asunder, there are numerous examples of the indirect approach and its value. Alexander's generals were abler men than Napoleon's marshals, and their experience had led them to grasp the deeper meaning of economy of force. While many of their operations are worth study, the present analysis is restricted to the decisive campaigns of ancient history, and in these wars of the Diadochi only the last, in 301 BC, can be definitely so termed. The claim of this to decisiveness can hardly be challenged, for in the measured words of the Cambridge Ancient History, by its issue the struggle between the central power and the dynasts was ended, and the dismemberment of the Greco-Macedonian world became inevitable. By 302 BC, Antigonus, who claimed to stand in Alexander's place, was at last within reach of his goal of securing the empire for himself. Expanding from his original satrapy of Phrygia, he had won control of Asia from the Aegean to the Euphrates. Opposing him, Seleucus had held on to Babylon with difficulty. Ptolemy was left only with Egypt. Lysimachus was more secure in Thrace, but Cassander, the most formidable of the rival generals and the keystone of the resistance to Antigonus's almost realized dream, had been driven from Greece by Antigonus's son Demetrius, who in many characteristics was called upon for unconditional surrender. Cassander replied by a stroke of strategic genius. The plan was arranged at a conference with Lysimachus, and Ptolemy's aid towards it was sought, while he in turn got in touch with Seleucus by sending messengers on camels across the Arabian desert. Cassander kept only some 31,000 men to face Demetrius's invasion of Thessaly, with a reputed 57,000, and lent the rest of his army to Lysimachus. The latter crossed the Dardanelles eastwards, while Seleucus moved westwards towards Asia Minor, his army including 500 war elephants obtained from India. Ptolemy moved northwards into Syria, but on receiving a false report of Lysimachus's defeat, returned to Egypt. Nevertheless, the convergent advance from both sides on the heart of his empire constrained Antigonus to recall Demetrius urgently from Thessaly, where Cassander had succeeded in keeping him at bay until the indirect move against his strategic rear in Asia Minor called him off as Scipio's fundamentally similar move later forced Hannibal's return to Africa. At the Battle of Ipsus in Phrygia, Cassander's strategy was consummated by his partner's decisive tactical victory, which ended in the death of Antigonus and the flight of Demetrius. In this battle, it is worth remark, the war elephants were the decisive instrument, and fittingly, the tactics of the victors were essentially indirect. After their cavalry had disappeared from the scene, with Demetrius in hot pursuit, their elephants cut off his return. Even then, instead of assaulting Antigonus's infantry, Lysimachus demoralized them by threat of attack and arrow fire, until they began to melt. Then Seleucus struck, with a thrust at the point where Antigonus himself stood. When the campaign had opened, the scales were heavily weighted and steeply tilted on the side of Antigonus. Rarely has the balance of fortune so dramatically changed. It would seem clear that Antigonus's balance had been upset by the indirect approach which Cassander planned. This dislocated the mental balance of Antigonus, the moral balance of his troops and his subjects, and the physical balance of his military dispositions. Chapter 3. Roman Wars. Hannibal, Scipio, and Caesar. The next conflict, decisive in results and in effect on European history, was the struggle between Rome and Carthage, in which the Hannibalic or Second Punic War was the determining period. This falls into a series of phases or campaigns, each decisive in turning the current of the war into a fresh course. The first phase opens with Hannibal's advance from Spain towards the Alps and Italy in 218 BC, and the natural closing point appears to be the annihilating victory of Trasimene the next spring, which left Rome unshielded, save by her walls and garrison, to Hannibal's immediate approach if he had chosen to make it. The reason commonly assigned for Hannibal's initial choice of the circuitous and arduous land route in preference to the direct sea route is that of Rome's supposed command of the sea, but it is absurd to apply the modern interpretation of this phrase to an era when ships were so primitive and their ability to intercept a foe at sea so uncertain. Moreover, apart from such limitations, the Roman superiority at that time is brought in doubt by a passage of Polybius the Second, when speaking of the very time of Trasimene. He refers to the Roman Senate's anxiety lest the Carthaginians should obtain a more complete mastery of the sea. Even in the closing stage of the war, after the Romans had won repeated victories at sea, deprived the Carthaginian fleet of all its Spanish bases, and were established in Africa, they were powerless to prevent Mago landing an expeditionary force on the Genoese Riviera, or Hannibal sailing tranquilly back to Africa. It seems more probable that Hannibal's indirect and overland route of invasion was due to the aim of rallying the Celts of northern Italy against Rome. Next, we should note the indirectness even of this land march and the advantage gained thereby. The Romans had dispatched the consul Publius Scipio, father of Africanus, to Marseilles with the object of barring Hannibal's path at the Rhone. Hannibal, however, not only crossed this formidable river unexpectedly high up, but then turned still further northward to take the more devious and difficult route by the Isère Valley instead of the straighter but more easily barred routes near the Riviera. Polybius says that when the elder Scipio arrived at the crossing 3 days later, he was astonished to find the enemy gone, for he had persuaded himself that they would never venture to take this northerly route into Italy. Polybius, by prompt decision and speedy movement, leaving part of his army behind, he got back to Italy by sea in time to meet Hannibal on the plains of Lombardy. But here Hannibal had the advantage of suitable ground for his superior cavalry. The victories of the Ticinus and the Trebia were the sequel, and their moral effect brought Hannibal recruits and supplies in great abundance. Master of the north of Italy, Hannibal wintered there. The following spring, anticipating Hannibal's continued advance, the new consuls took their armies, the one to Ariminum Rimini on the Adriatic, the other to Arretium, Arezzo, and Etruria, thereby commanding the eastern and western routes respectively by which Hannibal could advance towards Rome. Hannibal decided on the Etrurian route, but instead of advancing by one of the normal roads, he made thorough inquiries, through which he ascertained that the other roads leading into Etruria were long and well known to the enemy, but that one which led through the marshes was short, and would bring them upon Flaminius by surprise. This was what suited his peculiar genius, and he therefore decided to take this route. But when the report was spread in his army that the commander was going to lead them through the marshes, every soldier felt alarmed. Polybius. Normal soldiers always prefer the known to the unknown. Hannibal was an abnormal general, and hence, like other great captains, chose to face the most hazardous conditions rather than the certainty of meeting his opponents in a position of their own choosing. For 4 days and 3 nights, Hannibal's army marched through a route which was under water, suffering terribly from fatigue and enforced want of sleep, while losing many men and more horses. But on emerging, he found the Roman army still passively encamped at Arretium. Hannibal attempted no direct attack. Instead, as Polybius tells us, he calculated that if he passed the camp and made a descent into the district beyond, Flaminius, partly for fear of popular reproach and partly from personal irritation, would be unable to endure watching passively the devastation of the country, but would spontaneously follow him and give him opportunities for attack. This was a mental application of the maneuver against the enemy's rear, based on searching inquiries about his opponent's character. It was followed by a physical execution. Pressing along the road to Rome, Hannibal laid and achieved the greatest ambush in history. In the misty dawn of the following morning, the Roman army, in hot pursuit of Hannibal along the hill-bordered skirts of the Lake of Trasimene, was caught by surprise in a trap front and rear, and annihilated. Readers of history who remember the victory are apt to overlook the mental thrust that made it possible. But Polybius brought out the basic lesson in his reflection, for as a ship, if you deprive it of its steersman, falls with all its crew into the hands of the enemy, so with an army in war, if you outwit or outmaneuver its general, the whole will often fall into your hands. Why, after Trasimene, Hannibal did not march on Rome is a mystery of history, and all solutions are but speculation. Lack of an adequate siege train is an obvious reason, but may not be the complete explanation. All we know for certain is that the succeeding years were spent by Hannibal in trying to break Rome's hold on her Italian allies and to weld them into a coalition against her. Victories were merely a moral impetus towards this end. The tactical advantage would always be assured if he could bring about a battle under conditions favorable for his superior cavalry. This second phase opened, on the Roman side, with a form of the indirect approach that was more in accord with Greek than with Roman character, a form which has given to history and to subsequent imitations, many of them bad, the generic title Fabian strategy. The strategy of Fabius was not merely an evasion of battle to gain time, but calculated for its effect on the morale of the enemy, and still more, for its effect on their potential allies. It was thus primarily a matter of war policy or grand strategy. Fabius recognized Hannibal's military superiority too well to risk a military decision. While seeking to avoid this, he aimed by military pinpricks to wear down the invaders' endurance and, coincidentally, prevent their strength being recruited from the Italian cities or their Carthaginian base. The key condition of the strategy by which this grand strategy was carried out was that the Roman army should keep always to the hills, so as to nullify Hannibal's decisive superiority in cavalry. Thus this phase became a duel between the Hannibalic and the Fabian forms of the indirect approach. Hovering in the enemy's neighborhood, cutting off stragglers and foraging parties, preventing them from gaining any permanent base, Fabius remained an elusive shadow on the horizon, dimming the glamour of Hannibal's triumphal progress. Thus Fabius, by his immunity from defeat, thwarted the effect of Hannibal's previous victories upon the minds of Rome's Italian allies and checked them from changing sides. This guerrilla type of campaign also revived the spirit of the Roman troops while depressing the Carthaginians who, having ventured so far from home, were the more conscious of the necessity of gaining an early decision. But attrition is a two-edged weapon, and even when skillfully wielded, puts a strain on the users. It is especially trying to the mass of the people, eager to see a quick finish and always inclined to assume that this can only mean the enemy's finish. The more the Roman people recovered from the shock of Hannibal's victory, the more they began to question the wisdom of the Fabian treatment which had given them a chance to recover. Their smoldering doubts were fanned by ambitious Hothieds in the army, who criticized Fabius for his cowardly and unenterprising spirit. This led to the unprecedented step of appointing Minucius, who was both Fabius's chief subordinate and his chief critic, as co-dictator. Thereupon Hannibal seized the opportunity to draw Minucius into a trap from which he was barely rescued by Fabius's speedy intervention. For a time this sequel quieted criticism of Fabius. But when his 6 months' appointment expired, neither he nor his policy was popular enough to secure an extension. At the consular elections, one of the two chosen was the impetuous and ignorant Varro, who had earlier engineered Minucius's appointment. Moreover, the Senate passed a resolution that they should give battle to Hannibal. There was ground for this decision in the devastation that Italy was suffering, and it was backed up by the practical step of raising for the campaign of 216 BC, the largest army, 8 legions, which Rome had ever placed in the field. But the Romans were to pay dearly for electing a leader whose offensive spirit was not balanced by judgment. The other consul, Paulus, wished to wait and maneuver for a favorable opportunity, but such caution did not accord with Varro's ideas. So much had been said about men taking the field not to set sentinels, but to use their swords. Varro's conception and public promise was to attack the enemy wherever and whenever they found him. As a result, he took the first opportunity of offering battle to Hannibal in the plain at Cannae. When Paulus argued that they should try to draw Hannibal into country more suitable for infantry action, Varro used his alternate day of command to advance into close contact. When Paulus kept the troops in their entrenched camp next day, calculating that shortage of supplies would soon force Hannibal to move away, Varro became more than ever inflamed with the desire for fighting, according to Polybius's account. And that feeling was shared by most of the troops, who chafed at the delay. For there is nothing more intolerable to mankind than suspense. When a thing is once decided, men can but endure whatever out of the catalogue of evils it is their misfortune to undergo. Next morning, Varro moved the Roman army out of camp to offer battle, and the kind of battle which Hannibal desired. As was customary, the infantry of both sides were posted in the center, and the cavalry on the flanks, but Hannibal's detailed disposition was unconventional, for he pushed forward the Gauls and Spaniards, who formed the center of the infantry line, while holding back his African foot, posted at each end of the line. In that way the Gauls and Spaniards formed a natural magnet for the Roman infantry, and were, as intended, forced back so that what had been a line bulging outwards became a line sagging inwards. The Roman legionaries, flushed with their apparent success, crowded into the opening where the press grew ever denser, until they could scarcely use their weapons. While they imagined that they were breaking the Carthaginian front, they were actually pushing themselves into a Carthaginian sack. For at this juncture Hannibal's African veterans wheeled inwards from both sides, thus automatically enveloping the thickly packed Romans. This manoeuvre produced in a more calculated way a situation and trap similar to the sea battle of Salamis. It might aptly be termed a collective tactical form of jiu-jitsu, which is essentially based on the indirect approach. Meanwhile, Hannibal's heavy cavalry on the left wing had broken through the opposing cavalry on that flank, and sweeping round the Romans' rear, dispersed their cavalry on the other flank, who had been held in play by the elusive Numidian horse. Leaving the pursuit to the Numidians, the heavy cavalry now delivered the final stroke by bursting into the rear of the Roman infantry, who were already surrounded on three sides and too tightly jammed to offer effective resistance. Thenceforward the battle became a massacre. According to Polybius, out of the 76,000 men in the Roman army, 70,000 fell on the field of battle. Among them was Paulus, whereas Varro ironically succeeded in making his own escape from the crash which he had caused. The disaster at Cannae broke up the Italian Confederation for a time, but failed to break Rome itself, where Fabius helped to rally the people for sustained resistance. Rome's recovery owed much to the sober resolution and persistence shown in pursuing the strategy of evasion at any sacrifice, but was helped by Hannibal's lack of adequate siege equipment and reinforcements, as well as by his situation as the invader of a primitively organized land. When Scipio later retorted with a counter-invasion of Africa, he found the more highly developed economic structure of Carthage an aid to his decisive aim. The second phase of the war ended in 207 BC with another type of the strategic indirect approach, when Nero, the consul, slipped away from his position facing Hannibal and concentrated by forced marches against Hannibal's brother, who had just arrived with his army in northern Italy. After destroying this army at the Metaurus, and with it Hannibal's hope of a reinforcement sufficient for victory, Nero was back in his camp opposite Hannibal before the latter realized that it had been empty. Thereafter stalemate reigned in Italy, the third phase. During 5 years Hannibal stood at bay in southern Italy, and a succession of Roman generals retired licking their wounds from their two direct approaches to the lion's lair. Meantime, Publius Scipio the younger had been sent to Spain in 210 BC on a desperate venture to redeem the disaster which had there befallen the armies commanded by his father and uncle, to avenge their deaths, and to maintain, if possible, Rome's slender foothold in the northeast corner of Spain against the greatly superior Carthaginian forces in that country. By swiftness of movement, superior tactics, and skillful diplomacy he converted this defensive object into an offensive, if indirect, thrust at Carthage and at Hannibal. For Spain was Hannibal's real strategic base. There he had trained his armies, and thither he looked for reinforcements. By a masterly combination of surprise and timing, Scipio had first deprived the Carthaginian armies of Cartagena, their main base in Spain, as a prelude to depriving them of their allies and overthrowing their armies. then elected consul on his return to Italy in 205 BC. He was ready for a second and decisive indirect approach, long conceived by him, against Hannibal's strategic rear. Fabius, now old and set in mind, is reputed to have voiced the orthodox view, urging that Scipio's duty was to attack Hannibal in Italy. Why do you not apply yourself to this and carry the war in a straightforward manner to the place where Hannibal is, rather than pursue that roundabout course according to which you expect that when you have crossed into Africa, Hannibal will follow you thither? Scipio gained from the Senate a bare permission to cross into Africa, but was refused leave to levy troops. In consequence, he set out on his expedition in the spring of 204 BC with a mere 7,000 volunteers and 2 disgraced legions which had been relegated to garrison duty in Sicily in penance for their share in the defeat at Cannae. On landing in Africa, he was met by the only cavalry force which Carthage had immediately available. By a cleverly graduated retreat, he lured it into a trap and destroyed it. Thereby he not only gained time to consolidate his position, but also created a moral impression which, on the one hand, induced the home authorities to back him more generously, and on the other, shook the hold of Carthage upon her African allies except for the most powerful Syphax. Scipio then tried to secure the port of Utica to serve as his base, but was baffled in an attempt to take it as swiftly as he earlier succeeded in capturing Cartagena. He was forced to abandon the siege of Utica 6 weeks later, when Syphax brought an army of 60,000 men to reinforce the new Carthaginian forces which Hasdrubal Gisco was raising. On the approach of the combined armies, much superior to his own in numbers if not in quality, Scipio fell back to a small peninsula where he fortified a prototype of Wellington's lines of Torres Vedras. Here he first lulled the commanders of the investing forces into a feeling of security, then distracted their attention by ostensible preparations for a seaborne thrust against Utica, and finally made a night move upon the enemy's 2 camps. The demoralizing and disorganizing effect of the surprise was intensified by Scipio's subtle calculation in first launching an attack on Syphax's less orderly camp, where the swarm of huts overflowed the fortified boundaries and were made of inflammable reeds and matting. In the confusion caused by setting fire to these huts, the Romans were able to penetrate into the camp itself, while the blaze drew Hasdrubal's Carthaginians to open their own gates and pour out to the rescue, imagining that the conflagration was accidental, for when darkness fell, all had been quiet and normal in the Roman camp, 7 miles distant. When the gates of the Carthaginian camp were thus open, Scipio launched upon them the second stroke of his attack, so gaining entry without the cost of making a breach. Both the hostile armies were routed, with the reputed loss of half their total strength. If in tracing that operation we have outwardly crossed the borderline from strategy into tactics, it is in reality a case where strategy not merely paved the way for a victory in battle, but produced it. The victory was merely the last act of the strategic approach, for an unresisted massacre is not a battle. After his bloodless triumph, Scipio did not at once move on Carthage. Why, if history does not give a definite answer, it affords clearer grounds for a deduction than in the case of Hannibal's neglect of Rome after Trasimene and Cannae, unless there is opportunity and favorable prospect for a quick surprise assault. A siege is the most uneconomic of all operations of war. When the enemy has still a field army capable of intervening, a siege is also the most dangerous, for, until it is crowned by success, the assailant is progressively weakening himself out of proportion to his enemy. Scipio had to reckon not only with the walls of Carthage, but with the return of Hannibal, a contingency which was indeed his calculated aim. If he could compel the capitulation of Carthage before Hannibal could return, it would be a great advantage. But it must be by a moral, and hence inexpensive, dislocation of the city's resistance, not by a heavy physical expenditure of force, which might leave him still facing unbreached walls when Hannibal descended on his rear. Instead of moving on Carthage, Scipio systematically lopped off her supply areas and allies. Above all, the relentless pursuit and overthrow of Syphax was a detachment of force which abundantly justified itself, for by restoring his own ally, Massinissa, to the throne of Numidia, he ensured for himself the cavalry resources to counter Hannibal's best weapon. To reinforce these forms of moral suasion, he advanced to Tunis, in sight of Carthage, as a most effective means of striking the Carthaginians with terror and dismay. Coming on top of the other indirect forms of pressure, it was sufficient to dislocate the Carthaginians' will to resist and they sued for peace. But while the terms were awaiting ratification in Rome, the provisional peace was broken when Carthage received news of Hannibal's return and of his landing at Leptis, 202 BC. Scipio was thus placed in a difficult and dangerous position, for, although he had not weakened himself by an assault on Carthage, he had let Massinissa go back to Numidia, to consolidate his new kingdom after Carthage had accepted Scipio's peace terms. In such circumstances, an orthodox general would either have taken the offensive in order to prevent Hannibal reaching Carthage, or have stood on the defensive to await relief. Instead, Scipio took a course that, when plotted geographically, looks fantastic, for if Hannibal's direct route from Leptis to Carthage be pictured as traveling up the right-hand stroke of an inverted VA, Scipio, leaving a detachment to hold his camp near Carthage, marched away down the left-hand stroke, a most indirect approach. But this route, the Bagradas Valley, took him into the heart of Carthage's main source of supplies from the interior. It also brought him nearer, with every step he marched, to the Numidian reinforcements which Massinissa was bringing in response to an urgent summons. The move attained its strategic aim. The Senate of Carthage, aghast at the news that this vital territory was being progressively devastated, sent messengers urging Hannibal to intervene at once and bring Scipio to battle. Hannibal, although he told them in answer to leave such matters to him, was nevertheless drawn by the compulsion of conditions created by Scipio to move west by forced marches to meet Scipio instead of north to Carthage. Thus, Scipio had lured him to an area of his own choosing, where Hannibal lacked the material reinforcement, stable pivot, and shelter in case of defeat which he would have enjoyed if the battle had taken place near Carthage. Scipio had thrust on his enemy the need of seeking battle, and he now exploited this moral advantage to the full. When Massinissa joined him, almost coincidentally with Hannibal's arrival on the scene, Scipio fell back instead of going forward, and so drew Hannibal to a camping ground where the Carthaginians suffered from lack of water and to a battleground in the plain where Scipio's newly acquired advantage in cavalry could have full play. He had taken the first two tricks on the battlefield of Zama, more correctly Naragara. He was enabled to take the rubber by tactically over-trumping Hannibal's former cavalry trump. And when tactical defeat for the first time overtook Hannibal, the consequences of his preliminary strategic defeat also overtook him, for there was no sheltering fortress at hand where the defeated army could rally before the pursuit annihilated it. The bloodless surrender of Carthage followed. The campaign of Zama made Rome the dominant power in the Mediterranean world. The subsequent extension of that supremacy and its translation into suzerainty continued without serious check, if not without recurrent threat. Thus, 202 BC forms a natural conclusion for a survey of the turning points and their military causes in the history of the ancient world. Ultimately, the tide of Roman expansion was to ebb. Then, that universal empire was to fall to pieces, partly under barbarian pressure, but still more from internal decay. During the period of the decline and fall, during the centuries, when Europe was shedding its old single-colored skin for a new skin of many colors, there is profit to be got from a study of the military leadership, sometimes much profit, as in the case of Belisarius and later generals of the Byzantine Empire. But on the whole, decisiveness is too difficult of definition, turning points too obscure, purposeful strategy too uncertain, and records too unsafe to provide a basis for scientific deductions. Before the power of Rome had reached its zenith, there was, however, one internal war that calls for examination, both because it was the stage for another great captain, and because it vitally affected the course of history. For just as the Second Punic War gave the world to Rome, so the civil war of 50-45 BC gave the Roman world to Caesar and Caesarism. When Caesar crossed the Rubicon in December of 50 BC, his power rested only upon Gaul and Illyricum. Pompey was in control of Italy and the rest of Rome's dominions. Caesar had 9 legions, but only one was with him at Ravenna. The remainder were far away in Gaul. Pompey had 10 legions in Italy, 7 in Spain, and many detachments throughout the empire. But those in Italy had only cadres present with the eagles, and a legion in hand was worth more than 2 immobilized. Caesar has been criticized for his rashness in moving south with such a fraction of his army, but time and surprise are the 2 most vital elements in war, and beyond his appreciation of them, Caesar's strategy was essentially guided by his understanding of Pompey's mind. From Ravenna, there were two routes to Rome. Caesar took the longer and less direct down the Adriatic coast, but he moved fast. As he passed through this populous district, many of the levies being assembled for Pompey joined him, instead a parallel with Napoleon's experience in 1815. Morally shaken, the Pompeian party quitted Rome and fell back to Capua, while Caesar, interposing between the enemy's advanced force at Corfinium and their main force under Pompey round Luceria, secured another bloodless transfer of strength to himself. He then continued his advance south towards Luceria, the snowball process likewise continuing. But his advance, which had now become direct, stampeded the enemy into a retreat to the fortified port of Brindisi on the heel of Italy, and the very vigor of his chase hastened Pompey's decision to retire across the Adriatic to Greece. Thus an excess of directness and a want of art in the second phase robbed Caesar of his chance of ending the war in one campaign, and condemned him to 4 more years of obstinate warfare all round the Mediterranean basin. The second campaign now opened. Caesar, instead of following Pompey into Greece, turned to deal with the Pompeian front in Spain. For thus concentrating against the junior partner he has been much criticized, but his estimate of Pompey's inactivity was justified by the event. This time Caesar began the campaign too bluntly, and a direct advance on the enemy's main forces at Ilerda, modern Lerida, just across the Pyrenees, enabled them to decline battle. An assault failed, and Caesar only averted disaster by his personal intervention. The morale of his men continued to sink until, just in time, he changed his method of approach. Instead of making any further attempt to press the siege, Caesar devoted his energies to the creation of an artificial ford which enabled him to command both banks of the river Sicoris, on which Ilerda stood. This threatened tightening of his grip on their sources of supply induced Pompey's lieutenants to retire while there was time. Caesar allowed them to slip away unpressed, but sent his Gallic cavalry to get on their rear and delay their march. Then, rather than assault the bridge held by the enemy's rear guard, he took the risk of leading his legions through the deep ford, which was regarded as only traversable by cavalry, and, marching in a wide circuit during the night, placed himself across the enemy's line of retreat. Even then he did not attempt battle, but was content to head off each attempt of the enemy to take a fresh line of retreat, using his cavalry to harass and delay them while his legions marched wide. Firmly holding in check the eagerness of his own men for battle, he at the same time encouraged fraternization with the men of the other side, who were growing more and more weary, hungry, and depressed. Finally, when he had shepherded them back in the direction of Ilerda and forced them to take up a position devoid of water, they capitulated. It was a strategic victory, as bloodless for the defeated as for the victor, and the less men slain on the other side, the more potential adherents and recruits for Caesar. Despite the substitution of manoeuvre for direct assaults upon his enemy, the campaign had cost him only 6 weeks of his time. But in his next campaign, 48 BC, he changed his strategy, and it lasted 8 months before victory crowned his arms, even then not being complete. Instead of advancing into Greece by the indirect land route through Illyricum, Caesar decided on the direct sea route. Thereby he gained time initially, but lost it ultimately. Pompey had originally a large fleet, Caesar none, and although he had ordered the construction or collection of ships on a large scale, only part were available. Rather than wait, Caesar sailed from Brindisi with barely half his assembled force. On landing at Palieste, he headed up the coast for the important seaport of Dyrrachium, Durasso, but Pompey just reached there first. Fortunately for Caesar, Pompey was as slow as ever and missed the chance of using his superior strength before Antony, with the other half of Caesar's army, evaded the opposing fleet and joined Caesar. And even when Antony landed on the other side of Dyrrachium, Pompey, though centrally placed, failed to prevent Caesar and Antony effecting a junction at Tirana. Pompey then fell back, followed by his opponent, who offered battle in vain. Thereafter the two armies lay facing each other on the south bank of the river Genusus, which itself was south of Dyrrachium. The deadlock was broken by an indirect approach. By a long and difficult circuit of some 45 miles through the hills, Caesar succeeded in placing himself between Dyrrachium and Pompey before the latter, who had only a straight 25 miles to cover, awoke to the danger and hurried back to save his base. But Caesar did not press his advantage. and as Pompey had the sea for supplies, there was no inducement to a man of his temperament to take the lead in attack. Caesar then took the original but singularly profitless course of constructing extensive lines of investment round an army which was not only stronger than his own, but could supply itself easily or move away by sea whenever it wished. Even Pompey, the passive, could not forego the opportunity of striking at weak points of such a thin line, and his success led Caesar into an attempt to redeem it by a concentrated counterattack which failed disastrously. Only Pompey's inertia saved Caesar's demoralized troops from dissolution. Caesar's men clamored to be led afresh against the enemy, but Caesar had learnt his lesson, and after making good his retreat he reverted to a strategy of indirect approach. Pompey had a better opportunity to apply it at this juncture by recrossing the Adriatic and regaining control of Italy, where his path would have been smoothed by the moral impression of Caesar's defeat. Caesar, however, showed more appreciation of the possibilities of this westward move as a danger to himself. He moved rapidly eastward against Pompey's lieutenant, Scipio Nasica, who was in Macedonia. Pompey, thereby mentally dominated, was drawn to follow Caesar. Taking a different route, he hurried to Scipio's support. Caesar arrived first, but rather than throw his troops against fortifications, he allowed Pompey to come up. This seeming loss of an opportunity on Caesar's part may also have been due to his view that after Dyrrhachium a strong inducement would be needed to make Pompey give battle in the open. If so, that idea was correct, for although Pompey had a 2-to-1 superiority in numbers, he took the risk of offering battle only under the persuasion of his lieutenants. Just as Caesar had prepared a series of maneuvers to create the opportunity, Pompey advanced and gave it to him at Pharsalus. For Caesar's interest, the battle was undoubtedly premature, and the closeness of the issue was the measure of its prematurity. Caesar's indirect approach had been made to restore the strategic balance, and a further one was needed to upset Pompey's balance. After the victory of Pharsalus, Caesar chased Pompey across the Dardanelles through Asia Minor, and thence across the Mediterranean to Alexandria, where Ptolemy assassinated him, thus saving Caesar much trouble. But Caesar forfeited the advantage by intervening in the quarrel between Ptolemy and his sister Cleopatra over the Egyptian succession, thereby wasting 8 months in an unnecessary diversion of effort. It would seem that Caesar's recurrent and deep-rooted fault was his concentration in pursuing the objective immediately in front of his eyes to the neglect of his wider object. Strategically, he was an alternating Jekyll and Hyde. The interval allowed the Pompeian forces to rally and to obtain a new lease of life in Africa and Spain. In Africa, Caesar's difficulties were increased by the direct action already adopted by his lieutenant Curio. After landing and winning an initial victory, Curio had let himself be lured into a trap by King Juba, ally of the Pompeian party, and there exterminated. Caesar opened his own African campaign, 46 BC, with equal directness, impetuosity, and insufficiency of force as in his Greek campaign, ran his head into a noose, and was extricated from it by his usual combination of luck and tactical skill. After this he settled down in a fortified camp near Ruspina to await the arrival of his other legions, refusing all temptation to battle. The Jekyll of blood-saving maneuver then became uppermost in Caesar, and for several months, even after his reinforcements arrived, he pursued a strategy of extreme but narrow indirectness of approach, maneuvering repeatedly to inflict a series of pinpricks whose wearing and depressing effect on the enemy's morale was shown in the swelling stream of desertions. At last, by a somewhat wider indirect approach to the enemy's important base at Thapsus, he created a favorable opportunity for battle, and his troops, taking the bit in their teeth, launched the attack and won the battle without higher direction. In the Spanish campaign of 45 BC, which followed and closed the war, Caesar from the outset strove to avoid loss of life and maneuvered ceaselessly within narrow limits to work his opponents into a position where he could make a battle cast with the dice loaded for him. He gained such an advantage at Munda, and gained the victory, but the closeness of the struggle and the heavy cost of life therein incurred point the distinction between economy of force and mere thriftiness of force. Caesar's indirectness of approach appears narrow and wanting in surprise. In each of his campaigns he strained the enemy's morale, but did not dislocate it. The reason would appear to be that he was more concerned to aim at the mind of the enemy's troops than at the mind of their command. If his campaigns serve to bring out the distinction between the two qualities of indirect approach to the opposing forces and to the opposing command, they also bring out most forcibly the difference between a direct and an indirect approach. For Caesar met failure each time he relied on the direct, and retrieved it each time he resorted to the indirect. Chapter 4, Byzantine Wars, Belisarius and Narses. After Caesar's crowning victory at Munda in 45 BC, he was granted perpetual dictatorship of Rome and the Roman world. This decisive step, a contradiction in terms, spelt the sterilization of the constitution. Thereby it paved the way for the conversion of the republic into the empire which carried within its system the germs of its own decay. The process, however, was gradual, if, on a long view, progressive. 500 years passed between Caesar's triumph and the final collapse of Rome, and even then a Roman Empire continued for another 1,000 years in a different location. This was due first to Constantine the Great's transfer of the capital from Rome to Byzantium, Constantinople, in 330. Second, to the definite division in 364 of the Roman world into an Eastern and a Western empire. The former kept its strength better than the latter, which increasingly crumbled under barbarian attacks and barbarian permeation, until near the end of the 5th century AD, the establishment of an independent kingdom of Italy following that of similar kingdoms in Gaul, Spain, and Africa was accompanied by the deposition of the nominal emperor of the West. In the middle of the 6th century there was, however, a period when the Roman dominion was revived in the West from the East. During Justinian's reign in Constantinople, his generals reconquered Africa, Italy, and southern Spain. That achievement, associated mainly with the name of Belisarius, is the more remarkable because of two features. First, the extraordinarily slender resources with which Belisarius undertook these far-reaching campaigns. Second, his consistent use of the tactical defensive. There is no parallel in history for such a series of conquests by abstention from attack. They are the more remarkable since they were carried out by an army that was based on the mobile arm and mainly composed of cavalry. Belisarius had no lack of audacity, but his tactics were to allow or tempt the other side to do the attacking. If that choice was in part imposed on him by his numerical weakness, it was also a matter of subtle calculation, both tactical and psychological. His army bore little resemblance to the classical pattern of the legionary army. It was closer to the medieval form, but more highly developed. To a soldier of Caesar's time it would have been unrecognizable as a Roman army, though a soldier who had served with Scipio in Africa might have found the trend of its evolution less surprising. Between Scipio and Caesar, while Rome itself was changing from a city-state into an empire, the army had been transformed from a short-service citizen force into a long-service professional force. But military organization had not fulfilled the promise of cavalry predominance that was foreshadowed at Zama. The infantry were the staple of the imperial Roman army, and the cavalry, though the breed of horses had greatly improved in size and speed, had become as subsidiary as they had been in the earlier stages of the war against Hannibal. As the need for greater mobility in frontier defense became more evident, the proportion of the cavalry was gradually increased, but it was not until the legions were overwhelmed at Adrianople in 378 by the cavalry of the Goths that the Roman armies came to be reorganized in accordance with this lesson. In the generations that followed, the pendulum swung to the other extreme. Under Theodosius, the expansion of the mobile arm was hastened by enlisting vast numbers of barbarian horsemen. Later the recruiting balance was to some extent corrected, while the new type of organization was systematized. By the time of Justinian and Belisarius, the principal arm was formed by the heavy cavalry, who were armed with bow as well as lance and clad in armor. The underlying idea was evidently to combine the value of mobile firepower and of mobile shock power, as separately demonstrated by the Hun or Persian horse archer and the Gothic lancer in a single disciplined fighting man. These heavy cavalry were supplemented by lightly equipped horse archers, a combination which both in form and tactics foreshadowed that of modern light and heavy or medium tanks. The infantry likewise were of light and heavy types, but the latter, with their heavy spears and close-locked formation, merely served as a stable pivot round which the cavalry could maneuver in battle. In the early part of the 6th century, the East Roman Empire was in a precarious situation. Its forces suffered a number of humiliating defeats on the Persian frontier, and its whole position in Asia Minor seemed in danger. For a time pressure was relieved by a Hunnish invasion of Persia from the north, but war broke out afresh on the frontier about 525, though in a rather desultory way. It was here that Belisarius first won distinction by his conduct of several cavalry raids into Persian Armenia, and later by a spirited counterattack after the Persians had captured a frontier castle. The contrast with the poor performance of other leaders led Justinian to appoint him commander-in-chief of the forces in the east when he was well under 30. In 530, a Persian army of some 40,000 men advanced upon the fortress of Daras. To meet them, Belisarius had a force of barely half their strength, mostly composed of raw recruits who had recently arrived. Rather than stand the siege, he decided to risk a battle. Though on a position he had carefully prepared for defensive-offensive tactics, he could count on the Persians' contempt for the Byzantines, as well as their superiority in numbers, to make them take the lead in attack. A wide and deep ditch was dug in front of Daras, but near enough to the walls to allow the defenders of the ditch to be supported by overhead fire from the battlements. Here Belisarius placed his less reliable infantry. A cross-trench ran forward at right angles from each end, and from the ends of these projecting trenches another straight one stretched outwards to the hills on either side of the valley. Along these flanking extensions, which had wide passages at intervals, bodies of heavy cavalry were posted ready for counterattack. The Hunnish light cavalry were posted at the two inner corners so that, if the heavy cavalry on the wings were driven back, they might relieve the pressure by making a harassing sally on to the attacker's rear. The Persians, on arrival, were baffled by these dispositions, and spent the first day in exploratory skirmishing. Next morning, Belisarius sent a letter to the Persian commander suggesting that the points in dispute could be settled better by mutual discussion than by fighting. According to Procopius, he said in the letter, "The first blessing is peace, as is agreed by all men who have even a small share of reason. The best general, therefore, is that one which is able to bring about peace from war." These were remarkable words to come from a soldier so young on the eve of his first great victory, but the Persian commander replied that the promises of Romans could never be trusted. In his mind, Belisarius's message and his defensive attitude behind a trench were merely signs of fear, so the attack was launched. The Persians were careful not to push into the obvious trap in the center, but their care played into the hands of Belisarius. For it meant not only that their effort was split, but that the fighting was confined to the cavalry on the wings to the arm in which Belisarius was least outnumbered and on which he could best rely. At the same time, his infantry were able to contribute by their archery fire. The Byzantine bow outranged the Persian, and the Persian armor was not proof against the Byzantine arrow as the Byzantine was against the Persian. Against his left wing the Persian cavalry at first made progress, but then a small cavalry detachment which had been hidden behind a hill on the flank suddenly charged them in rear. This unexpected stroke, coupled with the appearance of the Hunnish light cavalry on their other flank, caused the Persians to retreat. Then, on the other flank, the Persian cavalry pressed still deeper, up to the walls of the city, only to produce a gap between their advancing wing and their static center, a gap into which Belisarius threw all his available cavalry. This counterstroke at the weakened hinge of the Persian line first drove the Persian cavalry wing off the battlefield into a divergent line of flight, and then turned on the exposed flank of the Persian infantry in the center. This battle of Daras ended in the decisive defeat of the Persians, the first they had suffered at Byzantine hands for several generations. After some further reverses, the Persian king began to discuss terms of peace with Justinian's envoy. The negotiations were still in progress when the king of the Saracens, an ally of the Persians, suggested a new plan of campaign for an indirect stroke at the Byzantine power. He argued that instead of attacking where the Byzantine frontier was strongly held and fortified, there would be more profit in the unexpected. A force composed of the most mobile troops available should move west from the Euphrates across the desert, which had long been considered an impassable barrier, and pounce upon Antioch, the wealthiest city of the East Roman Empire. This plan was adopted and was carried far enough to prove that such a desert crossing was practicable with a suitably constituted type of army. Belisarius, however, had made his own forces so mobile and developed such an efficient system of communication along the frontier that he was able to hasten down from the north in time to anticipate the enemy's arrival. Having frustrated the threat, he was content to shepherd the invaders back on their homeward course. Such restraint did not please his troops. Aware of their murmurs, he tried to point out to them that true victory lay in compelling one's opponent to abandon his purpose, with the least possible loss to oneself. If such a result was obtained, there was no real advantage to be gained by winning a battle, for why should one rout a fugitive, while the attempt would incur a needless risk of defeat, and of thereby laying the empire open to a more dangerous invasion? To leave a retreating army no way of escape was the surest way to infuse it with the courage of desperation. Such arguments were too reasonable to satisfy the instinctive bloodlust of the soldiery. So to retain his hold on them, he gave rein to their desires, and as a result suffered his only defeat in the process of proving the truth of his warning. But the Persians' victory over their pursuers was purchased at so heavy a price that they were forced to continue their retreat. After his successful defense of the east, Belisarius was shortly sent on an offensive mission to the west. A century earlier the Vandals, a Germanic people, had ended their southward migration by occupying Roman Africa and establishing their capital at Carthage. From there they conducted piracy on a great scale and also sent out raiding expeditions to plunder the cities of the Mediterranean seaboard. In 455 they had sacked Rome itself, and subsequently inflicted an overwhelming defeat on a great punitive expedition sent from Constantinople. After some generations, however, luxury and the African sun not merely softened their manners, but began to sap their vigor. Then, in 531, the Vandal king Hilderic, who had befriended Justinian in his youth, was deposed and imprisoned by a warlike nephew, Gelimer. Justinian thereupon wrote Gelimer asking him to release his uncle, and when this request was rebuffed, he decided in 533 to send an expeditionary force to Africa under Belisarius. For it, however, he provided only 5,000 cavalry and 10,000 infantry. Though they were picked troops, the odds seemed heavily against them, since the Vandals were reputed to have nearly 100,000 troops. When the expedition reached Sicily, Belisarius heard some encouraging news that some of the Vandal forces had been sent to deal with a revolt in Sardinia, then a Vandal possession, and that Gelimer himself was away from Carthage at the moment. Belisarius lost no time in sailing for Africa, and made a successful landing at a point some 9 days' march from Carthage, in order to avoid the risk of interception by the superior Vandal fleet. On hearing the news, Gelimer hastily ordered the various contingents of the army to converge on a defile near Ad Decimum, the 10th milestone on the main road to Carthage, where he hoped to surround the invaders. But this plan was dislocated because Belisarius's rapid advance, synchronized with a threat to Carthage by his fleet, caught the Vandal troops in the process of assembling, and a confused series of combats produced such disorder among the Vandal forces that they not only forfeited their opportunity of overwhelming Belisarius, but were dispersed in all directions, thus leaving him a clear path into Carthage. By the time Gelimer had reassembled his troops and, having recalled his expeditionary force from Sardinia, was ready to take the offensive again, Belisarius had restored the defenses of Carthage, which the Vandals had allowed to fall into disrepair. After waiting several months for the Vandals' expected attempt to eject him, Belisarius concluded from their inactivity that their morale was low, and being on his own side now assured of a secure place of retreat in case of defeat, he decided to venture upon the offensive. Pushing his cavalry ahead, he came upon the Vandals in camp at Tricamaron, behind a stream, and started the battle without waiting for his infantry to come up. His idea would seem to have been that by his manifest weakness of numbers he might tempt the Vandals into an attack upon him, so that he could counter-attack them as they were crossing the stream. But a provocative attack and simulated retreat failed to draw them farther than the brook in pursuit. Thereupon Belisarius took advantage of their caution to push a much larger force across the stream undisturbed, and then, after developing an attack on their center, which fixed their attention, he extended the attack along the whole front. The Vandals' resistance promptly collapsed, and they took refuge in their stockaded camp. During the night Gelimer himself fled, and after his disappearance his army scattered. This victory, followed up by Belisarius's pursuit and ultimate capture of Gelimer, settled the issue of the war. While the reconquest of Roman Africa had looked a desperate venture in prospect, it had proved astoundingly simple in execution. That easy triumph encouraged Justinian to attempt 535 the reconquest of Italy and Sicily from the Ostrogoths, and as cheaply if possible. He sent a small army up the Dalmatian coast. He persuaded the Franks, by a promise of subsidies, to attack the Goths in the north. Under cover of these diversions, he dispatched Belisarius to Sicily with an expeditionary force of 12,000 men, instructing him to give out on arrival there that the force was on its way to Carthage. He was then to occupy the island if he found that it could be easily taken. If not, he was to re-embark without showing his hand. In the event, there was no difficulty. Although the Sicilian cities had been well treated by their conquerors, they readily welcomed Belisarius as their deliverer and protector. The small Gothic garrisons offered no serious resistance to him save at Palermo, which he overcame by a stratagem. In contrast to his success, the attempted invasion of Dalmatia ended in disaster. But as soon as this diversionary advance was renewed by a reinforced Byzantine army, Belisarius crossed the Straits of Messina to begin the invasion of Italy. Dissension among the Goths and the negligence of their king cleared his path through southern Italy as far as Naples, which was strongly fortified and held by a garrison equal in scale to his own force. Balked for a time, Belisarius eventually found a way of entry through a disused aqueduct, filtering a picked body of men through the narrow tunnel. He combined a rear attack with a frontal escalade at night, and thereby gained control of the city. The news of its fall caused such an outcry among the Goths as to produce an uprising against their king, and his replacement on the throne by a vigorous general named Vitiges. But Vitiges took the typical military view that it was necessary to finish the Frankish war before concentrating against the new invader. So, after leaving what he considered an adequate garrison in Rome, he marched north to deal with the Franks, but the people of Rome did not share his view. And since the Gothic garrison felt that it was not adequate to defend the city without their help, Belisarius was able to occupy the city without difficulty, the garrison withdrawing as he approached. Too late, Vitiges repented his decision, and after buying off the Franks with golden territory, gathered an army of 150,000 men to recapture Rome. To defend it, Belisarius had a bare 10,000. But in the 3 months' grace allowed him before the siege began, he had remodeled the city's defences and built up large stocks of food. His method of defence, moreover, was an active one, with frequent well-judged sorties. In these he exploited the advantage which his cavalry enjoyed through being armed with bows, so that they could harass the enemy's cavalry masses while themselves keeping out of reach, or tease the Gothic lancers into blind charges. Though the strain on the scanty defenders was severe, the strength of the besieger was shrinking much faster, especially through sickness. To accelerate the process, Belisarius boldly took the risk of sending 2 detachments from his slender force to seize by surprise the towns of Tivoli and Terracina, which dominated the roads by which the besiegers received their supplies. And when reinforcements reached him from home, he extended his mobile raids across to and up the Adriatic coast towards the Goths' main base at Ravenna. Finally, after a year's siege, the Goths abandoned the attempt, and withdrew northward, their departure being hastened by the news that a Byzantine raiding force had seized Rimini, a town on their communications disturbingly close to Ravenna. As the rear half of the Gothic army was crowding over the Mulvian bridge, it suffered heavily from a parting stroke which Belisarius launched against it. While Vitiges retreated northeast towards Ravenna, Belisarius dispatched part of his force with the fleet up the west coast to capture Pavia and Milan. He himself, with a mere 3,000 men, rode across to the east coast, where he was joined by a newly landed reinforcement of 7,000 under Narses, the unit court chamberlain. Thence he hastened to the relief of his endangered detachment at Rimini, which had allowed itself to be shut in by Vitiges. Masking the fortress of Osimo, where the Goths had left a force of 25,000, Belisarius slipped past it and advanced on Rimini in 2 columns, while another part of his force went by sea. This advance from 3 directions was intended to give the Goths an exaggerated impression of his strength. To strengthen the impression, a far-stretched chain of campfires were lighted by night. The stratagem succeeded, helped by the fear which Belisarius's name now inspired, and the much larger Gothic army bolted in panic on his approach. Belisarius now, while keeping watch over Vitiges in Ravenna, planned to clear his communications with Rome by reducing the various fortresses that he had slipped past in his rapid advance. With such small numbers as he possessed, this was not an easy problem, but his method was to isolate and concentrate upon particular fortresses, while using a far-flung curtain of mobile detachments to keep any potential relieving forces occupied in their own area. Even so, the task took a considerable time, and was the more protracted because some of his generals who had influence at court to cover their disobedience were inclined to seek easier and wealthier objectives. Meantime Vitiges was prompted to send embassies to the Franks and the Persians with the tempting suggestion that there was now a great opportunity to turn the tide of Byzantine expansion if they were to join in a concerted attack on the empire from both sides while its forces were so widely stretched out. The king of the Franks responded by crossing the Alps with a large army. The first to suffer were their expectant allies. For after the passage of Po near Pavia had been opened to them by the Goths, who were there faced by a Byzantine force, they attacked both sides impartially and put them to flight. They then proceeded to eat up the countryside. As their army was almost entirely composed of infantry, their foraging range was narrow, and before long they perished in thousands from the results of the famine they had created. Hamstrung by their own improvident folly, they dared not push on in face of a mobile opponent, and were with little difficulty induced by Belisarius to return home. Belisarius was then able to tighten his grip on Ravenna and bring about the surrender of Vitiges. At this point in 540, he was recalled by Justinian ostensibly to deal with the Persians' renewed threat, which in itself was real. It would seem, however, that jealousy was the deeper motive, since it had come to Justinian's ears that the Goths had made peace proposals to Belisarius on the basis of recognizing him as Emperor of the West. While Belisarius was on his way home, Chosroes, the new king of Persia, repeated the cross-desert march that had been frustrated the time before, and succeeded in capturing Antioch. Having despoiled this and other Syrian cities of their wealth, he accepted Justinian's offer of a large annual payment in return for a new peace treaty. Justinian saved his own purse by tearing up the treaty as soon as Chosroes had returned to Persia, and Belisarius to Constantinople. Thus only his subjects were the losers, a result which accorded with the normal experience of warfare. In the next campaign, King Chosroes invaded Colchis on the Black Sea coast and captured the Byzantine fortress of Petra. At the same time, Belisarius arrived on the eastern frontier. Hearing that Chosroes had gone off on a distant expedition, though it was not yet known where, Belisarius immediately seized the opportunity for a surprise inroad into Persian territory. To extend the effect, he dispatched his Arab allies on a raid down the Tigris into Assyria. This well-timed thrust proved to be an unconscious demonstration of the value of the indirect approach, for it threatened the base of the Persian army that had invaded Colchis, and thereby brought Chosroes hurrying back to avert the severance of his communication. Soon afterwards, Belisarius was recalled to Constantinople, this time because of domestic troubles. During his absence from the east, the Persian king launched an invasion of Palestine with the aim of capturing Jerusalem, now the wealthiest city in the east since the destruction of Antioch. When the news came, Justinian dispatched Belisarius to the rescue. This time, Chosroes had brought a very large army, estimated at 200,000 men, and in consequence could not take the desert route. He had to march up the Euphrates into Syria before turning south against Palestine. Thus sure of the route that Chosroes would have to follow, Belisarius concentrated his available troops, few but mobile, at Carchemish on the upper Euphrates, whence they could threaten the flank of the invaders' line of advance near its most vulnerable point, the bend southward. When their presence was reported to Chosroes, he sent an envoy to Belisarius for the nominal purpose of discussing a possible basis of peace and the real purpose of ascertaining the strength and state of Belisarius's force, which actually was less than a tenth, perhaps hardly a 20th, of the scale of the invading army. Guessing the object of this mission, Belisarius staged a military play. He picked out the best of his own men, including contingents of Goths, Vandals, and Moors, who had enlisted in his service after being taken prisoner, and moved out to a point on the Persian envoy's route of approach, so that the latter might imagine that he had been met at what was one of the outposts of a great army. and the soldiers were instructed to spread out over the plain and kept constantly in movement so as to magnify their apparent numbers. This impression was deepened by Belisarius's air of light-hearted confidence and the carefree behavior of the troops, as if they had nothing to fear from any possible attack. The envoy's report convinced Chosroes that it was too hazardous to continue his invasion with so formidable a force on the flank of his communications. Then, by further confusing maneuvers of his cavalry along the Euphrates, Belisarius bluffed the Persians into making a hurried retreat across the river and thence back home. Never was an invasion, potentially irresistible, more economically defeated. And this miraculous result was achieved by an indirect approach which, though profiting by a flanking position, was in itself purely psychological. Belisarius was once again recalled to Constantinople through Justinian's jealous suspicion of his ever-growing fame. Before long, the mismanagement of affairs in Italy so imperiled the Byzantines' hold upon it that Justinian was forced to send Belisarius back there to restore the situation. Parsimony combined with jealousy led the emperor, however, to allow his general the meagrest resources for the task, which had grown to vast dimensions by the time Belisarius arrived at Ravenna. For the Goths, under a new king, Totila, had gradually rebuilt their strength, regained all the northwest of Italy, and then overrun the south. Naples had fallen to them, and Rome was threatened. Belisarius made a daring but unsuccessful attempt to save Rome by sailing round the coast with a detachment and forcing a passage up the Tiber. Totila then dismantled the fortifications, left a force of about 15,000 to pin down Belisarius's 7,000 on the coast, and marched north with the aim of capturing Ravenna in Belisarius's absence. But Belisarius outmaneuvered his warders and slipped into Rome. It would serve as a bait that no Goth of spirit could refuse. In the 3 weeks before Totila returned with his army, Belisarius had repaired the fortifications so well, save for replacing the gates, that he was able to repulse 2 successive heavy attacks. In these the Goths lost so heavily that their confidence waned, and when they made a 3rd attempt later, Belisarius delivered a counterstroke that threw them back in confusion. Next day they abandoned the siege and withdrew to Tivoli, but despite repeated appeals, Justinian only sent reinforcements in driblets, and thus, instead of being able to attempt the reconquest of the country as a whole, Belisarius was reduced to spending several years in a tip-and-run campaign among the fortresses and from port to port. At last, seeing that it was hopeless to expect that Justinian would ever trust him with an adequately strong army, he obtained permission in 548 to give up the task and return to Constantinople. 4 years later, repenting of his decision to abandon Italy, Justinian decided to undertake a fresh expedition. Unwilling to put Belisarius in charge, lest he might be creating a rival sovereign, he eventually gave the command to Narses, who had long been a keen theoretical student of war, and who, in the crowning phase of Belisarius's first Italian campaign, had been given a chance to prove his practical skill. Narses made full use of the greater opportunity now offered him in the first place. He made it a condition of accepting the offer that he was provided with a really strong and well-equipped force. With this he marched north round the Adriatic shore. His march was assisted by the Goths' belief that his invasion would necessarily come across the sea, since they assumed that the rugged coastal route, with its numerous river mouths, was too difficult for him to attempt. But by arranging for a large number of boats to keep pace with his overland advance, and using them to form floating bridges, Narses made unexpectedly rapid progress, and reached Ravenna without opposition. Losing no time, he pressed on southward, circling past the various fortresses which barred the way, with the aim of forcing battle on Totila before his forces were fully assembled. Totila held the main pass across the Apennines, but Narses slipped over by a side path and came upon Totila at Taginae. Here Narses had a superiority of force over the Goths, in contrast to Belisarius's constant inferiority in former campaigns. Nevertheless, having drawn his full profit from the strategic offensive, Narses preferred the tactical defensive on meeting Totila. Counting on the instinctive offensiveness of the Goths to make them take the lead in attack, he prepared a trap for them on lines which foreshadowed the English tactics at Crécy against the French chivalry 800 years later. His design was based on an awareness of the Goths' justified contempt for the frailty of the Byzantine infantry in face of a cavalry charge. In the center of his line he placed a large body of dismounted cavalry to use their lances on foot, so that they might appear to the enemy like a mass of infantry spearmen. On each flank of this central body he placed his foot archers, pushed well forward in a crescent from which they could enfilade any assault on the center, with most of his mounted cavalry close in rear of them. Well out to the left, under a hill, he posted a picked force of cavalry to deliver a surprise stroke upon the Goths' rear as soon as they became deeply engaged. This cleverly baited trap fulfilled its purpose. The Gothic cavalry were launched against the supposedly unreliable infantry in the enemy's center. In their charge they suffered badly from the converging hail of arrows on their flanks, and were then checked in front by the firm stand of the dismounted lancers, while increasingly galled by the archers who now closed in on their flanks. As for the Gothic infantry, these hesitated to come up in support for fear of being themselves attacked in rear by the horse archers whom Narses had posted near the flanking hill. After continuing the vain effort for some time, the disheartened Gothic cavalry began to fall back, whereupon Narses delivered a decisive counterstroke with his own cavalry hitherto held in reserve. The defeat of the Goths was so complete that Narses met with little further serious resistance in carrying out the second reconquest of Italy. The final subjugation of the Goths was accomplished just in time to leave Narses free to deal with a new incursion of the Franks, made in response to the Goths' desperate appeal. This time the Franks pushed much deeper than before down into Campania. It would seem that Narses, profiting by the experience of their first invasion, wished to give them rope to hang themselves to avoid battle until their huge strength had dwindled under the rigors of the march and the toll of dysentery. They still numbered 80,000, however, when he offered battle to them at Casilinum 553. Here he devised a trap that was shrewdly fitted to their characteristic tactics. An army of foot, they attacked in a deep column, relying on weight and momentum. Their weapons were of a close-range type, the spear, the throwing axe, and the sword. At Casilinum Narses held his center with spearmen and bowmen on foot. The charge of the Franks drove these back. But then Narses wheeled in his cavalry wings against the Franks' flanks. This halted them, and they promptly faced outwards ready to meet a charge. But he made no attempt to close with them, knowing that their formation was too solid to be broken by shock. Instead, he checked his cavalry just out of range of the Franks' throwing axes, and ordered them to use their bows raining arrows on a mass that could not retaliate without disjointing its own close-ranked formation. When at last the Franks sought relief by breaking their ranks and edging away to the rear, he seized the opportunity to charge home. This well-timed stroke shattered them, and scarcely a man escaped. At first glance, the interest of the campaigns of Belisarius and Narses appears to be tactical rather than strategical, since so many of the movements led directly to battle, and there are fewer examples of calculated maneuvering against the enemy's communications than in the campaigns of other great captains. But closer examination modifies this impression. Belisarius had developed a new style tactical instrument with which he knew that he might count on beating much superior numbers, provided that he could induce his opponents to attack him under conditions that suited his tactics. For that purpose, his lack of numbers, when not too marked, was an asset, especially when coupled with an audaciously direct strategic offensive. His strategy was thus more psychological than logistical. He knew how to provoke the barbarian armies of the West into indulging their natural instinct for direct assault. With the more subtle and skillful Persians, he was able at first to take advantage of their feeling of superiority to the Byzantines, and later, when they learnt respect for him, he exploited their wariness as a means of outmaneuvering them psychologically. He was a master of the art of converting his weakness into strength, and the opponent's strength into a weakness. His tactics, too, had the essential characteristic of the indirect approach, that of getting the opponent off balance so that a joint becomes exposed and can be dislocated. When asked privately by friends during his first Italian campaign the grounds of his confidence in tackling such vastly superior forces, he replied that in the first engagement with the Goths he was on the lookout to discover their weaknesses, and had observed that they were unable to bring their numbers concertedly into play. The reason, apart from the embarrassment of excessive bulk, was that while his own cavalry were all good mounted horsemen, the Goths had no practice in this branch. Their horsemen were trained to use only lances and swords, while their foot archers were accustomed to move behind and under shelter of the cavalry. Thus, the horsemen were ineffective except in close combat, while having no means of defending themselves against a mounted opponent who kept just out of reach and rained arrows upon them. As for their foot archers, these would never risk being caught in the open by the enemy's cavalry. The effect was that the Gothic cavalry were always trying to get to close quarters and could be easily galled into an ill-timed charge, whereas the infantry tended to hang back when the shielding cavalry got far ahead, so that combination broke down, while a gap was created into which flank counterstrokes could be driven. The tactical system and the defensive-offensive strategy which Belisarius developed became the foundation of the Byzantine Empire's successful maintenance of its position, and the Roman tradition during the centuries that followed while Western Europe was passing through the Dark Ages. The subsequent elaboration of these methods and the army's reorganization can be followed in the two great Byzantine military textbooks, the Strategikon of the Emperor Maurice and the Tactica of Leo. This structure proved strong enough to withstand many-sided barbarian pressure and even the tidal wave of Mohammedan conquest which submerged the Persian Empire. Although outlying territories were lost, the main bastions of the Byzantine Empire were kept intact, and from the reign of Basil I in the 9th century the lost ground was progressively regained. Under Basil II, early in the 11th century, the empire reached the highest point of its power since Justinian 500 years before and stood more securely than it had in his time. 50 years later, its security was dissipated and its prospects forfeited within the space of a few hours. Prolonged immunity from danger had led to ever-increasing cuts in the military budget and caused the decay as well as the reduction of the army. Then the rising power of the Seljuk Turks under Alp Arslan from 1063 onwards brought a belated awakening to the need for rearmament, and in 1068 the general Romanist Diogenes was made emperor as a step towards coping with the danger. Instead of allowing himself time to train the army up to its former pitch of efficiency, he embarked prematurely on an offensive campaign. Encouraged by initial success on the Euphrates, he led his forces deep into Armenia, and near Manzikert met the main Seljuk army. Impressed by the size of the Byzantine army, Alp Arslan offered to open negotiations for a peace settlement, but Romanus insisted that prior to any discussions, the Turkish Sultan must evacuate his camp and withdraw, which would have meant a loss of face that he could hardly be expected to accept. Following Alp Arslan's refusal, Romanus launched an attack and, breaking with the Byzantine military tradition, allowed himself to be drawn on further and further in a vain effort to come to close quarters with an evasive and nimble foe whose clouds of horse archers continually harassed his advance. By dusk his troops were exhausted and their formation became disjointed when at last he ordered a retirement. The Turks now closed in round his flanks, and under this encircling pressure his army broke up. The defeat was so disastrously complete that the Turks were soon able to overrun the greater part of Asia Minor. Thus, through the folly of a single hot-headed general, whose offensive spirit was not balanced by judgment, the empire suffered a blow from which it never recovered, although it had sufficient power of endurance to survive, in a diminished form, for a further 400 years. Chapter of the Medieval Wars. This chapter serves merely as a link between the cycles of ancient and modern history. For although several of the medieval campaigns are tempting as illustrations, the sources for knowledge of them are more exiguous and less reliable than in earlier or later times. For scientific truth in the deduction of causes and effects, the safe course is to base our analysis of history on established facts and to pass over certain periods, even at the sacrifice of valuable confirmatory examples, where it is necessary to choose between conflicting textual or historical criticism of the evidence. It is true that controversy has raged round the tactical rather than the strategical details of medieval military history, but the dust thus raised is apt to envelop both in the view of the normal student of war, and to make him perhaps excessively dubious of deductions drawn from this period. But without including it in our specific analysis, certain of its episodes may be worth sketching, not least as a means to suggest their potential interest and profit. In the West during the Middle Ages, the spirit of feudal chivalry was inimical to military art, though the drab stupidity of its military course is lightened by a few bright gleams, no fewer perhaps in proportion than at any other period in history. The Normans provided some of the earliest gleams, and their descendants continued to illuminate the course of medieval warfare, The value they put on Norman blood led them to expend brains in substitution for it, with notable profit. The date which every schoolboy knows, if he knows no other, 1066, was marked by strategy and tactics as skillful as their result was decisive. Decisive not only for the immediate issue, but in its effect on the whole course of history. William of Normandy's invasion of England profited from a strategic distraction, and thereby gained at the outset the virtues of an indirect approach. This distraction was the landing of King Harold's rebel brother, Tostig, and his ally, Harold Hardrada, King of Norway on the Yorkshire coast. This had seemed less immediate a danger than William's invasion, but it matured earlier, and thus gave added effectiveness to William's plans, even though it was promptly defeated. 2 days after the annihilation of the Norse invaders at Stamford Bridge, William landed on the Sussex coast. Instead of advancing northward, he lured Harold into a precipitate dash southwards with only a fraction of his force by ravaging the lands of Kent and Sussex. The further south Harold came, and the sooner he gave battle, the further both in distance and time would he be separated from his reinforcements. If this was William's calculation, it was justified by events. He brought Harold to battle near Hastings within sight of the Channel coast, and decided the issue by a tactical indirect approach, ordering a feigned flight by part of his force, which led his opponents to dislocate their own dispositions. And in the final phase, the device of high-angle archery fire, which caused Harold's death, might be classified as an indirect fire. William's strategy after this victory is equally significant. Instead of marching direct on London, he first secured Dover and his own sea communications. On reaching the outskirts of London, he avoided any direct assault, but made a circle and a circular swathe of devastation round London to the west and then to the north. Threatened with starvation, the capital surrendered when William had reached Berkhamsted. The next century witnessed a further proof of Norman genius for war in one of the most astonishing campaigns in history. This was the conquest of the greater part of Ireland, as well as the repulse of a strong Norse invasion by Earl Strongbow and a few hundred knights from the Welsh marches, an achievement remarkable for the extreme slenderness of the means, the extreme difficulty of the forest and bog country, and for the adaptability with which the conquerors recast and reversed the conventional feudal methods of war. They showed their skill and calculation by the way they repeatedly lured their opponents to battle in open ground, where their mounted charges had full effect, by the way they exploited feigned retreats, diversions, rear attacks to break up the opposing formation, by the strategic surprises, night attacks, and use of archery to overcome opposition when they could not lure an enemy from the shelter of his defenses. The 13th century, however, was more plentiful still in examples of strategic skill. The first was in 1216, when King John saved his kingdom after almost losing it by a campaign in which pure strategy was unmixed with battles. His means were mobility, the strong resisting power then possessed by fortresses, and the psychological power inherent in the dislike of the townsmen for the barons and their foreign ally, Louis of France. When Louis, after landing in East Kent, occupied London and Winchester, John was too weak to oppose him in battle, and most of the country was dominated by the barons. But John still preserved the fortresses of Windsor, Reading, Wallingford, and Oxford, which commanded the line of the Thames and separated the baronial forces north and south of it, while the key stronghold of Dover remained untaken in Louis's rear. John had fallen back to Dorset, but when the situation became clearer, he marched north in July to Worcester, securing the line of the Severn, and thus establishing a barrage to prevent the tide of rebellion flowing further to the west and southwest. Thence he moved east along the already secured line of the Thames as if to relieve Windsor. To confirm the besiegers in this belief, he sent a detachment of Welsh archers to fire into their camp at night, while he himself swerved northeast, and thanks to this start won the race to Cambridge. He was now able to establish a further barrage across the routes to the north, while the main French forces were tied to the siege of Dover. His success in circumscribing and contracting the area of opposition and disaffection spelt the failure of the rebels and their ally. Even though King John's own reign was ended by his death in October, if he died of a surfeit of peaches and new ale, their hopes died of a surfeit of strategic strongholds. The next successful baronial insurrection was broken by the masterly strategy of Prince Edward, later Edward I, in 1265. The sequel to King Henry II's defeat at Lewes had been to establish the supremacy of the baronial party throughout most of England, except on the Welsh marches. Thither Simon de Montfort marched, crossing the Severn and pursuing his triumphant path as far as Newport. Prince Edward, who had escaped from the baronial army to join his adherents in the border counties, upset de Montfort's plans by seizing the Severn bridges behind him and then moving down on his rear. Edward not only threw him back across the Usk, but by a raid with 3 galleys on his ships at Newport, frustrated his new plan of transporting his army back to England. De Montfort was thus forced to undertake a roundabout and exhausting march north through the barren districts of Wales, while Edward fell back to Worcester to hold the Severn against his arrival. Then, when de Montfort's son marched to his relief with an army from eastern England, Edward utilized his central position to crush each of the de Montforts in turn while they were separated and blindfolded by march and countermarch on his part, which exploited mobility to achieve a couple of shattering surprises, first at Kenilworth and then at Evesham. Edward, as king, was to make an even greater contribution to military science in his Welsh wars, not only in developing the use of the bow and the combination of cavalry charges with archery fire, but still more in his strategic method of conquest. The problem was to subdue a hardy and savage mountain race who could evade battle by retiring to the hills, and then reoccupy the valleys when the invader broke off operations for the winter. If Edward's means were comparatively limited, he had an advantage in the fact that the area of the country was also limited. His solution was a combination of mobility and strategic points. By building castles at these points, by connecting them with roads, and by keeping his opponents constantly on the move so that they had no chance to recuperate physically and psychologically, or recover geographically, during the winter, he split up and wore down their power of resistance. Edward's strategic gifts did not survive him, however, and in the 100 Years' War there is nothing to learn save negatively from the strategy of his grandson or his great-grandson. Their purposeless parades through France were mostly ineffective, and the few which had greater results were the outcome of their greater folly. For in the campaigns of Crécy and Poitiers, Edward III and the Black Prince respectively got themselves into perilous situations. These had the extremely indirect and unintended merit that the very predicament of the English incited their direct-minded opponents to rush headlong into battle under conditions all to their disadvantage, and thus give the English the chance to rescue themselves from their predicament. For in a defensive battle, on ground chosen by the English, their use of the longbow in face of the futile tactics of the French chivalry gave them an assured tactical superiority. The severity of these defeats in battle proved, however, of ultimate advantage to the French, for in the next stage of the war they adhered steadfastly to the Fabian policy of the Constable du Guesclin. The strategy by which he carried out this policy was to avoid battle with the main English army, while constantly hampering the movement and contracting the territory of his opponents. Far removed from a passive evasion of battle, his strategy exploited mobility and surprise to a degree that few generals have matched, cutting off convoys, cutting up detachments, and capturing isolated garrisons. Always taking the line of least expectation, his surprise attacks on such garrisons, often by night, were helped both by his new and rapid storm methods, and by his psychologically calculated choice of objectives where the garrisons were discontented or the population ripe for treachery. So also he fanned every flame of local unrest as an immediate distraction to the enemy's attention and an ultimate subtraction from their territory. Within less than 5 years, du Guesclin had reduced the vast English possessions in France to a slender strip of territory between Bordeaux and Bayonne. He had done it without fighting a battle. Indeed, he never pressed the attack on even a small English force if it had gained time to take up defensive dispositions. Other generals have maintained in common with moneylenders the principle no advance without security. Du Guesclin's principle was no attack without surprise. The next serious English attempt at foreign conquest was at least inspired by method, and by a closer calculation of end and means after a rash beginning. Henry V's first and most famous campaign was his most foolish. In the Edwardian parade of 1415, which culminated at Agincourt, the French had only to block Henry's path to ensure his collapse from hunger. But their leaders had forgotten the lesson of Crécy and the teaching of du Guesclin. They thought that with a 4-to-1 superiority of force, it would be shameful to use this superiority for anything save a direct attack. As a result, they provided a more shameful repetition of Crissy and Portier's after this lucky escape. Henry the Foy employed what may be called a block system strategy, seeking permanent conquest by methodical extensions of territory in which the population was conciliated as a means to secure his tenure. The interest and value of Henry's later campaigns lie in their grand strategy rather than in their strategy. In the realm of strategy, our survey of the Middle Ages may well close with Edward IV, who in 1461 gained his throne, and in 1471 regained it after being in exile by his exceptional use of mobility. In the first campaign, the result was mainly due to swiftness of judgment and movement. Edward was engaged against the local Lancastrians in Wales when he got word that the main Lancastrian army was coming down from the north upon London. Turning back, he reached Gloucester on the 20th of February, where he learnt of the Lancastrian victory at St. Albans on the 17th of February over the Yorkist force under Warwick. St. Albans to London was 20 miles, Gloucester to London more than 100 miles, and the Lancastrians had 3 days in hand. But at Burford on the 22nd, Edward was joined by Warwick and heard that the Corporation of London was still arguing the terms of surrender with the city gates shut. Edward left Burford next day, entered London on the 26th, and was there proclaimed king, while the discomfited Lancastrians retired to the north. When he followed them up, he risked much by attacking an army of superior strength in its chosen position at Towton. But the advantage was regained for him by the accident of a snowstorm and its exploitation by his subordinate, Fauconberg, who galled the blinded defenders with arrows until they indulged in the fatal relief of a disordered charge. In 1471 there was more subtlety and no less mobility in Edward's strategy. He had lost his throne in the interval, but with a loan of 50,000 crowns from his brother-in-law, 1,200 followers, and some promissory notes of assistance from his former supporters in England, he attempted to retrieve his fortune. When he set sail from Flushing, the coasts of England were guarded against him, but following the line of least expectation, he landed in the Humber on the shrewd calculation that as this district was Lancastrian in sympathy, it would be unguarded. Moving swiftly, before the news of his landing could spread and his foes could gather, he reached York. Thence he marched down the London road and neatly swerved past the force blocking the way at Tadcaster. Keeping the lead from this force, which turned to pursue him, his threat to the next opposing force, which awaited him at Newark, induced it to retire eastwards. Thereupon Edward turned southwest to Leicester, where he gathered in more adherents. He then headed for Coventry, where Warwick, now his chief opponent, was assembling his forces. Having drawn both his pursuers thither, and having still further increased his force at the enemy's expense, he turned southeast and marched straight on London, which opened its gates to him. Now feeling strong enough to accept battle, he marched out to greet his long-baffled pursuers on their arrival at Barnet, and here a fog-confused battle ended in his favour. That same day the Lancastrian queen, Margaret of Anjou, landed at Weymouth with some French mercenaries. Gathering her adherents in the west, she marched to unite with the army which the Earl of Pembroke had raised in Wales. By swiftness again, Edward reached the edge of the Cotswolds, while her army was marching north along the Bristol-Gloucester road in the valley below. Then, in a long day's race, one army in the valley, the other on the heights above, he caught hers in the evening at Tewkesbury, having prevented it crossing the Severn at Gloucester by sending orders ahead to the constable to close the gates. Nearly 40 miles had been covered since daybreak. That night he camped too close to the Lancastrians for them to escape. Their position was strong defensively, but Edward used his bombards as well as archers to gall them into a charge, and thus gained a decisive advantage in the morning's battle. Edward's strategy was exceptional in its mobility, but typical of the age in its lack of subtlety. For medieval strategy had normally the simple and direct aim of seeking immediate battle. If the result was not indecisive, it was usually decisive against those who sought it, unless they could induce the defenders to become tactically the assailant. The best example of strategy in the Middle Ages comes not from the West, but from the East, for the 13th century, strategically distinguished in the West, was made outstanding by the paralyzing lesson in strategy taught by the Mongols to European chivalry. In scale and in quality, in surprise and in mobility, in the strategic and in the tactical indirect approach, their campaigns rival or surpass any in history. In Genghis Khan's conquest of China, we can trace his use of Tai Tong Fu to bait successive traps, as Bonaparte later utilized the fortress of Mantua. By far-flung movements, with a combination of 3 armies, he finally broke up the moral and military cohesion of the Qin Empire. When in 1220 he invaded the Kharizmian Empire, whose center of power lay in modem Turkestan, one force distracted the enemy's attention to the approach from Kashgar in the south. Then the main mass appeared in the north. Screened by its operations, he himself with his reserve army swung wider still, and after disappearing into the Kizilkum desert, debouched by surprise at Bokhara in the rear of the enemy's defensive lines and armies. In 1241, his general Sabbatai set out to teach Europe a lesson in a double sense. While one army, as a strategic flank guard, marched through Galicia, engaging the attention of the Polish, German, and Bohemian forces, besides inflicting successive defeats on them, the main army, in 3 widely separated columns, swept through Hungary to the Danube. In this advance, the 2 outer columns formed both a shield and a cloak to the later released move of the central column. Converging on the Danube near Gran, the Mongols were balked by the assembly of the Hungarian army on the far bank, but by a skillfully graduated retirement lured their opponents away from the shelter of the river and the reach of reinforcements. Then, by a swift night maneuver and surprise on the Sajo River, Sabbatai dislocated and annihilated the Hungarian army and became master of the central plains of Europe, until he voluntarily relinquished his conquest a year later, to the astonished relief of a Europe which had no power to eject him. 3. Chapter 5. The 17th century. Gustavus, Cromwell, turn we now come to the first great war of modern history. The 30 Years' War 1618-48, significantly, no campaign during its long course proved decisive. The nearest was the final duel between Gustavus and Wallenstein, which, through the former's death in the culminating Battle of Lutzen, was decisive in quenching the possibility of a great Protestant confederation under Swedish leadership. But for the French intervention and Wallenstein's murder, it might have been decisive in establishing a united Germany more than 3 centuries before that unity was achieved. Such results and possibilities were indirectly gained, for the only pitched battle of the campaign ended in defeat for those in whose favor it tilted the scales of the war. This defeat, partly due to the inferiority of Wallenstein's fighting machine to that of the Swedes, was also partly due to Wallenstein's failure to profit tactically by his strategical opportunity. For he had obtained prior to the battle a very real advantage, and it is worth noting that this had come through 3 successive but varied applications of the indirect approach which had changed the whole aspect of the war. In 1632, called back to command a non-existent army by the abject entreaties of the sovereign who had wronged him, Wallenstein had gathered within 3 months some 40,000 soldiers of fortune, drawn by the glamour of his name. Despite the urgent appeal for aid from Bavaria, then being overrun by Gustavus's all-conquering army, Wallenstein instead turned north against Gustavus's weaker ally, the Saxons, and after throwing them out of Bohemia, moved on towards Saxony itself. He even compelled the reluctant Elector of Bavaria to bring his army to join him, thus apparently leaving Bavaria more defenseless than ever. But the reality was otherwise, and Wallenstein's calculation justified for the threat of losing Saxony. His junior partner compelled Gustavus to quit Bavaria and hurry to the rescue. Before he could come up, Wallenstein and the Elector had united. Faced with their combined forces, Gustavus fell back on Nuremberg. Thither Wallenstein followed, but finding the Swedes strongly posted, remarked that battles enough had been fought already, and it was time to try another method. Instead of pitting his new levies against the long invincible Swedes, he dug himself into a position from which, while his army rested securely, gaining confidence daily, he could command Gustavus's lines of supply with his light horse. He maintained this method and object unswervingly, deaf to all challenges to battle, until the Swedish king, shadowed by the gaunt spectre of famine, attempted a vain assault on his position. The repulse was, militarily, only an unfortunate incident. Politically, its echoes resounded throughout Europe. Although it had not dislocated, it had disturbed the moral ascendancy which Gustavus's many victories had gained him, and thereby loosened his hold over the German states. Wallenstein combined a realistic grasp of the limitations of his means with the far-seeing calculation of the higher strategic end. From Nuremberg, Gustavus marched south against Bavaria once more. Instead of following, Wallenstein turned north against Saxony, a master move. It brought Gustavus to heel as promptly as before, but by superb marching he came up before Wallenstein could intimidate the Saxons into a separate peace. In the desperate Battle of Lutzen which followed, the Swedish army redeemed its strategic setback by a tactical success, but at the price of its leader's death. This entailed the forfeiture of his project of a great Protestant combination under Swedish direction. For 16 years longer, the war dragged out its weary and wasteful length, leaving Germany a desert and yielding to France the predominant place in the polity of Europe. The outstanding contrast between the civil wars 1642-52 in Britain and the wars of the same century on the continent is that of the decision-seeking spirit which marked the former. It is aptly expressed in Defoe's Memories of a Cavalier. We never encamped or entrenched, or lay fenced with rivers or defiles. 'Twas the general maxim of the war, where is the enemy? Let us go and fight him. Despite this offensive spirit, the First Civil War continued 4 years without any battle proving clearly decisive, except tactically, and when it ultimately flickered out in 1646, left the royalist embers still so numerous and so glowing that, with the aid of discord among the victors, the flames burst out afresh 2 years later in a greater blaze than before. In examining the reasons for this indecisiveness, where the spirit of decisiveness was so manifest, we may note that the military campaigns took the form of repeated direct advances by one side or the other, interspersed with what in modern language would be called mopping up operations, which had only a local and transient effect at the price of a drain of strength. At the outset, the royal forces were based on the West and Midlands, the parliamentary forces on London. The first royalist advance on London came to an ignominious end at Turnham Green, often styled the Valmy of the Civil War, a bloodless ending which was the moral sequel to the bloody inconclusiveness of the Battle of Edgehill, fought by the main armies earlier in the advance. Thenceforward, Oxford and its surrounding towns became the fortified pivot of the Royalists. On the edge of this zone, the two main armies long confronted each other ineffectively, while a seesaw struggle between local forces and detachments went on in the west and north. At last, in September 1643, the urgent need of the besieged city of Gloucester compelled the main parliamentary army under Lord Essex to advance to its relief by a restricted detour past the flank of the Oxford zone. This enabled the Royalists to bar his homeward path, but again a direct clash at Newbury yielded an indecisive result. Natural war weariness might now have brought the struggle to a negotiated end, but for Charles's political blunder in making a truce with the Irish rebels. This, by its appearance of bringing Catholic Irish to subdue Protestant England, brought instead the greater counterweight of Presbyterian Scotland into the scales against the royal cause. Encouraged by the fact that a Scottish army was advancing to engage the northern royalists, the parliamentarians now again concentrated their strength for a direct advance on the Oxford zone, an advance which brought no greater result than the occupation of a few outlying fortresses. The king, indeed, was even able to detach Rupert for a swift concentration with the northern royalists against the Scots. Unhappily for him, tactical defeat at Marston Moor more than undid the effect of this strategic opportunity. The victors profited little. Once more the ineffectiveness of the direct and main move on Oxford produced loss of heart and desertion, and save for the inflexible purpose of men like Cromwell, might have led to a peace of war weariness. Fortunately for the Parliament, the royal cause was crumbling even worse, internally more than from external blows. Thus it was a morally and numerically inferior foe, only preserved so long by faulty parliamentary strategy that Fairfax and Cromwell with a new model army overthrew at Naseby in 1645, yet even this tactically decisive victory did not prevent the war continuing for another year. It is a different picture when we come to the Second Civil War, with Cromwell as the ruling mind, and the 28-year-old John Lambert as his brilliant assistant. When it became known late in April 1648 that the Scots were raising an army to invade England in support of the Royalists, Fairfax prepared to march north to meet them, while Cromwell was sent west to deal with the Royalist risings in South Wales. Then, however, Further outbreaks in Kent and East Anglia tied Fairfax to those parts while the invasion of the north was developing. Lambert was left with only a small force to delay the invaders, which he did most effectively by the indirect course of constantly threatening their flank as they marched down the west coast route, while checking any attempt of theirs to cross the Pennines and rally their friends in Yorkshire. At last, on the fall of Pembroke, the 11th July 1648, Cromwell was able to move north. Instead of advancing direct to meet the Scots, he marched in a sweeping curve by Nottingham and Doncaster, collecting supplies on the way, and then northwestward to join Lambert at Otley on the flank of the Scottish army, which was strung out between Wigan and Preston, with a corps of 3,500 under Langdale covering the left flank. Cromwell had only 8,600 men, including Lambert's horse and the Yorkshire militia, against some 20,000 of the enemy. But his descent on the tail of the Scottish column at Preston dislocated its balance, and caused it to turn and meet him in successive fractions. On Preston Moor, Langdale's corps was overthrown. Then pressing the pursuit fiercely, Cromwell rolled up the Scottish column, driving it through Wigan to Uttoxeter, where checked in front by the Midland militia, and pressed in rear by Cromwell's cavalry, it surrendered on the 25th August. This victory was decisive. Not only did it crush the foes of the Parliament, but it enabled the army to purge the Parliament and to bring the king to trial and execution. The subsequent invasion of Scotland is really a separate war, waged by the newly established regime to forestall the plan of the king's son, the future Charles II, to regain the lost throne by Scottish aid. Thus it hardly comes in the category of campaigns which have decisively affected the course of history. At the same time, it furnishes remarkable evidence of how strongly Cromwell was imbued with the strategy of indirect approach. When he found the Scottish army under Leslie in position across his path to Edinburgh, a mere contact making engagement satisfied him of the strength of Leslie's situation. Although within sight of his goal, and short of supplies, he had such self-restraint as to abstain from a frontal assault on disadvantageous ground. Despite his innate eagerness for battle, he would not venture it unless he could draw the enemy into the open and get a chance to strike at an exposed flank. Hence he fell back on Musselburgh and then to Dunbar to reprovision his forces. Within a week he advanced afresh, and at Musselburgh issued 3 days' rations as a preliminary to a wide manoeuvre through the hills of Edinburgh and the enemy's rear. And when Leslie succeeded in moving across to bar his path directly at Corstorphine Hill, 21st August 1650, Cromwell, though now far from his base, sought yet another approach by a manoeuvre to his left, only to be blocked afresh by Leslie at Gogar. Most men would have gambled on a direct battle, but not Cromwell. Cutting his loss in sick due to exposure and fatigue, he fell back on Musselburgh and thence to Dunbar, drawing Leslie after him. He would not, however, embark his army, as some of his officers urged, but waited at Dunbar in the hope that the enemy would make a false move that might become his opportunity. Leslie, however, was a shrewd opponent, and his next move deepened Cromwell's danger. Leaving the main road, Leslie made a circuit round Dunbar during the night of the 1st September and occupied Doon Hill overlooking the road to Berwick. He also sent a detachment to seize the pass at Cockburnspath 7 miles further south. Thus next morning Cromwell found himself cut off from England. His plight was all the worse because his supplies were already short and his sick list lengthening. It had been Leslie's plan to wait on the heights in anticipation that the English would try to force their way along the road to Berwick, and then to descend upon them. But the ministers of the Kirk were eager to see the jaws of the Lord's trap close upon the Moabites, and their clamour was reinforced by signs that the invader might be contemplating escape by sea. Moreover, the weather on the 2nd was so tempestuous as almost to drive the Scottish troops off the bare crest of Doon Hill. About 4 p.m. they were seen to be descending the slopes and taking up a position on the lower ground near the Berwick road, where they had more shelter from the rain, while their front was covered by the Brock burn, which ran through a ravine until it neared the sea. Cromwell and Lambert were together watching the movement, and into their minds simultaneously came the thought that it did give us an opportunity and advantage to attempt upon the enemy, for the Scots' left wing was wedged between the hill and the steep-sided burn, and would have difficulty in helping the right wing if an attack was concentrated there. At a council of war that evening, Lambert put the case for an immediate stroke against the Scots' right wing to roll up their line, while at the same time concentrating the artillery against their cramped left wing. His arguments carried the council, and in recognition of his initiative, Cromwell entrusted him with the conduct of the opening moves. During the night, a Dreikenicht full of wind and white, the troops were moved into position along the north side of the burn. After marshalling the guns opposite the Scots' left wing, Lambert rode back to the other flank at daybreak to lead the cavalry's attack near the sea, helped by surprise. Both they and the infantry in the centre were able to cross the burn without difficulty, and although their further advance was temporarily checked, the intervention of the English reserves turned the scales on the seaward flank, and enabled Cromwell to roll up the Scottish line from right to left into a corner between hill and burn, from which the Scottish troops could only extricate themselves by breaking into flight. Thus, by a tactical, indirect approach, following instantly upon the overconfident opponent's slip, Cromwell shattered a force twice his own strength, sealing with triumph a campaign in which he had refused all temptation, even to the apparent hazard of his fortunes, to abandon his strategy of indirect approach. The victory of Dunbar gave Cromwell the control of southern Scotland. It wiped the army of the Kirk and the Covenanters as a political factor off the balance sheet of the war. Only the pure royalist element of the Highlands was left to oppose Cromwell. The process of settlement was delayed, however, by his grave illness. Meantime, Leslie had breathing space to organise and train the new royalist army beyond the Forth. When, late in June 1651, Cromwell was fit enough to resume operations, he was faced with a difficult problem. His solution for subtlety and masterly calculation compares favourably with any strategic combination in the history of war. Although now, for the first time, the superiority in numbers was on his side, he was faced by a canny adversary established in a region of marsh and moorland, which afforded every natural advantage to the weaker side in barring the approach to Stirling. Unless Cromwell could overthrow the resistance within a brief time, he would be doomed to spend another trying winter in Scotland, with inevitable suffering to his troops and the likelihood of increasing difficulties at home. To dislodge the enemy would not suffice, for a partial success would only disperse the enemy into the Highlands, where they would remain a thorn in his side. Cromwell's solution of the problem was masterly. First, he menaced Leslie in front, storming Callender House near Falkirk. Then he passed in stages his whole army across the Firth of Forth and marched on Perth, thereby not only turning Leslie's defensive barrier across the direct approach to Stirling, but gaining possession of the key to Leslie's supply area. By this manoeuvre he had, however, uncovered the route to England. Here lay the supreme artistry of Cromwell's plan. He was on the rear of an enemy now threatened with hunger and desertion, and he left a bolt hole open. As one of his opponents said, we must either starve, disband, or go with a handful of men into England. This last seems to be the least ill, yet it seems very desperate. They naturally chose it, and at the end of July started on the march south into England. Cromwell, foreseeing this, had prepared their reception with the aid of the authorities at Westminster. The militia was called out promptly, all suspected royalists were kept under surveillance, hidden stores of arms were seized. Once more the Scots moved down the west coast route. Cromwell dispatched Lambert's cavalry to follow them, while Harrison moved obliquely across from Newcastle to Warrington, and Fleetwood moved north with the Midland militia. Lambert slipped round the flank of the enemy and joined Harrison on the 13th August. The two then opposed an elastic, delaying resistance to the oncoming invader. Cromwell, meantime, was marching 20 miles a day in August heat, down the east coast route and then southwestwards. Thus four forces were converging on the trapped invader. Charles's turn away from the route for London towards the Severn Valley only delayed for a few days and failed to disturb the closing of the jaws. On the 3rd September, the anniversary of Dunbar, the battlefield of Worcester provided Cromwell with his crowning mercy. The interminable series of wars between the close of the 30 Years' War and the opening of the War of the Spanish Succession, in which the armies of Louis XIV faced collectively, or in turn most of the other armies of Europe, were notably indecisive. Objects were often limited, and objectives followed suit. Two deeper causes of this indecisiveness were, first, that the development of fortification had outpaced the improvement of weapons, and given the defensive a preponderance such as was restored to it in the early 20th century by the development of the machine gun. Second, that armies were not yet organized in permanently self-contained fractions, but usually moved and fought as a single piece, a condition which limited their power of distraction, of deceiving the opponent and cramping his freedom of movement. In the whole course of the successive wars known as the Fronde Devolution, Dutch and Grand Alliance, only one campaign stands out as decisive even in its particular sphere. This is Turenne's winter campaign of 1674-5, crowned by the victory of Turckheim. It was a critical time for France. Louis XIV's allies had left him one by one, while the Spaniards, Dutch, Danes, Austrians, and most of the German princes had joined the hostile coalition. Turenne had been forced to retire over the Rhine after laying waste the Palatinate. The Elector of Brandenburg was converging to unite with the imperial army under Bournonville. Turenne imposed a check at Ensheim in October 1674 on Bournonville before the Elector came up. But he was forced to withdraw to Detweiler, while the Germans spread into Alsace and took up winter quarters in the towns between Strasbourg and Belfort. The stage was set for Turenne's masterpiece. The initial surprise lay in his decision to undertake a midwinter campaign. To deceive the enemy, he placed the fortresses of Middle Alsace in a state of defense. Then he withdrew the whole field army quietly into Lorraine. Next he marched swiftly southward, behind the screening heights of the Vosges, gathering on his way such reinforcements as were available. In the last stages of the move, he even split his forces into numerous small bodies in order to mislead the enemy's spies. After a severe march through hilly country and through snowstorms, he reunited his army near Belfort, and without any pause invaded Alsace from the south, having left it from the north. Bournonville, with such forces as he had at hand, tried to stop Turenne at Mühlhausen 29th December, but was swept away. Thence the French torrent swept up the trough between the Vosges and the Rhine, driving the scattered imperialists north towards Strasbourg, cutting off each body which tried to resist. At Colmar, halfway to Strasbourg, the Elector of Brandenburg, now in command of the Germans, had established a dam that was buttressed by a force equal to Turenne's, but the momentum, both physical and moral, was with Turenne and was skillfully maintained by a tactical indirect approach on the battlefield of Turckheim. Here Turenne sought less to destroy the opposing army than to liquidate the hardening resistance, leaving natural consequences to complete the enemy's dissolution. He succeeded so well that a few days later he was able to report that not a soldier of the enemy was left in Alsace. The French then recuperated in winter quarters at Strasbourg, drawing supplies freely from the German bank of the Rhine, and even as far as the Neckar. The Elector had retired, with what remained of his forces, to Brandenburg, and Turenne's old rival, Montecuculi, was called back in the spring to command the imperial armies. He too was manoeuvred into a position where Turenne had him at a disadvantage on the Salzach, but at the outset of the action Turenne was killed by a cannon shot, and with his fall the balance of the war changed again. Why is the decisiveness of this winter campaign of Turenne's in such startling contrast with the rest of the campaigns of the 17th century in Europe? It was an age when generals, however limited their horizon, were at least supremely skillful in manoeuvre. But in this art they were so well matched that even flank moves, which in other ages might have succeeded, were adroitly parried. A real dislocation of the opponent's system was only this once achieved. Turenne is famous as the one great captain who improved continuously with age, and there is thus a special significance in the way in which, after commanding in more campaigns than any other general in all history, he reached in his last campaign a solution of the problem of achieving a decision in 17th century warfare. For he did it without departing from the golden rule of those times that highly trained soldiers were too costly to be squandered. It would seem that his experience had taught him that under such conditions a decisive result could only be gained by a strategic plan in which the approach was radically more indirect than any yet conceived. At a time when all maneuvers were based on fortress pivots, which formed the protected supply depots for the maintenance of the field armies, he cut loose from such a base of operations and sought in the combination of surprise and mobility not only a decision but his security. It was a just calculation and not a gamble, for the dislocation, mental, moral, and logistical, created among the enemy afforded him throughout an ample margin of security. Chapter 7. The 18th century Marlborough and Frederick, the War of the Spanish Succession, 1701-13, is remarkable for its curiously dual nature. In policy, it was both an extreme case of war with a limited aim and a decisive struggle to enforce or break the predominant power of France under Louis XIV. In strategy, it mainly comprised a futile series of direct approaches or scarcely more purposeful indirect moves, yet was punctuated by a number of brilliant indirect approaches mainly associated with the illustrious name of Marlborough. The significant interest of these lies in the way that they mark the several turning points of the war. The coalition against France comprised Austria, Great Britain, several of the German states, Holland, Denmark, and Portugal. Louis XIV's main support came from Spain, Bavaria, and at the outset, Savoy. It was in northern Italy that the war opened. While the other armies were preparing, the Austrians under Prince Eugene assembled in Tyrol and made ostentatious preparations for a direct advance. Thereupon the opposing army under Catinat placed itself to block their path at the Rivoli defile. But Eugene, having secretly reconnoitred a difficult passage through the mountains long unused by troops, came down to the plains by a wide circuit to the east. Pressing his advantage by subsequent maneuvers which repeatedly deluded his opponents as to his intentions, he finally drew them into a disastrous attack upon him at Chiari and established his position firmly in northern Italy. The result of this indirect approach and baited gambit not only gave the Allies a valuable moral tonic at the outset of their struggle with the reputedly invincible armies of the Grand Monarch, but dealt a crippling blow to the French and Spanish power in Italy. One important sequel was that the Duke of Savoy, an instinctive adherent of the stronger party, changed sides. In 1702 the main struggle began. The largest French army was assembled in Flanders, where the French had fortified the 60-mile long lines of Brabant from Antwerp to Huy on the Meuse to secure the rear of their proposed advance at the threat of invasion. The instinct of the Dutch was to sit tight within their fortresses. Marlborough had a different conception of war, that he did not exchange this passive defensive for a direct offensive against the French army under Boufflers, then marching towards the Rhine. Instead, uncovering the precious fortresses, he moved swiftly towards the lines of Brabant and the French line of retreat. Boufflers, at once feeling the pull of this moral lasso, hurried back, physically tired and morally dislocated. The French army might have been an easy victim for Marlborough, who was waiting ready to embrace it, but the Dutch deputies, content to see the invasion called off, opposed the consummation by battle. Twice more that year Boufflers was drawn into a trap by Marlborough, and each time the hesitations of the Dutch helped to extricate him. The next year Marlborough planned a subtle maneuver to gain possession of Antwerp and thereby penetrate the fortified breakwater. By a direct advance westward from Maastricht, he hoped to rivet the French main army under Villeroy to the southern end of the lines. Next, a Dutch force under Cohorn was to attack Ostend, assisted by the fleet, while another Dutch force under Spa moved on Antwerp from the northwest, these moves from the seaboard being intended to make the French commander at Antwerp look over his shoulder and draw away part of the forces holding the northern end of the lines. 4 days later, a third Dutch force under Opdam would strike at them from the northeast, while Marlborough would give Villeroy the slip and race northward to join in the converging stroke at Antwerp. The first phase opened promisingly. Marlborough's threat drew Villeroy's army down towards the Meuse. Then, however, Cohorn dropped the Ostend move in favour of a narrower move near Antwerp in conjunction with Spa, which did not have the same distracting effect, and Opdam, to his danger, moved prematurely. Moreover, when Marlborough started on his switch march to the north, he did not succeed in giving Villeroy the slip. In fact, Villeroy beat him in the race by sending Boufflers ahead with 30 of his cavalry squadrons and 3,000 grenadiers holding on to their stirrup leathers. This mobile force covered nearly 40 miles in 24 hours, and on the 1st July, together with the Antwerp garrison, fell upon Opdam, whose force was badly mauled before it made good its escape. What Marlborough had proudly christened the Great Design was completely wrecked. Following this disappointment, Marlborough proposed a direct assault upon the lines just south of Antwerp. The Dutch commanders rejected his proposal with good reason, since it would have meant a frontal attack upon a fortified position held by nearly equal forces. Along with his brilliance in maneuver, Marlborough showed at times, especially times of disappointment, a touch of the reckless gambler. British writers of history, dazzled by his exploits as well as his personal charm, are apt to be unjust to the Dutch, who had more at stake than Marlborough. Danger was too close to their country for them to regard war as a fascinating game or a great adventure. They were acutely aware, like Admiral Jellicoe 2 centuries later, that they could lose the war in an afternoon if they courted a battle in circumstances that carried a serious risk of decisive defeat. In face of the unanimous judgment of the Dutch generals, Marlborough gave up the idea of assaulting the Antwerp sector and turned back to the Meuse, where he covered the siege of Huy. While there he again urged, late in August, an attack on the lines with somewhat better justification since the southern sector was more favourable, but his arguments failed to convince the Dutch. Marlborough's intense disgust with the Dutch made him the more susceptible to the arguments that Radoslaw, the imperial envoy, now skilfully urged in favour of switching his forces to the Danube. The conjunction of these two influences produced in 1704, with the aid of Marlborough's broad strategic outlook, one of the most striking examples in history of the indirect approach of the main hostile armies. One under Villeroy was in Flanders, one under Tallard lay on the upper Rhine between Mannheim and Strasbourg, with smaller linking forces, and a combined army of Bavarians and French under the Elector of Bavaria and Marcin was near Ulm and the Danube. This last was pushing menacingly forward from Bavaria towards Vienna. Marlborough planned to switch the English part of his army from the Meuse to the Danube, and then to strike decisively at the Bavarians, the junior partner of the enemy firm. This long range move to a point so far from his base, and from the direct interests which he was shielding in the north, was audacious by any standard, but much more so by that of the cautious strategy of his time. Its security lay in the dislocating effect of its surprise. This was contained in the variable direction of his march, which at each stage threatened alternative objectives, and left the enemy in doubt as to his actual aim. When he moved south up the Rhine, it first appeared that he might be taking the Moselle route into France. Then, when he pressed on beyond Koblenz, it looked as if he might be aiming at the French forces in Alsace, and by making visible preparations to bridge the Rhine at Philipsburg, he reinforced this natural delusion. But on reaching the neighbourhood of Mannheim, whence his obvious direction was southwest, he turned southeast instead, vanished into the wooded hills bordering the valley of the Neckar, and thence marched across the base of the Rhine-Danube triangle towards Ulm. The mask of strategic ambiguity which had covered his march helped to compensate its rather slow pace, averaging about 10 miles a day for some 6 weeks. After meeting Eugene and the Margrave of Baden at Gross Heppach, Marlborough moved on with the forces of the latter, while the former went back to detain, or at least to delay, the French armies on the Rhine, whither Villeroy had belatedly followed Marlborough from Flanders. 4. But although Marlborough had placed himself on the rear of the Franco-Bavarian army in relation to France, he was still on their front in relation to Bavaria. This geographical juxtaposition combined with other conditions to hinder the exploitation of his strategic advantage of these conditions. One was general to the age, the rigidity of the tactical organization of armies, which made difficult the completion of a strategic maneuver. A general could draw the enemy to water, but could not make him drink, could not make him accept battle against his inclination. A more particular handicap was that Marlborough had to share the command with the cautious Margrave of Baden. The combined armies of the Elector of Bavaria and Marshal Marcin occupied a fortified position on the Danube at Dillingen, east of Ulm and midway between there and Donauwörth. As Marshal Tallard's army might move eastward from the Rhine, Ulm was a precarious place at which to seek an entry into Bavaria. Marlborough decided that he must gain a crossing at Donauwörth, the natural terminus of his new line of communications, which had been changed, for greater security, to the easterly route through Nuremberg. With Donauwörth in his possession, he would have safe passage into Bavaria and could maneuver securely on either bank of the Danube. Unfortunately, the flank move across the face of the enemy's position at Dillingen was rather too obvious in purpose and slow in pace, so that the Elector was able to dispatch a strong detachment to defend Donauwörth. Although Marlborough made greater haste in the last stage of the march, the enemy were able to extend the entrenchments of the Schellenberg, the hill covering Donauwörth, by the time Marlborough arrived on the 2nd July. Rather than allow the enemy time to complete the defences, he delivered his attack the same evening. The first assault was bloodily repulsed, with the loss of more than half the troops engaged, and it was only when the bulk of the Allied armies arrived, giving them a superiority of more than 4-1, that weight of numbers began to turn the scales. Even then, the issue was decided through a flanking movement which found and penetrated a weakly held sector of the entrenchments. Marlborough admitted in a letter that the capture of Donauworth, a coûté un peu cher criticism of his tactics here, was all the more general since the decisive manoeuvre had been conducted by the Margrave. The enemy's main forces now withdrew to Augsburg. Thereupon Marlborough, pressing south into Bavaria, devastated the countryside, burning hundreds of villages and all the crops as a lever to force the Elector of Bavaria to terms or to accept battle at a disadvantage. The purport of this brutal expedient, of which he was privately ashamed, was nullified by another condition of the time, that, war being the affair of rulers rather than of their peoples, the Elector was slow to be affected by inconveniences at second hand. Thus Tallard had time to come up from the Rhine, and he arrived at Augsburg on the 5th August. Fortunately, Tallard's appearance on the scene was offset by that of Eugene, who took the bold course of slipping away from before Villeroy in order to join Marlborough. Just previously it had been arranged that under cover of the forces of Marlborough and Eugene, the Margrave should move further down the Danube to besiege the enemy-held fortress of Ingolstadt. Then, on the 9th, news came that the combining enemy armies were moving north towards the Danube. It looked as if their aim was to strike at Marlborough's communications. Nevertheless, Marlborough and Eugene allowed the Margrave to continue his divergent march towards Ingolstadt, thereby reducing their combined forces to 56,000 men in face of the enemy's total of some 60,000, which might be increased. Their willingness to dispense with the Margrave was understandable in view of their distaste for his caution, but their readiness to release his forces was remarkable because of their decision to seek battle at the first opportunity. It showed great confidence in their own qualitative superiority over the enemy, almost overconfidence in view of the closeness of the battle which followed. Fortunately for them, there was quite as much confidence on the other side. The Elector of Bavaria was eager to take the offensive, although most of his own troops had not yet arrived, when Tallard argued that it would be wiser to wait for them, and meantime entrench. The Elector scoffed at such caution. Tallard sarcastically retorted, "If I were not so convinced of your Highness's integrity, I should imagine that you wished to gamble with the King of France's forces without having any of your own, to see at no risk what would happen." It was then agreed, as a compromise, that the French forces should make a preliminary bound to a position near Blenheim, behind the little river Nebel, on the way to Donauworth. Here, the next morning, the 13th August, they were caught by the sudden advance of the Allies along the north bank of the Danube. Marlborough struck direct at the French right, near the Danube, while Eugene swung inland against the French left. The narrow space between the river and the hills allowed little room for manoeuvre. The Allies' only advantage, apart from their spirit and training, lay in the unexpectedness of their action in seeking battle under such circumstances. This partial measure of surprise hindered the two French armies from making properly coordinated dispositions, so that they fought in order of encampment rather than in order of battle. This was in itself an unbalancing effect. It resulted in a scarcity of infantry in the wide central sector, but the disadvantage did not become apparent until late in the day, and might never have become important but for other slips. The first stage of the battle went adversely for the Allies. The attack of Marlborough's left wing on Blenheim failed with heavy loss, and the attack of his right wing on Oberglau also failed. Eugene's attack further to the right was twice repulsed, and when Marlborough's troops in the centre were in process of crossing the Nebel, their head was smitten by a French cavalry charge that was barely repelled. Owing to a misunderstanding that was lucky for them, this counterstroke was carried out by fewer squadrons than Tallard intended, but it was followed by another counterstroke on their exposed flank from Marcin's cavalry, which was interrupted in the nick of time by a counterstroke from part of Eugene's cavalry, unhesitatingly released by him in response to Marlborough's appeal. While disaster had been averted, nothing more than a precarious equilibrium had been achieved, and unless Marlborough could push on, he would be in a bad hole with the marshy Nebel at his back. But Tallard was now to pay dearly for his miscalculation in allowing Marlborough to cross the river unopposed, or rather for the ineffective execution of his design. For once, Tallard's cavalry counterstrokes had failed in their purpose of overwhelming the van of Marlborough's centre. The remainder of it was able to form up across the river during the ensuing lull, and although Tallard had 50 battalions of infantry altogether to Marlborough's 48, he had only 9 in the central sector to oppose 23, owing to the fault in the initial dispositions, which he had not readjusted while there was time. When these few squares of infantry were eventually overwhelmed by weight of numbers and close-quarter artillery fire, Marlborough was able to push through an open gap, thereby cutting off the congested mass of the French infantry near the Danube at Blenheim and also laying bare Marcin's flank. The latter was able to disengage himself from Eugene and withdraw without being seriously pressed, but a large part of Tallard's army was penned against the Danube and forced to surrender. Blenheim was a victory gained at heavy cost and at still heavier risk. In dispassionate analysis, it becomes clear that the scales were turned more by the stoutness of the rank and file, together with the miscalculations of the French command, than by Marlborough's skill. But the ultimate fact of victory sufficed to make the world overlook what a gamble the battle had been, and the shattered invincibility of French arms changed the whole outlook of Europe. The Allied armies, following up the French retreat, advanced to the Rhine and crossed it at Philipsburg. But the cost of victory at Blenheim now became apparent in the general disinclination to further exertions save on Marlborough's own part, and the campaign petered out. For 1705, Marlborough devised a plan for the invasion of France by which he would avoid the entangling network of the Flanders fortresses. While Eugene engaged the French forces in northern Italy, and the Dutch stood on the defensive in Flanders, the main Allied army under Marlborough would advance up the Moselle on Thionville, and the Margrave's army would make a converging advance across the Saar. But the design was marred by a series of hitches. Supplies were not delivered as promised, transport was lacking, Allied reinforcements fell much below expectation, and the Margrave showed a reluctance to cooperate which has been ascribed to jealousy, but had a better justification in an inflamed wound from which he subsequently died. Nevertheless, Marlborough persisted in his plan when every condition of success had faded, and it had become a direct approach in the narrowest sense. He pushed up the Moselle, apparently in the hope that his very weakness would tempt the French to battle. But Marshal Villars preferred to see Marlborough become weaker still through shortage of food, and Villeroy took the offensive in Flanders with such effect as to make the Dutch urgently call for aid. This dual pressure led Marlborough to break off the venture, though in the bitterness of his disappointment he made the Margrave his scapegoat. He even sent to Villars a letter of apology for his retreat, in which he placed the entire responsibility on the Margrave's shoulders. Marlborough's swift march back to Flanders promptly relieved this situation there. On his approach, Villeroy gave up the siege of Liège and retired within the lines of Brabant. Marlborough then devoted his mind to the elaboration of a scheme for piercing this barrier. By a feint at a weakly fortified sector near the Meuse, he drew the French southward, and then, doubling back, broke through a strongly fortified but weakly held sector near Tirlemont. He failed, however, to exploit the opportunity by a prompt advance on Louvain, and over the Dial. That failure, it would seem, was due partly to the fact that he had deceived his allies even more thoroughly than the enemy, but still more to a momentary exhaustion of his own energy. Nonetheless, the famous lines were no longer a barrier. A few weeks later, he formed a fresh design which bore evidence of evolution in his generalship. Although it was not crowned by greater success, it revealed a greater Marlborough. His previous maneuver in Flanders had been based on pure deception, and for success had required a speed of execution which was difficult to attain with his Dutch clogs. This time he tried an indirect approach by a route that offered alternative objectives, thus producing a wide distraction of the opposing forces which diminished the need for superior speed. Swinging south of Villeroy's position near Louvain, he advanced on a line which kept the enemy in doubt as to his aim, since it threatened any of the fortresses in that area, Namur, Charleroi, Mons and Ath. Then on reaching Genappe, he wheeled north up the road through Waterloo towards Brussels. Villeroy hurriedly decided to march back to the rescue of the city. Just as the French were about to move, Marlborough, who had made a fresh swerve back eastwards during the night, appeared on the new front they had taken up. Owing to his distracting move, it was an ill-knit front, if less vulnerable than their marching flank would have been. He had arrived just too soon for his own advantage, and the wary Dutch generals thus found reason for resisting his desire to deliver an immediate attack, arguing that whatever the confusion on the other side, the enemy's actual position behind the Vichy was stronger than at Blenheim. In the next year's campaign, Marlborough conceived the idea of carrying out an indirect approach of far wider scope by crossing the Alps to join Eugene. He might thus drive the French out of Italy and gain a back entrance to France, combining his land approach with amphibious operations against Toulon and with Peterborough's operations in Spain. The Dutch, departing from their usual caution, agreed to take the risk of letting him go. The project was forestalled by Villars' defeat of the Margrave of Baden and Villeroy's advance in Flanders. This venturesome French move was due to Louis XIV's belief that to take the offensive everywhere would create such an impression of strength as to give him the best chance of securing on favorable terms the peace that he now needed and desired. To take the offensive in the theatre where Marlborough lay proved for the French a shortcut not to peace, but to a defeat that would spoil their aim. Marlborough lost no time in seizing his opportunity. It was, in his judgment, the second time that the French had redeemed his prospects by their reluctance to stay quietly within their lines. When the game was in their hands, he met them at Ramillies, where they had occupied a concave position. He exploited his position on the chord of the Arc to execute a tactical indirect approach. Following an attack on the French left, which drew their reserves thither, he skillfully disengaged his own troops on that wing and switched them across to press home the advantage gained on his own left wing, where the Danish cavalry had penetrated a gap. This menace in rear, coupled with the pressure in front, caused the collapse of the French. Marlborough exploited the victory by a pursuit so effective that all Flanders and Brabant fell into his hands. That same year, the war in Italy was virtually ended by another example of the strategic indirect approach. At the outset, Eugene had been forced back as far east as Lake Garda and then into the mountains, while his ally, the Duke of Savoy, was besieged in Turin. Instead of trying to fight his way forward, Eugene outmaneuvered and slipped his opponents, cut himself adrift from his base, pressed on through Lombardy into Piedmont, and at Turin inflicted a decisive defeat on his numerically superior but unbalanced enemy. The tide of war had now ebbed to the frontiers of France, both north and south. In 1707, however, this unity of purpose among the Allies gave her time to rally, and the next year she concentrated her main forces against Marlborough. Tied by the leg to Flanders and heavily outnumbered, he turned the balance by a repetition of the Danube move in reverse, whereby Eugene brought his army from the Rhine to join Marlborough. But the French were now under the able Vendôme, and they advanced before Eugene could arrive, having induced Marlborough to fall back to Louvain by this direct menace. Vendôme scored the first trick by suddenly turning westwards, thereby regaining Ghent, Bruges, and practically all Flanders west of the Scheldt without cost. But instead of marching to oppose him directly, Marlborough audaciously thrust southwestwards to interpose between him and the French frontier. At Oudenarde, the initial advantage gained by a strategic dislocation was pressed home by a tactical dislocation. If Marlborough could have carried out his own wish for a prompt move on Paris, it is possible that the war might have been ended. Even without that exploiting thrust, Louis was driven to seek peace that winter, offering terms that amply met the Allies' objects, but they rejected the substance for the shadow of his complete humiliation, a failure and folly in grand strategy. Marlborough himself was not blind to the value of the offer, but he was better and keener at making war than at making peace. Thus the war had a fresh lease of life in 1709. Marlborough's project now was for an indirect military approach to a key political objective, his idea being to slip past the enemy's forces, mask their fortresses, and aim at Paris. But this was too bold even for Eugene's stomach. Hence it was modified to a plan which avoided a direct attack on the entrenched lines covering the frontier between Douai and Bethune, but instead was aimed to secure the flanking fortresses of Tournai and Mons as a preliminary to an advance into France down a route east of the fortified zone. Once again, Marlborough succeeded in deceiving his opponents. His menace of a direct attack on the barrier line led them to draw off most of the garrison of Tournai to reinforce it, whereupon Marlborough doubled back and closed upon Tournai. But this place resisted so stubbornly as to cost him 2 months' delay. However, a fresh threat to the lines of La Bassée enabled him to pounce upon Mons and invest it unchecked. But the French moved across rapidly enough to block his onward path and the further development of his design. This frustration led him to revert to a direct approach in which he showed too little calculation of the consequences in relation to the circumstances, less wise than Cromwell before Dunbar. Although the assault on the well-entrenched and prepared enemy holding the Malplaquet Gadway ended in a victory, it was at such a disproportionate cost that Villars, the defeated commander, was justified in writing to Louis, "If God gives us another defeat like this, your Majesty's enemies will be destroyed." His judgment was prophetic in so far as this victory in battle proved to have cost the Allies their hopes of victory in the war. In 1710 stalemate reigned, with Marlborough caged behind the bars of the Niplos ultralines, which the French had constructed from Valenciennes to the sea, while his political opponents were given fresh leverage to loosen his position at home. Fortune, too, turned against those who had forfeited her favors, for in 1711 Eugene's army was called away by the political situation, and Marlborough was left to face a greatly superior foe. Too weak to attempt or achieve any decisive operation, he could at least assert his own mastery by exploding the French boast in naming their lines Ne plus ultra. This he did by the most uncannily indirect of all his approaches, deceiving, distracting, doubling successively, until he was able to slip through the lines without firing a shot. But 2 months later he was recalled home to meet disgrace, and in 1712 a war-weary England left her allies to fight alone. The Austrians and Dutch, now under Eugene, still held their own for a time, and both sides were growing equally exhausted. But in 1712 Villars produced a compound manoeuvre that for deceptiveness, secrecy, and rapidity was worthy of Marlborough, and in consequence gained a cheap and decisive victory over the Allies at Denain. This completed the disintegration of the coalition, and Louis was able to gain a peace very different from what would have been his lot before Malplaquet. One direct approach had, by its vain cost, done much to undo the aggregate advantage which indirect approaches alone had built up, and it is not the least significant feature that the issue was finally settled in the reverse way, by yet another example of the indirect approach. Although the Allies had forfeited their primary object of preventing Louis XIV's practical union of France and Spain, England came out of the war with a territorial profit. This owed much to the fact that Marlborough's vision stretched beyond the limits of his own theater of war. As a military distraction and a political asset, he had combined long-range operations in the Mediterranean with his own in Flanders. The expeditions of 1702 and 1703 helped to subtract Portugal and Savoy from the enemy's balance and paved the way for a move against their greater asset, Spain. The next move, in 1704, gained Gibraltar. Then Peterborough in Spain ably fulfilled a distracting role, and in 1708 another expedition took Minorca, although later operations in Spain were mishandled and less fortunate in result. England came out of the war in possession of Gibraltar and Minorca, two keys to the command of the Mediterranean, as well as of Nova Scotia and Newfoundland in the North Atlantic. Frederick's Wars. The indecisive results of the War of the Austrian Succession, 1748, cannot be better illustrated than in the fact that the most militarily successful nation, the French, merely gleaned from it the phrase, "You are as stupid as the piece," to hurl at fellow citizens who were objects of dislike. Frederick the Great was the one ruler to profit or profiteer. He gained Silesia early and then retired from the competition. Although he came in again later, he risked much without gaining more, except the right to embroider some illustrious victories on his colors. The war, however, established the prestige of Prussia as a great power. The events which decided the cession of Silesia to Prussia by the early Peace of Breslau in 1742 deserve notice. At the opening of that year, the prospect seemed to be fading. A combined advance by the French and Prussians upon the Austrian main army had been arranged, but the French were soon brought to a standstill. Then Frederick, instead of continuing westwards to unite with his ally, suddenly turned southwards towards Vienna. Although his advanced troops appeared before the enemy capital, he quickly fell back, for the enemy army was marching to cut him off from his base. This advance of Frederick's has usually been denounced as a mere and rash demonstration, Yet in view of its sequel, the charge may perhaps be harsh, for his rapid retreat, an apparent sauve qui peut, acted as a bait and drew the Austrians in pursuit of him far into Silesia, where, turning at bay near Chotusitz, he inflicted a sharp reverse, exploiting it by a vigorous pursuit. Only 3 weeks later, Austria made a separate peace with Frederick, by which Silesia was ceded. It may be unwise to draw strong deductions from this event, yet it is at least significant that this sudden disposition to a peace of sacrifice should have followed the one indirect approach of the war in this theatre, even though it comprised but a mere appearance before Vienna and a small tactical victory, wrested apparently from the jaws of defeat, and far less spectacular than many of Frederick's other victories. While the War of the Austrian Succession was indecisive in its general results, the other and succeeding major war of the mid-18th was no better from the standpoint of European policy. The one country that achieved results which decisively affected the course of European history was England, and she was not only an indirect participant in the 7 Years' War, 1756-63, but made her contribution and took her profits indirectly. While the armies of Europe were exhausting themselves and their states in direct action, small detachments from England were turning this weakness to advantage by acquiring the British Empire. Moreover, the fact that Prussia, when on the verge of exhaustion, obtained a peace of indecision instead of humiliation, was as much due to the indirect dislocation of the offensive power of France through her colonial disasters, as it was to the abandonment of Russia's intended coup de grace to Prussia through the death of the Tsaritsa. Fate was merciful to Frederick the Great. By 1762, his long string of brilliant victories in battle had left him almost stripped of resources and incapable of further resistance. Only one campaign between European forces in this long series can truly be termed decisive, either in its military or political results, the campaign which ended in the English capture of Quebec. That was not only the briefest, but waged in a secondary theatre, as the capture of Quebec and the overthrow of the French dominion in Canada was made possible by the capacity for grand strategic indirect approach contained in sea power, so the actual military course of the campaign was decided by a strategic indirect approach. The result is the more suggestive because this apparently hazardous move was only undertaken after the direct approach on the line of the Montmorency had failed with serious loss of lives and, still more, of morale. In justice to Wolfe, it must be pointed out that he only resigned himself to this direct approach after various baits to bombardment of Quebec, as well as the exposure of isolated detachments at Point Levis and near the Montmorency Falls had failed to lure the French from their strong position, but in the failure of these compared with the success of his final hazardous landing on the French rear above Quebec, there is a lesson. To entice the enemy out was not enough. It was necessary to draw him out. So also there is a lesson in the failure of the feints by which Wolfe tried to prepare his direct approach. To mystify the enemy was not enough. He must be distracted, a term which implies combining deception of the enemy's mind with deprivation of his freedom to move for counteraction, and with the distension of his forces. Gambler's last throw, as Wolfe's ultimate move seemed on the surface. All these conditions were fulfilled, and the result was victory. Even so, to those who habitually study military history, purely in terms of armed force, the degree of dislocation caused in the French forces does not seem to warrant the measure of their collapse. Numerous theses have been written to show what the French might have done and how they might well have repaired their situation. But Quebec is an illuminating example of the truth that a decision is produced even more by the mental and moral dislocation of the command than by the physical dislocation of its forces. And these effects transcend the geographical and statistical calculations which fill 9/10 of the normal book on military history. If, as history shows, the main European channel of the 7 Years' War was so indeterminate in its course, despite so many tactical victories, it is worthwhile to inquire into the cause. While the number of Frederick's foes is the usual explanation, the sum of his advantages is a counterbalance so strong as to make the explanation not altogether adequate. We need to probe deeper. Like Alexander and Napoleon, and unlike Marlborough, Frederick was free from the responsibility and limitations which are imposed on a strategist in the strict sense of the word. He combined in his person the functions of strategy and grand strategy. Moreover, the permanent associations between him as king and his army enabled him to prepare and develop his means for the end which he chose. The comparative scarcity of fortresses in his theatres of war was another advantage. Although faced by the coalition of Austria, France, Russia, Sweden, and Saxony, with England as his only ally, Frederick had at the outset, and until midway through the second campaign, a superiority in the actual forces available. In addition, he had the two great assets of a tactical instrument superior to any of his enemies and of a central position. This enabled him to practice what is commonly called the strategy of interior lines, striking outwards from his central pivot against one of the forces on the circumference, and utilizing the shorter distance he had thus to travel to concentrate against one of the enemy forces before it could be supported by the others. Ostensibly, it would seem that the further apart these enemy forces, the easier it must be to achieve a decisive success. In terms of time, space, and number, this is undoubtedly true, but once more the moral element intrudes. When the enemy forces are widely separated, each is self-contained and tends to be consolidated by pressure. When they are close together, they tend to coalesce and become members one of another, mutually dependent in mind, morale, and matter. The minds of the commanders affect each other, moral impressions are quickly transfused, and even the movements of each force easily hinder or disorganize those of the others. Thus, while the antagonist has less time and space for his action, the dislocating results of it take effect more quickly and easily. Further, when forces are close together, the enemy's mere divergence from his approach to one of them may become an unexpected and therefore truly indirect approach to another. In contrast, when forces are widely separated, there is more time to prepare to meet or avoid the second blow of the army, which is exploiting its central position. The use of interior lines, as Marlborough used them in his march to the Danube, is a form of the indirect approach. But although it is an indirect approach in relation to the enemy forces as a whole, it is not so in relation to the force that is the actual target, unless this is taken unaware. Otherwise, the move needs to be completed by a further indirect approach to the objective itself. Frederick consistently used his central position to concentrate against one fraction of the enemy, and he always employed tactics of indirect approach. Thereby he gained many victories, but his tactical indirect approach was geometrical rather than psychological, unprepared by the subtler forms of surprise favored by Scipio, and for all their executive skill, these maneuvers were narrow. The opponent might be unable to meet the following blow, owing to the inflexibility of his mind or his formations, but the blow itself did not fall unexpectedly. The war opened at the end of August 1756 with Frederick's invasion of Saxony to forestall the plans of the coalition. Profiting by initial surprise, Frederick entered Dresden almost unopposed. When an Austrian army came belatedly to the rescue, he advanced up the Elbe to meet it, and repulsing it in a battle at Lobositz near Leitmeritz, assured his occupation of Saxony. In April 1757 he crossed the mountains into Bohemia and marched on Prague. On arrival he found the Austrian army posted in a strong position on the heights behind the river. Thereupon, leaving a detachment to mask his movement and watch the fords, he marched upstream during the night, crossed the river, and advanced against the enemy's right. Although his approach began in an indirect way, it became direct before the maneuver was complete, for the Austrian army had time to change front, so that the Prussian infantry found themselves attempting a frontal assault across a fire-swept glacis. They fell in thousands. Only the unexpected arrival of Ziethen's cavalry, which had been sent on a wide detour, turned the scales of battle at Prague and produced the retreat of the Austrians. The subsequent siege of Prague was interrupted by the advance to the city's relief of a fresh Austrian army under Daun. When word came of its approach, Frederick took as much of his force as he could spare from the siege and moved to meet Daun. When he encountered the Austrian army at Kolin on the 18th June, he found it strongly entrenched, and also nearly twice as strong as his own. Once more he attempted a move past its right flank, but the maneuver was so narrow that his columns, galled by the fire of the enemy's light troops, were drawn off their course into a direct and disjointed attack which ended in disastrous defeat. Frederick was forced to give up the siege of Prague and then to evacuate Bohemia. Meantime, the Russians had invaded East Prussia, and a French army had overrun Hanover, while a mixed army of the Allies, under Hildburghausen, was threatening to march on Berlin from the west. To prevent the junction of the last two armies, Frederick made a hurried march back through Leipzig and succeeded in checking the menace, but he was then called away by fresh danger in Silesia, and while he was on his way thither an Austrian raiding force entered and sacked Berlin. This force had hardly been chased away before Hildburghausen again began to advance, and Frederick raced to meet him. In the Battle of Rossbach that followed, the Allied army, twice Frederick's strength, tried to copy Frederick's characteristic maneuver and turn it against him. Not only did the narrowness of the maneuver give him ample warning, but the Allies' hasty assumption that he was retreating led them to distract their own forces in order to catch him up, so that when he countermaneuvered, not to face them but to fall on their far flank, they were almost instantaneously dislocated. Thus here, through his opponent's bungling, Frederick achieved a real indirect approach of surprise, not merely of mobility. Rossbach was by far the most economical of all his victories, for at the price of only 500 casualties he inflicted 7,700 and dispersed an army of 64,000. Unhappily for him, he had drained his strength too low in the previous battles to reap the full benefit. He had still to deal with the Austrian army that he had failed to break up at Prague and Kolin, and although he succeeded at Leuthen, the victory there won by his famous oblique advance, a brilliantly executed if rather obvious indirect approach, cost him more than he could afford. Thus the war continued, with the prospect dimmer in 1758. Frederick began by a real indirect approach against the Austrians, marching right across their front and past their flank to Olmütz, 20 miles into enemy territory. Even when he lost an important convoy of supplies, he did not fall back, but instead continued his march through Bohemia, right round the Austrian rear, and into their entrenched base at Königgrätz. But he had now once more to pay forfeit for the opportunities lost at Prague and Kolin, for the Russian steamroller had at last got up steam and had rolled forward to Posen on the road to Berlin. Frederick decided that he must forgo the completion of his Bohemian campaign and march north to stop the Russians. He succeeded, but the Battle of Zorndorf was another Prague. Once again, Frederick circumvented the obstacle offered by the Russians' strong position, marching right round their eastern flank in order to strike them from the rear. But once again the defender was able to achieve a change of front and convert Frederick's indirect approach into a frontal attack. This had brought him into grave difficulties before his brilliant cavalry commander, Sadlitz, intervened by a circling stroke against the enemy's new flank across ground that had been deemed impassable, thus giving his maneuver an unexpectedness which made it, in effect, a truly indirect approach. But Frederick's losses, if somewhat lighter than the Russians, were the heavier in comparison with his resources. With his human capital still more reduced, he had to leave the Russians to recuperate and move back against the Austrians to suffer at Hochkirch not only a further reduction but a defeat, through undue confidence that his old Austrian opponent, Daun, would never take the initiative. Thus Frederick was surprised in a double sense. Surrounded by night, he was only saved from destruction through Ziethen's cavalry keeping a passage open for his retreat. So on the war went in 1759, with Frederick's strength declining. At Kunersdorf he suffered the worst defeat of his career from the Russians, and at Maxen another from Daun, again due to misplaced confidence. Henceforth he could do no more than passively block the enemy, but while the fortunes of Prussia were sinking into twilight, the sun was shining in Canada. Wolfe's progress there encouraged England to send troops directly to Germany, and by a victory over the French at Minden, these offset Frederick's own disasters. Nevertheless, his weakness was more marked than ever in 1760. He gained a respite from the pressure in the east by the ruse of letting the Russians capture a dispatch worded, "Austrians totally defeated today. Now for the Russians, do what we agreed upon." But although the Russians promptly acted upon this gentle hint and retired, the posthumous defeat of the Austrians at Torgau subsequently was another Pyrrhic victory for Frederick. Paralyzed by his own losses, with only 60,000 men left in all, he could not venture another battle, and was even shut up in Silesia, cut off from Prussia. Fortunately, the Austrian army's strategy was as nerveless as ever, while the Russian army's rear services broke down with the consistency that always marked them, and at this lingering crisis the Tsaritsa died. Her successor not only made peace, but began to contemplate aiding Frederick. For a few months France and Austria continued a desultory war, but the former strength was undermined by her colonial disasters, and, with Austria now not only inert but weary, peace was soon arranged, leaving all the warring countries exhausted and none except England better off for the 7 years' exuberant bloodshed. While many lessons can be found in Frederick's campaigns, the main one would appear to be that his indirectness was too direct. To express this in another way, he regarded the indirect approach as a matter of pure maneuver with mobility, instead of a combination of maneuver with mobility and surprise. Thus, despite all his brilliance, his economy of force broke down. Chapter 8. The French Revolution and Napoleon Bonaparte. 30 years pass, and the curtain rises on the Great War that was illumined by the genius of Napoleon Bonaparte. As had been the case a century before, France was the menace against which the powers of Europe banded themselves, but this time the course of the struggle was different. Revolutionary France had many sympathizers, but they did not form the governments of the nations, nor did they control the armed forces of their states. Yet, beginning the war alone, forcibly isolated as if infected by the plague, she not only repulsed the combined effort to smother her, but changing in nature, became an expanding military menace to the rest of Europe, and ultimately the military master of most of it. The clue to her achievement of such power is to be found in a combination of favorable conditions and impelling factors. The revolutionary spirit which inspired the citizen armies of France created such a condition and impulse simultaneously. In compensation for the precise drill which it made impossible, it gave rein instead to the tactical sense and initiative of the individual. These new tactics of fluidity had for their simple yet vital pivot the fact that the French now marched and fought at a quick step of 120 paces to the minute, while their opponents adhered to the orthodox 70 paces. This elementary difference in days before mechanical science endowed armies with means of movement swifter than the human leg went far to make possible the rapid transference and reshuffled concentrations of striking power whereby the French could, in Napoleon's phrase, multiply mass by velocity both strategically and tactically. Another favorable condition was the organization of the army into permanent divisions, the fractioning of the army into self-contained parts, which, while operating separately, could cooperate to a common goal. This organic change had been initiated by Bourset in theory, and to some extent applied in practice. During the 1740s, it was officially accepted by Marshal de Broglie when he was made commander-in-chief in 1759. It was more fully developed by another fresh-minded thinker, Guibert, and incorporated by him in the army reforms of 1887 on the eve of the Revolution. A third condition linked with this was that the chaotic supply system and the undisciplined nature of the revolutionary armies compelled a reversion to the old practice of living on the country. The distribution of the army in divisions meant that this practice detracted less from the army's effectiveness than in old days, where formerly the fractions had to be collected before they could carry out an operation. Now they could be serving a military purpose while feeding themselves. Moreover, the effect of moving light was to accelerate their mobility and enable them to move freely in mountainous or forest country. Similarly, the very fact that they were unable to depend on magazines and supply trains for food and equipment lent impetus to hungry and ill-clad troops in descending upon the rear of an enemy who had and depended on such direct forms of supply. Beyond these conditions was a decisive personal factor, a leader, Napoleon Bonaparte, whose military ability was stimulated by study of military history and, even more, by the food for thought provided in the theories of Bourset and Guibert, the two most outstanding and original military writers of the 18th century. From Bourset he learnt the principle of calculated dispersion to induce the enemy to disperse their own concentration preparatory to the swift reuniting of his own forces. Also the value of a plan with several branches, and of operating in a line which threatened alternative objectives. Moreover, the very plan which Napoleon executed in his first campaign was based on one that Bourset had designed half a century earlier. From Guibert he acquired an idea of the supreme value of mobility and fluidity of force, and of the potentialities inherent in the new distribution of an army in self-contained divisions. Guibert had defined the Napoleonic method when he wrote, a generation earlier, "The art is to extend forces without exposing them, to embrace the enemy without being disunited, to link up the moves or the attacks to take the enemy in flank without exposing one's own flank." And Guibert's prescription for the rear attack, as the means of upsetting the enemy's balance, became Napoleon's practice. To the same source can be traced Napoleon's method of concentrating his mobile artillery to shatter and make a breach at a key point in the enemy's front. Moreover, it was the practical reforms achieved by Guibert in the French army shortly before the Revolution which fashioned the instrument that Napoleon applied. Above all, it was Guibert's vision of a coming revolution in warfare, carried out by a man who would arise from a revolutionary state, that kindled the youthful Napoleon's imagination and ambition. While Napoleon added little to the ideas he had imbibed, he gave them fulfillment. Without his dynamic application, the new mobility might have remained merely a theory, because his education coincided with his instincts, and because these in turn were given scope by his circumstances, he was able to exploit the full possibilities of the new divisional system. In developing the wider range of strategic combinations thus possible, Napoleon made his chief contribution to strategy. The amazement caused by the discomfiture at Valmy and Jemappes of the first partial invasion of 1792 has tended to obscure the fact that France and the Revolution were subsequently in far greater danger. For it was only after the execution of Louis XVI that the first coalition was formed by England, Holland, Austria, Prussia, Spain, and Sardinia, and only then that determination of spirit and resources of men and material were thrown into the scales. Although the conduct of the war by the invaders lacked purposeful and skillful direction, the situation of the French grew more and more precarious until fortune changed dramatically in 1794 and the tide of invasion flowed back. Henceforth France, from being the resisting party, became the aggressor. What caused this ebb? Certainly no strategic masterstroke, but though the aim was vague and limited, the significance of the event is that the decision sprang from a strategic approach that was definitely indirect. While the main armies were pitting themselves against each other near Lille, with much bloodshed but no finality, Jourdan's far-distant army of the Moselle was ordered to assemble a striking force on its left for an advance westwards through the Ardennes to operate towards Liège and Namur. Reaching Namur after a hungry march, during which his troops had lived on such supplies as they could pick up from the countryside, Jourdan heard by message and the distant sound of gunfire that the right wing of the main army was engaged unsuccessfully in front of Charleroi, so, instead of laying formal siege to Namur, he moved southwestwards towards Charleroi and the rear flank of the enemy. His arrival intimidated the fortress into surrender. Jourdan seems to have had no wider object in view, but the innate psychological pull of such a move onto the enemy's rear gave him what Napoleon and other great captains sought as a calculated result. Coburg, the enemy commander-in-chief, hurried back eastwards, collecting such troops as he could on his way. He threw them into an attack upon Jourdan, who was entrenched to cover Charleroi. Although the struggle, famous as the Battle of Fleurus, was severe, the French had the inestimable advantage of having strategically unbalanced the enemy and of having drawn him to attack with a fraction of his strength. The defeat of this fraction was followed by the general retreat of the Allies. When the French in turn assumed the role of invaders, they failed, despite their superior numbers, to achieve any decisive results in the main campaign across the Rhine. Indeed, the campaign was in the end not merely blank, but blasted and by an indirect approach. In July 1796, the Archduke Charles, faced by the renewed advance of the two superior armies of Jourdan and Moreau, decided, in his own words, to retire both armies, his own and Wartenslebens, step by step, without committing himself to a battle, and to seize the first opportunity to unite them so as to throw himself with superior, or at least equal, strength on one of the two hostile armies. But the enemy's pressure gave him no chance to practice this interior line strategy direct in aim, save for the idea of yielding ground to gain an opportunity until a French change of direction suggested a more audacious stroke. It was due to the initiative of a cavalry brigadier, Nauendorf, whose wide reconnaissance showed him that the French were diverging from the Archduke's front to converge on and destroy Wartensleben. He sent the inspired message, "If your Royal Highness will or can advance 12,000 men against Jourdan's rear, he is lost." Although the Archduke's execution was not as bold as his subordinate's conception, it was sufficient to bring about the collapse of the French offensive. The disorderly retreat of Jourdan's shattered army back to and over the Rhine compelled Moreau to relinquish his successful progress in Bavaria and fall back similarly. But while the main French effort on the Rhine failed and failed afresh later, the decision came from a secondary theater, Italy, where Bonaparte succeeded in converting a precarious defensive into a decisive indirect approach to a victorious issue. The plan was already in his mind 2 years before, when he had been a staff officer in this zone, and subsequently in Paris it had taken definite form. Just as the plan itself was a reproduction of the 1745 plan, improved by application of the lessons of that campaign. So Bonaparte's key ideas had been molded by the masters who had guided his military studies during his most impressionable years. That period of study was brief. He was only 24 when, as Captain Bonaparte, he was given command of the artillery at the siege of Toulon, and only 26 when he was made commander-in-chief of the army of Italy. While he had packed much reading and thinking into a few years, he had little leisure for reflection thereafter. Dynamic rather than deep thinking, he did not evolve any clear philosophy of war, and his working theory, so far as it found expression in his writings, was rather a patchwork quilt lending itself to misinterpretation by subsequent generations of soldiers who have hung upon his words. This tendency, as well as the natural effect of his early experience, is illustrated in one of the most significant and oft quoted of his sayings: "The principles of war are the same as those of a siege. Fire must be concentrated on one point, and as soon as the breach is made, the equilibrium is broken and the rest is nothing." Subsequent military theory has put the accent on the first clause instead of on the last, in particular on the words one point instead of on the word equilibrium. The former is but a physical metaphor, whereas the latter expresses the actual psychological result which ensures that the rest is nothing. His own emphasis can be traced in the strategic course of his campaigns. The word point even has been the source of much confusion and more controversy. One school has argued that Napoleon meant that the concentrated blow must be aimed at the enemy's strongest point on the ground, that this and this only ensures decisive results. For if the enemy's main resistance be broken, its rupture will involve that of any lesser opposition. This argument ignores the factor of cost, and the fact that the victor may be too exhausted to exploit his success, so that even a weaker opponent may acquire a relatively higher resisting power than the original. The other school, better imbued with the idea of economy of force, but only in the limited sense of first costs, has contended that the offensive should be aimed at the enemy's weakest point. But where a point is obviously weak, this is usually because it is remote from any vital artery or nerve center, or because it is deliberately left weak to draw the assailant into a trap. Here, again, illumination comes from the actual campaign in which Bonaparte put this maxim into execution. It clearly suggests that what he really meant was not point, but joint, and that at this stage of his career he was too firmly imbued with the idea of economy of force to waste his limited strength in battering at the enemy's strong point. A joint, however, is both vital and vulnerable. It was at this time, too, that Bonaparte used another phrase that has subsequently been quoted to justify the most foolhardy concentrations of effort against the main armed forces of the enemy. "Austria is our most determined enemy. Austria overthrown, Spain and Italy fall of themselves. We must not disperse our attacks, but concentrate them." But the full text of the memorandum containing this phrase shows that he was arguing, not in support of the direct attack upon Austria, but for using the army on the frontier of Piedmont for an indirect approach to Austria. In his conception, northern Italy was to be the corridor to Austria, and in this secondary theater his aim, following Bourset's guidance, was to knock out the junior partner, Piedmont, before dealing with the senior partner. In execution, his approach became still more indirect and acquired a subtler form. For contact with reality shattered the dream which, after his initial success, he communicated to his government. "In less than a month I hope to be on the mountains of Tyrol, there to meet the army of the Rhine, and with it to carry the war into Bavaria." It was through the frustration of this project that his real opportunity developed. By drawing Austria's forces into successive offensives against him in Italy, and defeating them there, he gained, 12 months later, an open road into Austria. When Bonaparte assumed command of the army of Italy in March 1796, its troops were spread out along the Genoese Riviera, while the allied Austrian and Piedmont forces held the mountain passes into the plains beyond. Bonaparte's plan was to make 2 converging thrusts across the mountains at the fortress of Sèvres, and having gained this gateway into Piedmont, to frighten her government into a separate peace by the threat of his advance on Turin. He hoped that the Austrian forces would be still in their winter quarters, although if they should move to join their allies, he had in mind a feint towards Acqui to make them withdraw in a divergent northeasterly direction. But in the event, it was by fortune rather than design that Bonaparte gained the initial advantage of separating the 2 armies. The opportunity was created by an offensive move on the part of the Austrians, who made a bound forward to threaten Bonaparte's right flank and forestall any French advance on Genoa. Bonaparte countered this threat by a short-arm jab towards the joint of the Austrian advance, though 2 more jabs at a neighboring point were needed before the Austrians accepted the repulse and fell back on Acqui. Meantime, the bulk of the French army was advancing on Sèvres. Bonaparte's rash attempt on the 16th of April to take the position by direct assault was a failure. He then planned an encircling maneuver for the 18th and also changed his line of communications to a route further removed from possible Austrian interference. The Piedmontese, however, withdrew from the fortress before the new attack developed. In following them up, Bonaparte suffered another expensive repulse when he tried another direct assault on a position where the Piedmontese had chosen to make a stand, but in his next move both their flanks were turned and they were hustled back into the plains. In the eyes of the Piedmontese government, the threat to Turin from the oncoming French now loomed much larger than the Austrians' belated promise to march to their aid by a necessarily roundabout route. The equilibrium was broken, and its psychological effect dispensed with any need for physical defeat to make the Piedmontese appeal for an armistice. This removed them from the scales of the war. No commander's first campaign could have been better suited to impress him with the vital importance of the time factor, all the more because it would seem that if the Piedmontese had held out even a few days longer, Bonaparte might, for want of supplies, have been obliged to retreat back to the Riviera. Whether this reported admission of his be true or not, the impression made on him is shown in his remark at the time, "It may be that in future I may lose a battle, but I shall never lose a minute." He was now superior to the Austrians alone, 35,000 to 25,000, but he still took care not to advance directly upon them. The day after the armistice with Piedmont had been settled, he took Milan as his objective, but Tortona to Piacenza was his indirect way thither, or rather onto its rear. After deceiving the Austrians into a concentration at Valenza to oppose his expected northeastward advance, he marched east instead, along the south bank of the Po, and so on reaching Piacenza, he had turned all the Austrians' possible lines of resistance. To gain this advantage, he had not scrupled to violate the neutrality of the Duchy of Parma, in whose territory Piacenza lay, calculating that he might there find boats and a ferry to compensate his lack of a proper bridging train, but this disregard for neutral rights had an ironically retributive effect. For when Bonaparte swung north against the Austrians' rear flank, the latter decided to retire without loss of time through an intervening strip of Venetian territory, thus saving themselves by following his example of disrespect for the rules of war. Before he could use the Adda as a river barrier across their line of retreat, the Austrians had slipped out of his reach to gain the shelter of Mantua and the famous quadrilateral of fortresses. In face of these stubborn realities, Bonaparte's vision of invading Austria within a month became a distant vista, and increasingly distant because the Directory, growing anxious over the risks of the move and its own straitened resources, ordered him to march down to Leghorn and evacuate the 4 neutral states on the way, which meant, in the language of the time, to plunder their resources. In that process, Italy was despoiled to such an extent that it never recovered its former state of prosperity. From a military point of view, however, this restriction of Bonaparte's freedom of action proved the proverbial blessing in disguise, for by compelling him to delay the pursuit of his dreams, it enabled him, with the enemy's assistance, to adjust his end to his means until the balance of forces had turned far enough to bring his original end within practicable reach, to quote the judgment of Ferrero, the great Italian historian. For a century, the first campaign in Italy has been described, I am almost tempted to say, sung as a triumphant epic of offensive movements, according to which Bonaparte conquered Italy so easily because he followed up attack with a boldness that was equal to his good luck. But when the history of the campaign is studied impartially, It is clear that the two enemies attacked or were attacked alternately, and that in the majority of cases the attacker failed, more by force of circumstances than by Bonaparte's design. Mantua became a bait to draw successive Austrian relieving forces far from their bases and into his jaws. It is significant, however, that he did not entrench himself in a covering position after the custom of the traditional general, but kept his forces mobile, disposed in a loose and wide-flung grouping which could be concentrated in any direction. In face of the first Austrian attempt at relief, Bonaparte's method was imperiled by his own reluctance to give up the investment of Mantua, and only when he cut loose from this anchor was he able to use his mobility to overthrow the Austrians at Castiglione. He was now ordered by the Directory to advance through the Tyrol and cooperate with the main Rhine army. The Austrians profited by this direct advance on his part to slip away eastwards with the bulk of their force through the Val Sugana down into the Venetian plain, and then westwards to relieve Mantua. But Bonaparte, instead of pursuing his advance north or falling back to guard Mantua, turned in hot chase of their tail through the mountains, thereby retorting to the enemy's indirect approach with one of his own, but with a more decisive aim than theirs. At Bassano he caught and crushed the rear half of their army, and when he emerged into the Venetian plain in pursuit of the other half, he directed the pursuers to cut the enemy off from Trieste and their line of retreat to Austria, not to head them off from Mantua. Thus they became a fresh addition to his Mantuan safe deposit. The locking up of so much of her military capital drove Austria to a fresh expenditure. This time, and not for the last time, the directness of Bonaparte's tactics imperiled the successful indirectness of his strategy. When the converging armies of Alvinzi and Davidovich drew near to Verona, his pivot for the guarding of Mantua, Bonaparte hurled himself at the former the stronger and suffered a severe repulse at Caldiero. But instead of retreating, he chose the daring course of a wide maneuver round the southern flank of Alvinzi's army and on to its rear. How desperate he felt was shown in the letter he wrote to warn the Directory. The weakness and exhaustion of the army caused me to fear the worst. We are perhaps on the eve of losing Italy. The delays caused by marshes and watercourses increased the hazard of his maneuver, but it upset the enemy's plan of closing their jaws on his army, supposed to be at Verona. While Alvinzi wheeled to meet him, Davidovich remained inactive. Even so, Bonaparte found it hard to overcome Alvinzi's superior numbers. But when the scales of battle were hanging in the balance at Arcola, Bonaparte resorted to a tactical ruse, a device rare for him, sending a few trumpeters onto the Austrian rear to sound the charge. Within a few minutes the Austrian troops were streaming away in flight. 2 months later, in January 1797, the Austrians made a fourth and last attempt to save Mantua, but this was shattered at Rivoli, where Bonaparte's loose group formation functioned almost perfectly, like a widespread net whose corners are weighted with stones. When one of the enemy's columns impinged on it, the net closed in round the point of pressure and the stones crashed together on the intruder. This self-protective formation, which thus on impact became a concentrated offensive formation, was Bonaparte's development of the new divisional system by which an army was permanently subdivided into independently moving fractions, instead of, as formerly, constituting a single body from which only temporary detachments were made. The group formation of Bonaparte's Italian campaigns became the more highly developed bataillon carré, with army corps replacing divisions of his later wars. Although at Rivoli this loaded net was the means of crushing the Austrians' maneuvering wing, it is significant that the collapse of their main resistance came from Bonaparte's audacity in sending a single regiment of 2,000 men across Lake Garda in boats to place themselves on the line of retreat of a whole army. Mantua then surrendered, and the Austrians, who had lost their armies in the effort to save this outer gate to their country, had now to watch, helplessly, Bonaparte's swift approach to the defenseless inner gate. This threat wrung peace from Austria, while the main French armies were still but a few miles beyond the Rhine. In the autumn of 1798, the Second Coalition was formed by Russia, Austria, England, Turkey, Portugal, Naples, and the papacy to cast off the shackles of this peace treaty. Bonaparte was away in Egypt, and when he returned the fortunes of France had sunk low, the field armies were greatly depleted, the treasury was empty, and the conscript levies were falling off. Bonaparte, who on his return had overthrown the Directory and become first consul, ordered the formation at Dijon of an army of reserve, composed of all the home troops that could be scraped together, but he did not use it to reinforce the main theatre of war and the main army on the Rhine. Instead, he planned the boldest of all his indirect approaches, a swoop along an immense arc onto the rear of the Austrian army in Italy. This had driven the small French army of Italy back almost to the French frontier and penned it into the northwest corner of Italy. Bonaparte had intended to move through Switzerland to Lucerne or Zurich and then to descend into Italy as far east as the St. Gotthard Pass or even the Tyrol. But the news that the army of Italy was hard-pressed led him to take the shorter route by the St. Bernard Pass. Thus, when he debouched from the Alps at Ivrea, in the last week of May 1800, he was still on the right front of the Austrian army. Instead of pressing southeast direct to the aid of Massena, who was shut up in Genoa, Bonaparte sent his advanced guard due south to Cherasco, while under cover of this distraction he slipped eastward to Milan with the main body. Thus, instead of advancing to meet the enemy in what he termed their natural position, facing west of Alessandria, he gained a natural position across the Austrians' rear, forming that strategic backstop or barrage which was the initial objective of his deadliest maneuvers against the enemy's rear. For such a position, offering natural obstacles, afforded him a secure pivot from which to prepare a stranglehold for the enemy, whose instinctive tendency, when cut off from their line of retreat and supply, was to turn and flow back, usually in driblets, towards him. This conception of a strategic barrage was Bonaparte's chief contribution to the strategy of indirect approach. At Milan, he had barred one of the two Austrian routes of retreat, and now, extending his barrage south of the Po to the Stradella di File, he also blocked the other. But here, for the moment, his conception had somewhat outranged his means, for he had only 34,000 men, and owing to Moreau's reluctance, the corps of 15,000 that Bonaparte had ordered the army of the Rhine to send over the St. Gotthard Pass was late in arriving. Concern over the thinness of his barrage became accentuated, and at this juncture Genoa capitulated, thereby removing his fixative agent. Uncertainty as to the route the Austrians might now take, and the fear that they might retire to Genoa, where the British navy could revictual them, led him to forfeit much of the advantage he had gained. For crediting his opponents with more initiative than they possessed, he quitted his natural position at the Stradella and pushed westward to reconnoitre them, sending Desaix with a division to cut the road from Alessandria to Genoa. Thus he was caught at a disadvantage, with only part of his army at hand, when the Austrian army suddenly emerged from Alessandria and advanced to meet him on the plains of Marengo, the 14th June 1800. The battle was long in doubt, and even when Desaix's detachment returned, the Austrians were only driven back. But then Bonaparte's strategic position became the lever which enabled him to wring from the demoralized Austrian commander an agreement that the Austrians were to evacuate Lombardy and retire behind the Mincio. Although the war was resumed in a desultory fashion beyond the Mincio, the moral repercussion of Marengo was manifested in the armistice which closed the War of the Second Coalition 6 months later. After several years of uneasy peace, the curtain that had fallen on the French Revolutionary Wars rose on a new act, the Napoleonic Wars. In 1805, Napoleon's army of 200,000 men was assembled at Boulogne, menacing a descent on the English coast, when it was suddenly directed by forced marches to the Rhine. It is still uncertain whether Napoleon seriously intended a direct invasion of England, or whether his threat was merely the first move in his indirect approach to Austria. Probably he was acting on Bourset's principle of a plan with branches. When he decided to take the eastward branch, he calculated that the Austrians would, as usual, send an army into Bavaria to block the exits of the Black Forest. On this basis he planned his wide maneuver round their northern flank across the Danube, and onto the Lech his intended strategic barrage across their rear. It was a repetition, on a grander scale, of the Stradella maneuver, and Napoleon himself emphasized the parallel to his troops. Moreover, his superiority of force enabled him, once the barrage was established, to convert it into a moving barrage. This, closing down on the rear of the Austrian army, led to its almost bloodless surrender at Ulm. Having wiped out the weaker partner, Napoleon had now to deal with the Russian army. Under Kutuzov, which, after traversing Austria and gathering smaller Austrian contingents, had just reached the Inn. A less immediate threat was the return of the other Austrian armies from Italy and the Tyrol. The size of his forces was now, for the first time but not the last, an inconvenience to Napoleon. With such large armies, the space between the Danube and the mountains to the southwest was too cramped for any local indirect approach to the enemy, and there was not time for a wide movement of the range of the old manoeuvre. So long, however, as the Russians remained on the Inn, they were in a natural position, forming not only a shield to Austrian territory, but a shield under cover of which the other Austrian armies could come up from the south through Carinthia, and join them in presenting Napoleon with a solid wall of resistance. Faced with this problem, Napoleon used the most subtle series of variations of the indirect approach. His first aim was to push the Russians as far east as possible, thus separating them from the Austrian armies now returning from Italy. So while advancing directly east towards Kutuzov and Vienna, he sent Mortier's corps along the north bank of the Danube. This threat to Kutuzov's communications with Russia was sufficient to induce him to fall back obliquely northeastwards to Krems on the Danube. Napoleon thereupon dispatched Murat on a dash across Kutuzov's new front, with Vienna as his goal. From Vienna, Murat was directed northwards on Hollabrunn. Thus, after first threatening the Russians' right flank, Napoleon now menaced their left rear. Owing to Murat's mistaken agreement to a temporary truce, this move failed to cut off the Russians, but it at least drove them into a hurried retreat still further northeast to Olmütz, within close reach of their own frontier. Although they were now separated from the Austrian reinforcements, they were nearer to their own, and at Olmütz they actually received a large installment to press them further back would only consolidate their strength. Besides, time pressed, and the entry of Prussia into the war was imminent. Hence Napoleon resorted to the psychological indirect approach of tempting the Russians into taking the offensive by a subtle display of his own apparent weakness. To face the 80,000 men of the enemy army, he concentrated only 50,000 at Brunn, and from there pushed out isolated detachments towards Olmütz. This impression of weakness he supplemented by doses of peace to the Tsar and the Austrian Emperor. When the enemy swallowed the bait, Napoleon recoiled before them to a position at Austerlitz designed by nature to fit his trap. In the battle which followed, he used one of his rare examples of the tactical indirect approach to offset his equally rare inferiority of numbers on the battlefield. Luring the enemy to stretch their left in an attack on his line of retreat, he swung round his center against the weakened joint and thereby obtained a victory so decisive that within 24 hours the Emperor of Austria asked for peace. When, a few months later, Napoleon turned to deal with Prussia, he had a superiority of almost 2-to-1 available. An army that was grand, both in quantity and quality, against one that was defective in training and obsolete in outlook. The effect of this assured superiority on Napoleon's strategy was marked, and had a growing influence on the conduct of his later campaigns. In 1806 he still sought and gained the advantage of initial surprise. To this end he had cantoned his troops near the Danube, and thence swiftly concentrated to the north behind the natural screen formed by the Thuringian forest. Next, debouching suddenly from the wooded range into the open country beyond, his Bataillon Carré drove straight ahead towards the heart of the enemy country. Thus Napoleon found himself rather than placed himself on the rear of the Prussian forces, and in swinging round to crush them at Jena, he seems to have relied primarily on sheer weight, the moral effect of his position being incidental, although important. So also in the campaign against the Russians which followed, in Poland and East Prussia. Napoleon seems concerned mainly with the single end of bringing his enemy to battle, confident that when this happened, his machine would overpower the enemy. He still used the maneuver onto the enemy's rear, but it was more as a means of gripping them firmly, so that they could be drawn into his jaws, than as a means of liquefying their morale to make mastication easier. The indirect approach, as seen here, was a means of distraction and physical traction, rather than of distraction and moral dislocation. Thus, in the Poltavsk maneuver, he aimed to draw the Russians westwards, so that when he advanced north from Poland, he might cut them off from Russia. The Russians slipped out of his jaws. In January 1807, the Russians moved westwards on their own volition towards the remnant of their Prussian allies at Danzig, and Napoleon was quick to seize the opportunity to cut their communications with Prussia. His instructions, however, fell into the hands of the Cossacks, and the Russian army fell back just in time. Napoleon thereupon followed them up directly, and finding them in a frontal position at Eylau ready to accept battle, he relied on a purely tactical maneuver against their rear. Its working suffered from the interference of snowstorms, and the Russians, though mauled, were not masticated. 4 months later, both sides had recuperated, and the Russians suddenly moved south against Heilsberg, whereupon Napoleon wheeled his Bataillon Carré east to cut them off from Königsberg, their immediate base. But this time he was, apparently, so obsessed with the idea of battle that when his cavalry, reconnoitring to the flank of his route, reported the presence of the Russians in a strong position at Friedland, he swung his forces straight at the target. The tactical victory was won, not by surprise or mobility, but by pure offensive power here expressed in Napoleon's new artillery tactics, the mass concentration of guns at a selected point. This was to become more and more the driving shaft of his tactical mechanism, although at Friedland, as often later, it ensured victory, it did little to save lives. It is curious how the possession of a blank check on the bank of manpower had so analogous an effect in 1807-14 and in 1914-18, and curious also that in each case it was associated with the method of intense artillery bombardments. The explanation may be that lavish expenditure breeds extravagance, the mental antithesis of economy of force to which surprise and mobility are the mean. This hypothesis is strengthened by the similarity of effect seen in Napoleon's policy. Napoleon was able to use the glamour of his victory at Friedland to reinforce the glamour of his personality in seducing the Tsar from his partners in the Fourth Coalition, but he then risked his advantage, and ultimately his empire, by excess in exploiting it. The severity of his terms to Prussia undermined the security of the peace. His policy towards England contemplated nothing short of her ruin, and his aggression raised Spain and Portugal as fresh enemies. These were basic errors in grand strategy. Here it is apt to note that it was an indirect approach. Sir John Moore's brief in-and-out thrust against Burgos and the communications of the French forces in Spain, which dislocated Napoleon's plans in Spain, gave the national rising time and space to gather strength, and thus ensured that the Iberian Peninsula should henceforth be a running sore in Napoleon. Above all, the moral influence of this first check to Napoleon's irresistible progress gives it a decisive significance. Napoleon had no chance to redeem it, for he was called back by the threatened uprising of Prussia and the fresh intervention of Austria. The latter threat matured, and in the campaign of 1809 Napoleon is again seen trying at Landshut and Vienna to maneuver onto the enemy's rear. But when hitches occurred in the execution of these maneuvers, Napoleon's impatience led him to gamble on a direct approach and battle, and at Aspern-Essling he suffered in consequence his first great defeat. Although he retrieved it by the victory of Wagram at the same point, 6 weeks later the price was high, and the peace thereby gained was unstable. The Peninsular War. Napoleon had 2 years' grace, however, in which to operate on and cure the Spanish ulcer. As Moore's intervention had thwarted Napoleon's attempt to check the inflammatory condition in its early stages, so in the years that followed Wellington was to hinder all remedial measures and enable the wound to fester, the poison to spread through the Napoleonic system. The French had beaten and continued to beat any regular Spanish forces, but the thoroughness of these defeats was of the greatest benefit to the defeated, for it ensured that the main effort of the Spanish was thrown into guerrilla warfare. An intangible web of guerrilla bands replaced a vulnerable military target, while enterprising and unconventional guerrilla leaders instead of hidebound Spanish generals conducted operations. The worst misfortune for Spain, and hence for England, was the temporary success of attempts to form fresh regular forces. Fortunately, they were soon beaten, and as the French dispersed them, so coincidentally did they disperse their own good fortune. The poison spread again instead of coming to a head. In this curious warfare, England's most profound influence was in aggravating the trouble and encouraging the sources of it. Rarely has she caused a greater distraction to her opponents at the price of so small a military effort. The effect produced in Spain was in significant contrast with the slight results, indeed the unhappy results, produced on the one hand by her attempts at direct cooperation with her continental allies during these wars, and on the other by her expeditions to transoceanic points too remote geographically and psychologically to affect her opponent. From the standpoint of national policy and prosperity, the second class of expedition, however, had its justification in adding Cape Colony, Mauritius, Ceylon, British Guiana, and several West Indian islands to the British Empire. But the real effect of England's grand strategic indirect approach in Spain has been obscured by the traditional tendency of historians to become obsessed with battles. Indeed, by treating the Peninsular War as a chronicle of Wellington's battles and sieges, it becomes meaningless. Sir John Fortescue did much to correct this tendency and fallacy, despite the fact that he was primarily concerned with the localized history of the British Army. It is significant that as his own researches deepened, he gave more and more emphasis to the predominant influence of the Spanish guerrillas on the issue of the struggle. While the presence of the British Expeditionary Force was an essential foundation for this influence, Wellington's battles were materially the least effective part of his operations. By them he inflicted a total loss of some 45,000 men, only counting killed, wounded and prisoners on the French during the 5 years campaign until they were driven out of Spain, whereas Marbot reckoned that the number of French deaths alone during this period averaged 100 a day. Hence, it is a clear deduction that the overwhelming majority of the losses which drained the French strength, and their morale still more, was due to the operations of the guerrillas, and of Wellington himself in harrying the French, and in making the country a desert where the French stayed only to starve. Not the least significant feature is that Wellington fought so few battles in so long a series of campaigns. Was this due to that essentially practical common sense which biographers have declared to be the key to his character and outlook? In the words of one recent biographer, direct and narrow realism was the essence of Wellington's character. It was responsible for his limitations and defects. But in the largest stage of his public career, it amounted to genius. This diagnosis is borne out by Wellington's strategy in the peninsula. The expedition, which was to have such momentous consequences, was itself a subtraction of force from the main and abortive effort on the Scheldt, and was undertaken by the British government more from the hope of saving Portugal than from any deep appreciation of its grand strategic potentialities in aggravating the Spanish ulcer. Castlerig's uphill advocacy, however, was aided by the expressed opinion of Sir Arthur Wellesley, the future Duke of Wellington, that if the Portuguese army and militia were reinforced by 20,000 British troops, the French would need 100,000 to conquer Portugal, a quantity they could not spare if the Spanish still continued to resist. Expressed in a different way, this might mean that 20,000 British would suffice to cause the destruction of nearly 100,000 French, part at least from the main theatre of war in Austria. As an aid to Austria, the expedition was to prove of no avail, and as a shield to Portugal, not altogether satisfactory from a Portuguese standpoint, but as a strain on Napoleon and an advantage to England, it bore fruit tenfold. Wellesley was given 26,000 men, and in April 1809 he arrived at Lisbon, partly as a result of the Spanish insurrection, and partly as a sequel to Moore's thrust at Burgos and retreat to Coruña. The French were widely scattered over the peninsula. Ney was vainly trying to subdue Galicia in the extreme northwestern corner. South of him, but in the north of Portugal, Soult lay at Oporto, with his army itself dispersed in detachments. Victor lay round Merida, facing the southern route to Portugal. Profiting by his central position, his unexpected appearance, and the enemy's dispersion, Wellesley moved north against Soult. Although he failed to cut off Soult's most southerly detachments as he had planned, he surprised Soult himself before the latter could assemble his force, upset his dispositions by a crossing higher up the Douro, and developed this incipient dislocation by heading Soult off from his natural line of retreat. Like Turenne in 1675, Wellesley mopped up the resistance without it ever having had the chance to coagulate. At the end of Soult's enforced retreat through the bleak mountains northward into Galicia, his army had suffered loss and exhaustion out of all proportion to the fighting. Wellesley's second operation, however, was neither so profitable nor so well conceived in its adjustment of end and means. Victor, who had remained passively at Merida, was recalled after Soult's disappearance to Talavera, where he could cover the direct approach to Madrid. A month later, Wellesley decided to march by this route on Madrid, pushing into the heart of Spain and into the lion's jaws. For he offered a target on which all the French armies in Spain could concentrate by the easiest routes. Moreover, by thus rallying on their central pivot, they had the chance of knitting together the communications between them when the armies were scattered. These communications were their greatest source of weakness. Wellesley advanced with only 23,000 men, supported by a similar number of Spanish troops under the feeble Cuesta, whereas Victor, in falling back, had brought himself within close reach of support from two other French forces near Madrid. The hostile concentration was likely to total over 100,000, since, through accident rather than design, as Fortescue remarks, the forces of Ney, Soult and Mortier had drifted Madrid-wards from the north. Hampered by Cuesta's irresolution and his own supplies, Wellesley did not succeed in joining issue with Victor until the latter was reinforced by Joseph Bonaparte from Madrid. Constrained to fall back in his turn, Wellesley emerged somewhat luckily from a defensive battle at Talavera, but would have advanced again if Cuesta had not refused. This was fortunate for Wellesley, as Soult was descending upon his rear. Cut off from the route by which he had come, Wellesley escaped by slipping south of the Tagus, but only after a costly, demoralizing and exhausting retreat did he regain the shelter of the Portuguese frontier. Want of food hampered the French pursuit. This closed the campaign of 1809 and taught Wellesley the worthlessness of Spanish regular forces, a lesson already brought out in Moore's experience. As a reward for his efforts, he was created Viscount Wellington and did more to deserve this the next year. For in 1810, with Austria driven to peace, Napoleon was free to concentrate his attention on Spain and Portugal until 1812. These 2 years were the critical period of the Peninsular War. The inability of the French to accomplish their purpose then is of greater historical significance than their subsequent defeats or Wellington's victories in 1812 and 1813. The foundation of the British success lay in Wellington's shrewd calculation of the military economic factor, the limited French means of subsistence, and his construction of the lines of Torres Vedras. His strategy was essentially that of indirect approach to a military economic object and objective. Before the main campaign opened, he was aided by the Spanish regular forces in their customary way. They embarked on a winter campaign in which they were so thoroughly crushed and dispersed that the French, deprived of any target, were induced to stretch themselves more widely still over Spain, invading the rich province of Andalusia in the south. Napoleon now took control from a distance, and by the end of February 1810 had concentrated nearly 300,000 men in Spain, with more to come. Of this total, 65,000 were assigned to Massena for the task of driving the British out of Portugal. While the number was large, its small proportion to the whole is illuminating evidence of the growing strain of the guerrilla war in Spain. Wellington, by the inclusion of British-trained Portuguese troops, had made up his total to 50,000. Massena's invasion came by the north, past Ciudad Rodrigo, and thus gave Wellington the longest time and space for his strategy to take effect. His precautions in stripping the country of provisions formed a transmission brake on Massena's advance, while his halfway stand at Busaco served as a foot brake which was strengthened by Massena's folly in committing his troops to a needless direct assault. Then Wellington fell back to the lines of Torres Vedras, which he had constructed across the mountainous peninsula formed by the Tagus and the sea, to cover Lisbon on the 14th of October. 4 months and barely 200 miles from his start, Massena came within sight of the lines, a sight which struck him with the full shock of surprise. Unable to force them, he hung on for a month until compelled by starvation to retreat to Santarem, 30 miles back, on the Tagus. Wellington shrewdly made no attempt to press his retreat or bring on a battle, but set himself to confine Massena within the smallest possible area so that the latter might have the greatest possible difficulty in feeding his men. The French, now and later, had to pay dearly for their faith in the optimistic illusions fostered by Napoleon's sweeping rebuke to cautious strategists. Supplies? Don't talk to me about them. 20,000 men can live in a desert. Wellington maintained this strategy resolutely, despite the indirect risk of a change of policy at home and the direct risk caused by Soult's advance in the south by way of Badajoz, which was made as a diversion to relieve the constriction of Massena. Wellington withstood every effort of Massena to draw him into an attack. He was both justified and rewarded, for at last in March Massena had to go, and when the starving wreckage of his army recrossed the frontier, he had lost 25,000 men, of whom only 2,000 had fallen in action. Meantime, the Spanish guerrillas had been growing ever more active and numerous. In Aragon and Catalonia alone, 2 French corps, totaling nearly 60,000 men, instead of helping Massena's army of Portugal, had been practically paralyzed during several months by a few thousand guerrillas and troops used guerrilla-wise. In the south, too, where the French were besieging Cadiz, the very failure of the Allies to exploit their victory at Barossa and raise the siege proved of advantage to them by retaining the besieging troops there on a vain task. Another distracting influence during these years was the constant threat and frequent fact of British landings at points along the immense coastline, made possible by sea power. Henceforth Wellington's greatest influence came through his threats rather than his blows, for whenever he threatened a point, the French were forced to draw off troops thither, and thus give the guerrillas greater scope in other districts. Wellington, however, was not content with threats. Following up Massena's retreat on Salamanca, he used his army to cover the blockade of the frontier fortress of Almeida in the north, while he directed Beresford to invest Badajoz in the south. Thereby he tied up his own power of mobility and divided his force into 2 nearly equal parts. But fortune favored his Massena, having rallied and slightly reinforced his army, came back to the rescue of Almeida, and at Fuentes de Oñoro Wellington was caught in a bad position and seriously imperiled. But he managed to beat off the attack, although he admitted, if Boney had been there, we should have been beat. Near Badajoz, too, Beresford marched out to meet Soult's relieving force. After mishandling the fight and admitting defeat at Albuera, the situation was saved for him by his subordinates and troops, if at an exorbitant cost. Wellington now concentrated his efforts on the siege of Badajoz, but without a siege train, until he had to raise the siege as a result of the unfettered move southwards of Marmont, who had taken over Massena's army to join Soult. The two now planned a united advance on Wellington. Fortunately, fusion brought friction, and Soult, alarmed by the fresh blaze-up of guerrilla war in Andalusia, returned thither with part of his army, leaving Marmont in control. Thanks to Marmont's extreme caution, the campaign of 1811 petered out quietly. By his battles Wellington had risked much, and it would be hard to argue that they had gained much advantage beyond that already produced and promised by his earlier strategy. In view of his slender margin of strength, they were not a profitable investment, for while his loss in them was less than the French, it was proportionately much greater. But he had tided over the most critical period, and now Napoleon unwittingly came to his aid to make his advantage secure. For Napoleon was preparing his invasion of Russia. Thither his attention and his strength were henceforth turned. This development and the trying guerrilla situation caused a change of plan in Spain, where the main French line of effort was altered to an attempt to subdue Valencia and Andalusia thoroughly before concentrating afresh against Portugal. Compared with 1810, the French troops were reduced by 70,000, and of those who remained, no less than 90,000 were employed from Tarragona on the Mediterranean coast to Oviedo on the Atlantic coast in guarding the communications with France against the guerrillas. Thus, given free scope and weakened opposition, Wellington sprang suddenly on Ciudad Rodrigo and stormed it, while a detachment under Hill stood guard over his strategic flank and rear. Marmont was unable to intervene, unable to retake the fortress because his siege train had been captured there, and unable also to follow Wellington across the food-stripped country between them. Under cover of this hunger screen, Wellington slipped south and stormed Badajoz in turn, if at a far greater cost and by a narrower margin of time. At Badajoz he captured the French pontoon train, as he promptly followed up this gain by destroying the French bridge of boats across the Tagus at Almaraz. He had now achieved a definite strategic separation of the two armies of Marmont and Soult, whose nearest way of communication was now by the bridge at Toledo, over 300 miles from the mouth of the Tagus. Apart from this, Soult was tied fast to Andalusia by a want of supplies and a surfeit of guerrillas, while Wellington, now able to operate secure from interference, concentrated 2/3 of his strength for an advance on Marmont at Salamanca, but the directness of his approach propelled Marmont back towards his source of reinforcement. The balance of numbers thus being restored, Marmont manoeuvred against Wellington's communications, with all the more advantage because he had none of his own to worry about. On several occasions the two armies raced alongside each other in parallel columns, only a few hundred yards apart, each seeking a favorable chance to strike the French. By their capacity to outmarch the British, tended to outmaneuver them. But on the 22nd, July overconfidence led Marmont into a slip which momentarily unbalanced his own forces. He allowed his left wing to become too far separated from his right wing, and Wellington instantly exploited the opportunity by a swift pounce upon the exposed wing. This produced the defeat of the French army before further reinforcements reached. Wellington did not, however, achieve its real disruption in this Battle of Salamanca, and he was still heavily inferior to the French in the peninsula as a whole. He has been blamed for not following up the defeated French forces now under Clausel. But having lost the immediate chance of dispersing them, it is unlikely that he could have regained it before they reached the shelter of Burgos, and such a pursuit would have exposed him to the risk that King Joseph from Madrid might have descended at any moment on his own rear and communications. Instead, he decided to make a move on Madrid for its moral and political effect. His entry into the capital was a symbol and a tonic to the Spanish, while Joseph made a fugitive exit. But the defect of this coup was that Wellington's stay could only be fleeting if the French gathered in force, and nothing was more likely than the loss of Madrid to make their armies, scattered on the circumference, rally on the center. Wellington cut his stay short without compulsion and marched on Burgos. But the French system of living on the country deprived such a stroke at their communications with France of anything like a normal influence on their situation. Even the limited influence was forfeited by the ineffectiveness of Wellington's siege methods and means, whereby time dribbled away that he could not afford to lose. For his very success at and after the Battle of Salamanca had induced the French to abandon their tasks and territory in Spain in order to concentrate from all quarters against him. In relation to their armies, Wellington was more dangerously placed than more before him, but he fell back just in time. When Hill joined him, he felt secure enough to offer battle to the united French armies at Salamanca once again. Their numerical advantage was slight compared with earlier days, 90,000 to 68,000, and they did not care to accept the challenge on a battlefield chosen by Wellington. Hence Wellington continued his retreat to Ciudad Rodrigo. With his arrival there, the curtain came down on the campaign of 1812. Although he was back once more on the Portuguese frontier, and thus superficially no further forward, actually the issue of the Peninsular War was decided, for by abandoning the greater part of Spain to concentrate against him, the French had abandoned it to the Spanish guerrillas and lost the chance of shaking their grip. On top of this disaster came the news of Napoleon's retreat from Moscow, which led to the withdrawal of more French troops from Spain. Thus, when the next campaign opened, the situation had completely changed. Wellington, now reinforced to 100,000 men, less than half of whom were British, was the aggressor and the superior, while the French, demoralized more by the strain of the incessant guerrilla war than by military defeats, were almost at once compelled to fall back behind the Ebro, and reduced to the role of trying to hold on to the northern fringe of Spain. Even there, the scales were turned against them by the pressure of guerrillas in their rear, in Biscay and the Pyrenean districts, which forced the French to take away 4 divisions from their slender strength to withstand this back pressure. Wellington's gradual advance to the Pyrenees and into France, though flecked by occasional misadventures, successfully retrieved, is no more than a strategic epilogue to the story of the Peninsular War. This happy conclusion could hardly have come but for the moral and physical support of Wellington's presence in the peninsula, and his activities, by distracting the attention of the French in part to him, repeatedly facilitated the spread of the guerrilla war. Yet it is a question, and an interesting speculation, whether his victories in 1812, by stirring the French to cut their loss and contract their zone, did not improve their prospects and make his own advance harder in 1813. For the wider and the longer the French were dispersed throughout Spain, the more sure and more complete would be their ultimate collapse. The Peninsular War was an outstanding historical example, achieved by instinctive common sense even more than by intention, of the type of strategy which a century later Lawrence evolved into a reasoned theory, and applied in practice, although without so definite a fulfillment. From observing the Spanish ulcer, we have now to turn back to examine another type of strategical growth, which was insidiously affecting Napoleon's own mind, Napoleon from Vilna to Waterloo. The Russian campaign of 1812 was the natural climax to the tendencies already seen to be growing in Napoleon's strategy, that of relying more on mass than on mobility, and on strategic formation rather than on surprise. The geographical conditions merely served to accentuate its weaknesses. The very scale of Napoleon's forces, 450,000 men, induced him to adopt an almost linear distribution, which in turn entailed a direct approach along the line of natural expectation. It is true that, like the Germans in 1914, he loaded one end to the left of his line and sought to swing it round in a vast sweep upon the Russians at Vilna. But even allowing for his brother Jerome's inertia in the role of fixing the enemy, this maneuver was too cumbersome and too direct to be an effective means of distracting and dislocating the enemy, unless they had been of abnormal stupidity. In the event, the maneuver's limitations were exposed by the Russians' deliberate adoption of a strategy of evasion. As Napoleon pressed into Russia, after his first blows, in the air he contracted his line into his customary bataillon carré and tried to swing it tactically on to the enemy's rear. But when the Russians, changing to a battle policy, were so foolish as to push their heads towards Napoleon's open jaws, these jaws closed so obviously at Smolensk that the Russians slipped out, while at Borodino the jaws broke off their own teeth. No example could have better demonstrated the drawbacks of a convergent approach as compared with a true indirect approach. The disastrous results of the subsequent retreat from Moscow were due less to the severe weather. The frost actually was later than usual that year than to the demoralization of the French army. This was caused through the frustration of its direct battle aim strategy by the Russian strategy of evasion, which in turn was the strategic method here used to carry out what may be classified as a war policy or grand strategy of indirect approach. Moreover, the harm done to Napoleon's fortunes by his defeat in Russia was immensely increased by the moral and material effects of the ill success of his armies in Spain. It is significant to note in assessing the deadly effect of England's action here that in this campaign England was following her traditional war policy of severing the roots. When in 1813 Napoleon, with fresh forces more massive and less mobile than ever, was confronted with the uprising of Prussia and with the invading armies of Russia, he sought to crush them in his now habitual way by the converging weight of his bataillon carré. But neither the Battle of Lutzen nor the Battle of Botzen was decisive, and thereafter the Allies, by an ever-lengthening retirement, thwarted Napoleon's further attempts to bring them to battle. Their evasiveness induced Napoleon to ask for a 6-week suspension of hostilities, and when it terminated, Austria also was arrayed with his enemies. The autumn campaign which followed throws a curious light on Napoleon's changed mentality. He had 400,000 men, a total nearly equal to that of his opponents. He used 100,000 for a convergent advance against Berlin, but this direct pressure merely consolidated the resistance of Bernadotte's forces in that area, and the French were thrown back. Meantime, Napoleon himself, with the main army, had taken up a central position covering Dresden in Saxony, but his impatience overcame him, and he suddenly began to advance directly east upon Blücher's 95,000. Blücher fell back to lure him into Silesia, while Schwarzenberg, with 185,000, began to move northward down the Elbe from Bohemia and across the Bohemian mountains into Saxony onto Napoleon's rear at Dresden. Leaving a detachment behind, Napoleon hurried back, intending to counter this indirect approach with a still more deadly one. His plan was to move southwest across the Bohemian mountains and place himself across Schwarzenberg's line of retreat through the mountains. The position he had in mind was ideal for a strategic barrage, but the news of the enemy's close approach made him lose his nerve, and at the last moment he decided instead on a direct approach to Dresden and to Schwarzenberg. This resulted in another victorious battle, but it was only tactically decisive, and Schwarzenberg retreated safely southward through the mountains. A month later, the three Allied armies began to close in upon Napoleon, who, weakened by his battles, had fallen back from Dresden to Dubin, near Leipzig. Schwarzenberg lay to the south, Blücher to the north, and unknown to Napoleon, Bernadotte was almost round and behind his northern flank. Napoleon decided on a direct, followed by an indirect approach first to crush Blücher, and then to cut Schwarzenberg's communications with Bohemia. In the light of historical experience, as set forth in earlier pages, it would seem that the sequence was at fault. Napoleon's direct move on Blücher did not bring the latter to battle. It had had one curious result, all the more significant because it was unpremeditated. The direct move upon Blücher was quite unrealized, an indirect move upon Bernadotte's rear. By unnerving Bernadotte, it led him to fall back hurriedly northward, and so removed him from Napoleon's line of retreat. Thereby this blow in the air at Blücher saved Napoleon from utter disaster a few days later, for when Blücher and Schwarzenberg closed in upon him at Leipzig, Napoleon accepted the gauge of battle and suffered defeat, but in his extremity still had a path by which he could extricate himself and withdraw safely to France. In 1814 the Allies, now vastly superior in numbers, made their converging invasion of France. Napoleon was driven for want of the numbers he had expended through his imperial faith in the power of mass to resharpen his old weapons of surprise and mobility. Nevertheless, brilliant as was his handling of them, he was too impatient and too obsessed with the idea of battle to use them with the artistic subtlety of a Hannibal or a Scipio, a Cromwell or a Marlborough. By their use, however, he long postponed his fate, and he made a discerning adjustment between his end and his means. Realizing that his means were too reduced to obtain him a military decision, he aimed to dislocate the cooperation between the Allied armies, and he exploited mobility more astonishingly than ever to this end. Even so remarkable as was his success in retarding the enemy's advance, it might have been more effective and enduring if his ability to continue this strategy had not been diminished by his inherent tendency to consummate every strategic by a tactical success. By repeated concentrations, 5 of them marked by manoeuvres, which struck the target in rear against the separated fractions of enemy, he inflicted a series of defeats on them, until he was rash enough to make a direct approach and attack on Blücher at Laon, and suffered a defeat that he could not afford. With only 30,000 men left, he decided, as a last throw, to move eastward to Saint-Dizier, rally such garrisons as he could find, and raise the countryside against the invaders. By this move he would be across Schwarzenberg's communications. He had, however, not only to place himself on the enemy's rear, but to raise an army there before he could act. The problem was complicated not only by lack of time and lack of force, but by the peculiar moral sensitiveness of the base he thereby uncovered. For Paris was not like an ordinary base of supply. As a crowning mishap, his orders fell into the enemy's hands, so that both surprise and time were forfeited. Even then, so potent was the strategic pull of his maneuver. It was only after heated debate that the Allies resolved to move into Paris, instead of turning back to counter his move. Their move proved to be a moral knockout for Napoleon's cause. It has been said that the factor which most influenced their decision was the fear that Wellington, moving up from the Spanish frontier, would reach Paris first. If this be true, it forms an ironical final triumph for the strategy of indirect approach and its decisive pull. In 1815, after his return from Elba, the size of Napoleon's forces seems to have sent the blood to his head again. Nevertheless, in his own fashion, he used both surprise and mobility, and in consequence came within reach of a decisive result. While his approach to the armies of Blücher and Wellington was geographically direct, its timing was a surprise, and its direction dislocated the enemy's joint. But at Ligny, Ney failed to carry out the maneuver role allotted to him, the tactical indirect approach, so that the Prussians escaped decisive defeat. And when Napoleon turned on Wellington at Waterloo, his approach was purely direct, thus entailing a loss of time and of men, which accentuated the greater trouble caused by Grouchy's failure to keep Blücher distracted well away from the battlefield. Thus, Blücher's appearance, even though he merely arrived on Napoleon's flank, was by its unexpectedness a psychological indirect approach, and as such was decisive. Chapter 8, 1854 to 1914. When the great peace exhibition of 1851 ushered in a fresh era of bellicosity, the first war of the new series was as indecisive in its military course as in its political end. Yet from the squalor and stupidity of the Crimean War we can at least call negative lessons. Chief among them is the barrenness of the direct approach. When the generals wore the blinkers, it was natural that an aide-de-camp should launch the light brigade straight at the Russians' guns. In the British Army, the directness which permeated every sphere of action was so extremely precise and rigidly formal that it perplexed the French commander, Canrobert, until some years later he attended a court ball. Then light came to him, and he exclaimed, "The British fight as Victoria dances, but the Russians were no less deeply imbued with the instinct of directness, so that even when a spasmodic maneuver was attempted, a regiment, after marching all day, finally found itself back facing Sebastopol as at daybreak. In studying the depressing evidence of the Crimea, we cannot overlook, although we should not exaggerate, the fact that in the 40 years which had elapsed since Waterloo the armies of Europe had become more strictly professionalized. Its significance is not as an argument against professional armies, but as an illustration of the latent dangers of a professional environment. These dangers are inevitably accentuated on the higher levels, and with length of service, unless counteracted by a revivifying touch with the outer world of affairs and thought. On the other hand, the early stages of the American Civil War were to reveal the weaknesses of an unprofessional army. Training is essential to forge an effective instrument for the general to handle. A long war or a short peace afford the most favorable conditions for the production of such an instrument. But there is a defect in the system if the instrument is superior to the artist. In this, as in other aspects, the American Civil War of 1861-5 offers an illuminating contrast. The military leaders, especially in the South, were mainly drawn from those who had made arms their profession, but the pursuit of this profession had in many cases been varied with civil employment or leisure for individual study. The parade ground had not been either the breeding ground or the boundary of their strategical ideas. Nevertheless, despite a refreshing breadth of view and fertility of resource in what may be termed local strategy, the conventional aim at first ruled the major operations. The tendency was increased by the development of railways. These provided strategy with a new speed of movement, but without an accompanying flexibility, the other essential constituent of true mobility. The American Civil War was the first war in which rail transportation played a major part, and by the fixed form of its own routes it naturally tended to make strategy run on straight and straightforward lines. Moreover, in this and subsequent wars, armies came to depend on the railway for their maintenance without realizing how dependent they had become. Increased ease of supply encouraged the commanders to swell their numbers at the end of the railway line without asking themselves what effects such numbers would have on their power of action. The result of the new means of movement was paradoxically to reduce mobility rather than increase it. The railway fostered the expansion of armies. It could forward more men and feed them than could fight effectively. It fostered their wants, and they became tied to the railhead. At the same time, their sustenance hung on a thread, the long stretch of the rail line behind, which was very vulnerable. These effects were seen early in the American Civil War and became very marked by 1864. The Union armies, being accustomed to ampler feeding, were more susceptible to paralysis than their opponents. In the Western theater especially, the dangers of a rail-fed mass were exposed by the mobile raids of such brilliant Confederate cavalry leaders as Forrest and Morgan. It was a foreshadowing of the future when the communications of mass armies could be reached by air and tank forces. Eventually, the North found in Sherman a strategist who diagnosed the sources of trouble more clearly than any other of his time, or later, until the new school of thought after World War I, who became the pioneers of mechanized mobile warfare. The enemy had struck at Sherman through his railways. He would strike through theirs after immunizing himself. To regain an adequate power of strategic maneuver and exercise it without danger of a sudden paralytic stroke, he saw that he must free himself from a fixed line of supply, which meant that he must move self-contained, and this in turn meant that he must reduce requirements to the barest necessities. In other words, the way to avoid being trapped by the tail was to coil up his tail and carry it under his arm while making each long bound. So, having cut down impedimenta to the minimum, he cut loose from his own rail communications and marched through the back door of the Confederacy to cut the lines which fed its main army and wreck its supply system at the source. The effect was dramatically decisive. The American Civil War. In the opening campaign, the opposing armies sought each other in a direct advance. The result was indecisive alike in Virginia and in Missouri. Then McClellan, appointed to the command-in-chief of the North in 1862, conceived the plan of utilizing sea power to transfer his army onto the enemy's strategic flank. This had richer prospects than a direct overland advance, but seems to have been conceived more as the means of a shorter direct approach to Richmond, the enemy's capital, than as an indirect approach in the true sense. its prospects were nullified by President Lincoln's reluctance to accept a calculated risk, in consequence of which he kept back McDowell's corps for the direct protection of Washington. This deprived McClellan not only of part of his strength, but of the element of distraction essential to the success of his plan. Hence, on landing, McClellan lost a month in front of Yorktown, and the plan had to be altered to a convergent or semi-direct approach in conjunction with McDowell, who was only allowed to advance overland along the direct approach from Washington to Richmond. Stonewall Jackson's indirect operations in the Shenandoah Valley then exerted such a moral influence on the Washington government as again to suspend McDowell's share in the main advance. Even so, McClellan's advanced troops were within 4 miles of Richmond, ready for the final spring, before Lee was sufficiently strong to intervene. And even after McClellan's tactical setback in the 7 days' battles, he had the strategical advantage, perhaps a greater one than in the previous phase, for the interruption of his flank march had not prevented him switching his base southwards to the James River, whereby he had not only secured his own communications, but placed himself dangerously close to the enemy's communications running southward from Richmond. The advantage was forfeited by a change of strategy. Halleck, placed over McClellan's head from political motives as general-in-chief, ordered McClellan's army to be re-embarked and withdrawn northward to unite with Pope's army in a direct overland advance. As so often in history, a direct doubling of strength meant not a doubling but a halving of the effect through simplifying the enemy's lines of expectation. Yet Halleck's strategy fulfilled the obvious interpretation of the principle of concentration, thereby revealing the pitfalls which underlie this conventional path to the military goal. The ineffectiveness of the strategy of direct approach, which ruled throughout the second half of 1862, was appropriately sealed by the bloody repulse at Fredericksburg on the 13th December. And the continuance of this strategy in 1863 led not to a closer approach to Richmond, but to a Confederate invasion of Northern Territory following the collapse of the Union Army's offensive. Initially, this invasion had a strategical indirectness physically and psychologically, but lost this effect when Lee became drawn into an increasingly direct assault on Meade's position at Gettysburg, an assault in which he persisted until by the third day he had lost nearly half his strength. The close of the year saw both armies back in their original positions, both too drained of blood to do more than bare their teeth at each other across the Rapidan and Rappahannock. It is significant that in these campaigns of mutual direct approach, such advantage as there was inclined in turn to the side which stood on the defensive, content to counter the other's advance. For in such strategical conditions, the defensive, by its mere avoidance of vain effort, is inherently the less direct form of two direct strategies. The repulse of Lee's invasion at Gettysburg has commonly been acclaimed the turning point of the war, but the claim is only justified in a dramatic sense. The sober verdict of historical opinion has more and more emphasized that the decisive effects came from the West. The first was as early as April 1862, when Farragut's squadron ran past the forts guarding the mouth of the Mississippi, and thereby gained the bloodless surrender of New Orleans. It was the thin end of a strategical wedge which split the Confederacy up the vital line of this great river. The second decisive effect was achieved higher up the Mississippi on the same day, the 4th July, as Lee began his retreat from the battlefield of Gettysburg. This was the capture of Vicksburg by Grant, which gave the Union complete control of this vital artery. Thereby the Confederacy was deprived permanently of the nourishment of reinforcements and supplies from the trans-Mississippi states. But the grand strategic effect of this concentration against the junior partner should not be allowed to overshadow the strategic means by which it was achieved. The first advance on Vicksburg in December 1862 had been made by an overland route down the railway, combined with a waterborne expedition under Sherman down the Mississippi. When Grant's advance was hamstrung by Confederate cavalry raids on his communications, the Confederate forces were able to concentrate against Sherman's move, which thus became an essentially direct approach and was repulsed without difficulty when he tried to make a landing close to Vicksburg. In February and March 1863, 4 unsuccessful attempts were made to reach the goal by narrow outflanking maneuvers. Then, in April, Grant resorted to a truly indirect approach which had a likeness, not merely in its audacity, to Wolfe's final bid for Quebec. Part of the Union fleet and transports ran southward past the Vicksburg batteries by night to a point 30 miles below the fortress. The bulk of the army moved thither overland by the west bank of the Mississippi, and, under cover of Sherman's distracting movements towards the northeast of Vicksburg, it was transported to the east bank in face of weak opposition. Then, when Sherman rejoined him, Grant took the calculated risk of cutting himself loose from his new temporary base and moving northeastward into the enemy's territory to place himself on the rear of Vicksburg and astride its communications with the main eastern states of the Confederacy. In this maneuver, he made almost a complete circuit from his starting point. He thus appeared to put himself midway between the enemy's upper and lower jaws, their two forces, which were concentrating, respectively, at Vicksburg and at Jackson, 40 miles to the east. Jackson was the junction of a lateral north and south railway with the main east and west line, but in reality he dislocated the action of these jaws. It is worthwhile to note that on arriving at this railway he found it advisable first to move his whole army eastward to compel the enemy to evacuate Jackson. This illustrated the change in strategical conditions brought about by the development of railways. For while Napoleon had used the line of a river or a range of hills as his strategic barrage, Grant's strategic barrage was constituted by the possession of a single point, a railway junction. Once this was secured, he turned about and moved on Vicksburg, which was now isolated and remained isolated long enough to ensure its capitulation 7 weeks later. The strategic sequel was the opening of the Chattanooga Gateway into Georgia, the granary of the Confederacy, and thence into the eastern states as a whole. Defeat was now hardly avoidable by the Confederacy, yet the Union almost forfeited the victory already ensured. For in 1864, with the North growing weary under the strain, the moral element became preponderant. The peace party was daily swelled from the ranks of the war-weary. The presidential election was due in November, and unless Lincoln was to be supplanted by a president pledged to seek a compromise peace, a solid guarantee of early victory must be forthcoming. To this end, Grant was summoned from the West to take over the supreme command. How did he seek to gain the required early victory? By reverting to the strategy which good orthodox soldiers always adopt, that of using his immensely superior weight to smash the opposing army, or at least to wear it down by a continuous hammering. We have seen that in the Vicksburg campaign he had only adopted the true indirect approach after repeated direct approaches had failed. He had then brought it off with masterly skill, but the underlying lesson had not impressed itself sufficiently on his mind. Now, in supreme command, he was true to his nature. He decided on the old and direct overland approach southward from the Rappahannock towards Richmond, but with a certain difference of aim, for the enemy's army, rather than the enemy's capital, was his real objective. He directed his subordinate Meade that wherever Lee goes, there you will go too. In justice to Grant, it should also be noted that if his approach was direct in the broad sense, it was in no sense a mere frontal push. Indeed, he continuously sought to turn his enemy's flanks by maneuver, if maneuver of a narrow radius. Further, he fulfilled all the military precepts about keeping his army well concentrated and maintaining his objective undeterred by alarms elsewhere. Even a Foch could not have surpassed his will to victory, and those who practiced a similar method in 1914-18 might have felt envy of him for the generous support given and unfailing confidence shown by his political chief. It would be hard to find conditions more ideal for the orthodox strategy of direct approach in its best manner. Yet by the end of the summer of 1864, the ripe fruit of victory had withered in his hands. The Union forces had almost reached the end of their endurance, and Lincoln despaired of re-election, a sorry repayment for the blank check he had given his military executant. It is an ironical reflection that the determination with which Grant had wielded his superior masses, now fearfully shrunk after the fierce battles of the Wilderness and Cold Harbor, had utterly failed to crush the enemy's army, while the chief result, the geographical advantage of having worked round close to the rear of Richmond, was gained by the bloodless maneuvers which had punctuated his advance. He had thus the modified satisfaction of being back, after immense loss, in the position which McClellan had occupied in 1862. But when the sky looked blackest, it suddenly lightened. At the November elections, Lincoln was returned to power. What factor came to the rescue and averted the probability that McClellan, the nominee of the peace-desiring Democratic Party, would replace him? Not Grant's campaign, which made practically no progress between July and December, and definitely petered out with a costly double failure in mid-October. By the verdict of historians, Sherman's capture of Atlanta in September was the instrument of salvation. When Grant had been called to the Supreme Command, Sherman, who had played no small part in his Vicksburg success, had succeeded him in the chief command in the West. Between the two there was a contrast of outlook. While Grant took the opposing army as his primary objective, Sherman's method was to threaten strategic points in such a way as to make the opposing army uncover itself in trying to cover them, or else abandon them in order to keep its own balance. Thus he always had an alternative aim, although in the outcome it was the second which he achieved with far-reaching effect. Atlanta, the base of the army opposing him, was not only the junction of 4 important railways, but the source of vital supplies. As Sherman pointed out, it was full of foundries, arsenals, and machine shops, besides being a moral symbol. He argued that its capture would be the death knell of the Confederacy. Whatever divergence of opinion may exist as to the respective merits of Grant's objective and Sherman's, it is obvious that the latter is better suited to the psychology of a democracy. Perhaps only an absolute ruler firmly in the saddle can hope to maintain unswervingly the military ideal of the armed forces objective. Even he would be wise to adjust it to the realities of the situation and to weigh the prospects of fulfilling it. But the strategist who is the servant of a democratic government has less rein, dependent on the support and confidence of his employers. He has to work with a narrower margin of time and cost than the absolute strategist, and is more pressed for quick profits, whatever the ultimate prospects. He cannot afford to postpone dividends too long. Hence it may be necessary for him to swerve aside temporarily from his objective, or at least to give it a new guise by changing his line of operations. Faced with these inevitable handicaps, it is fitting to ask whether military theory should not be more ready to reconcile its ideals with the inconvenient reality that its military effort rests on a popular foundation, that for the supply of men and munitions, and even for the chance of continuing to fight at all, it depends on the consent of the man in the street. He who pays the piper calls the tune, and strategists might be better paid in kind if they attuned their strategy, so far as is rightly possible, to the popular ear. Sherman's economy of force by maneuver is the more notable because, compared with Grant in Virginia, he was practically tied to one line of railway for his supplies, yet, rather than commit his troops to a direct attack, he cut loose temporarily even from this line of supply. Only once in all these weeks of maneuver did he attempt a frontal attack at Kennesaw Mountain, and it is as significant that he did it to save his troops from the strain of a further flank march over rain-swamped roads as that it suffered a repulse which was mitigated because this attack was stopped immediately after the first check. This, indeed, was the only occasion during the whole 130-mile advance through mountainous and river-intersected country that Sherman committed his troops to an offensive battle. Instead, he maneuvered so skillfully as to lure the Confederates time after time into vain attacks upon him, attacks that were foiled by the way that his offensive moves were combined with a highly developed technique of quick entrenching and breastwork building. From each enemy failure to pierce his mobile shield, he drew the strategic advantage of a fresh vantage point gained to force an opponent acting on the strategic defensive into such a succession of costly tactical offensives was an example of strategic artistry rarely seen in history. It was all the more remarkable because of the way Sherman was tied to a single line of communications. Even from the narrowest military criterion, ignoring its immense moral and economic effect, it was a great feat, for Sherman inflicted more casualties than he suffered, not merely relatively but actually in striking comparison with Grant in Virginia. After gaining Atlanta, Sherman took a risk greater than ever before, and for which he has been much criticized by military commentators. He was convinced that if he could march through and ruin the railway system of Georgia, the granary of the South, and then march through the Carolinas, the heart of the South, the moral impression of this invasion and the stoppage of supplies going north to Richmond and Lee's army would cause the collapse of the Confederates' resistance. Hence, ignoring Hood's army, which he had forced to evacuate Atlanta, he began his famous march to the sea through Georgia, living on the country while he destroyed the railways. On the 15th November 1864 he left Atlanta. On the 10th December he reached the outskirts of Savannah, and there reopened his communications, this time by sea, to cite the verdict of the Confederate general and historian Alexander there is no question that the moral effect of this march upon the country at large was greater than would have been the most decided victory. Sherman then moved northwards through the Carolinas towards Lee's rear, depriving the South of its chief remaining ports. Sherman's operational methods deserve more detailed examination. For the march through Georgia, he had not only cut loose from his communications, but had cut down all impedimenta so drastically that his army became a huge flying column of light troops, 60,000 strong. Each of his 4 corps was self-contained, and the foraging parties acted as a wide flunk screen across the front and flanks of the marching columns. Moreover, in this march, Sherman developed a new strategic practice. In the Atlanta campaign, he had been handicapped, as he realized, by having a single geographical objective, thus simplifying the opponent's task in trying to parry his thrusts. This limitation Sherman now ingeniously planned to avoid by placing the opponent repeatedly on the horns of a dilemma, the phrase he used to express his aim. He took a line of advance which kept the Confederates in doubt. First, whether Macon or Augusta, and then whether Augusta or Savannah was his objective. And while Sherman had his preference, he was ready to take the alternative objective if conditions favored the change. The need did not arise, thanks to the uncertainty caused by his deceptive direction. Having proved in the march through Georgia how light an army could move, Sherman now proved that it could move lighter still. Prior to starting northward through the Carolinas, he sought to convert his army into a mobile machine willing and able to start at a moment's notice and to subsist on the scantiest of food. Although it was winter, even the officers were now made to bivouac in pairs under a strip of canvas stretched over sticks or boughs. All tents and camp furniture were discarded. Once more, Sherman took a deceptive line between alternative objectives, so that his opponents could not decide whether to cover Augusta or Charleston, and their forces became divided. Then, after he had ignored both points and swept between them to gain Columbia, the capital of South Carolina and the center of Lee's best source of supply, the Confederates were kept in uncertainty as to whether Sherman was aiming for Charlotte or Fayetteville. And when in turn he advanced from Fayetteville, they could not tell whether Raleigh or Goldsboro was his next and final objective. He himself had not been certain whether it would be Goldsboro or Wilmington. In the physical and moral effect of this deceptive direction lies the only reasonable explanation of his unchecked progress across 425 miles of country strewn with obstacles, rivers, creeks, and swamps, and in face of an enemy whose numerical strength was ample for effective resistance. To the irresistibility of this progress, Sherman's flexibility contributed almost as much as his variability of direction. Moving on a wide and irregular front with 4, 5, or 6 columns, each covered by a cloud of foragers, if one was blocked, others would be pushing on. In effect, as in method, they were the forerunners of the panzer forces which swept through France in 1940. The opposing troops became so jumpy that they repeatedly gave way to this moral pressure and fell back before they felt any serious physical pressure, their minds so saturated with the impression of Sherman's maneuvering power that whenever they took up a position of resistance, they were thinking about their way of retreat. It is even recorded that the shout, "We're Bill Sherman's raiders, you'd better git," sufficed as a hint on occasions. If confidence be half the battle, then to undermine the opponent's confidence is more than half, because it gains the fruits without a fight. Sherman might claim, as truly as Napoleon in Austria, "I have destroyed the enemy merely by marches." On the 22nd March, Sherman reached Goldsboro, where he was met by supplies and by Schofield's force, and refitted in readiness for the final stage of closing in on Lee, who still clung to Richmond. Not until the beginning of April did Grant resume his advance. This obtained a dramatic success, and the surrender of Richmond was followed within a week by the surrender of Lee's army. Superficially, it was a triumphant vindication of Grant's direct strategy and battle objective. But for a serious judgment, the time factor is all important. The collapse of the Confederate resistance was due to the emptiness of its stomach, reacting on its morale and to news from home. Before Sherman had even reached Goldsboro, Grant was able to write, "Lee's army is now demoralized and deserting very fast. Man has two supreme loyalties to country and to family, and with most men the second, being more personal, is the stronger. So long as their families are safe, they will defend their country, believing that by their sacrifice they are safeguarding their families also. But even the bonds of patriotism, discipline, and comradeship are loosened when the family is itself menaced." It was the supreme deadliness of Sherman's rear attack against the rear of a people not merely of an army that it set the two loyalties in opposition and so imposed a breaking strain on the will of the soldier. The indirect approach to the enemy's economic and moral rear had proved as decisive in the ultimate phase as it had been in the successive steps by which that decision was prepared in the West. The truth comes home to anyone who undertakes a careful and comprehensive study of the war. It was appreciated more than 30 years ago by the future British official historian of the First World War, General Edmonds, who in his history of the American Civil War reached the conclusion that the military genius of the great Confederate leaders, Lee and Jackson, the unrivaled fighting capacity of the Army of Northern Virginia, and the close proximity of the rival capitals have caused a disproportionate attention to be concentrated upon the Eastern theater of war. It was in the West that the decisive blows were struck. The capture of Vicksburg and Port Hudson in July 1863 was the real turning point of the war, and it was the operations of Sherman's Grand Army of the West which really led to the collapse of the Confederacy at Appomattox Courthouse, the site of Lee's surrender in the East. The disproportionate attention may be traced partly to the glamour of battle which hypnotizes most students of military history, and partly to the spell cast by Henderson's epic biography of Stonewall Jackson, more epic than history. The distinctive military value of this book is scarcely reduced and even enriched through embodying more of Henderson's conception of war than of Jackson's execution. But by the interest it created in the American Civil War, it focused the attentions of British military students on the campaigns in Virginia to the neglect of the Western theaters where the decisive acts took place. A modern historian might render a service to future generations if he were to analyze the effect of this disproportionate attention, not merely one-sided but fallacious, upon British military thought before 1914 and British strategy in 1914-18, Moltke's campaigns. When the analyst passes from the American Civil War to the wars in Europe which followed on its heels, he is likely to be impressed above all by the sharpness of its contrasts. The first contrast is that in 1866 and 1870 both sides were, nominally at least, prepared for the conflict. The second, that the contestants were professional armies. The third, that the higher commands made more flagrant mistakes and miscalculations than either side in the American Civil War. The fourth, that the strategy adopted by the Germans in both wars was lacking in art and subtlety. The fifth, that, despite the deficiency, the issue was quickly decided. Moltke's strategy was in design, that of a direct approach with little trace of guile, relying on the sheer smashing power of a superior concentration of force. Are we to conclude that these two wars are the proverbial exceptions which prove the rule? They are certainly exceptional, but hardly exceptions to the rule that has emerged from the long list of cases already examined. For in none of them were inferiority of force and stupidity of mind so markedly combined in the scale of the defeated side, weighing it down from the outset. In 1866, the Austrians' inferiority of force rested primarily in the fact of having an inferior weapon, for the Prussians' breech-loading rifle gave them an advantage over the Austrians' muzzle-loader, which the battlefield amply proved, even if academic military thought in the next generation tended to overlook it. In 1870, the French inferiority of force lay partly in their inferior numbers, and partly, as with the Austrians of 1866, in their inferior training. These conditions are more than adequate to explain the decisiveness of the Austrian defeat in 1866 and, still more, the French defeat in 1870. In preparation for war, any strategist would be rash to base his plans on the supposition that his enemy would be as weak in brain and body as the Austrians of 1866 and the French in 1870. At the same time, it is significant that the German strategy in both cases was less direct in execution than in conception. Moreover, it had a most notable flexibility. In 1866, the need to save time by using all available railways led Moltke to detrain the Prussian forces on a widely extended front of over 250 miles. His intention was, by a rapid advance, converging inward through the frontier mountain belt, to unite his armies in northern Bohemia. But the loss of time, due to the King of Prussia's reluctance to appear the aggressor, frustrated this intention, and thereby endowed Moltke's strategy with an indirectness of effect that he had not planned, for the Austrian army concentrated and pushed forward in the interval, thus depriving Moltke of his desired concentration area. And the Prussian crown prince, believing that the projecting province of Silesia was menaced, wrung from Moltke a reluctant sanction to move his army southeastwards to safeguard Silesia. Thereby he separated himself further from the other armies, and thereby also he put himself in a position to menace the flank and rear of the Austrian. Pedants have spilled much ink in condemning Moltke for sanctioning this wide extension. In reality, it scattered the seeds of a decisive victory, even though he had not sown them deliberately. These dispositions so disturbed the mental balance of the Austrian command that the Prussians, despite a prodigal series of blunders, were able first to get through the mountains on both sides, and then to reap the harvest at Königgrätz, where more blunders contributed to the indirectness, and hence the decisiveness of their approach. The Austrian commander indeed was beaten before the battle opened. He had telegraphed to his emperor urging an immediate peace. It is worth note that Moltke's far-stretched assembly of his forces proved to have more flexibility than the Austrians' concentration on a front of 40 miles, which gave them the apparent advantage of being able to operate on interior lines. It should also be mentioned that, although Moltke's intention had been to concentrate his forces before the enemy was met, this was not with the aim of delivering a direct attack. His original plan had two branches. If exploration were to show that the Austrians' supposed position behind the Elbe at Josefstadt was insecure, the Crown Prince's army was to sidestep eastwards and take it in flank, while the other two armies pinned it in front. If an attack seemed impracticable, all three armies were to circle westward, cross the Elbe at Pardubitz, and then, swinging east, menace the enemy's communications with the south. In the event, however, the Austrians were found to be on the near side of the Elbe, having concentrated further forward than Moltke expected, so that the Crown Prince's direction of advance automatically turned their flank and brought about their envelopment. In 1870, Moltke had intended to bring about a decisive battle on the Saar, in which all his three armies would concentrate on and pulverize the French. This plan was upset not by the enemy's action, but by their paralysis. This paralysis was caused by the mere news that the German Third Army on the extreme left had crossed the frontier far to the east and won a minor tactical success over a French detachment at Weissenberg. Pressing ahead, it then enveloped and routed in a confused battle at Worth the flank corps of the French right wing, before the rest came on the scene. In the outcome, the indirect effect of this partial and detached engagement was more decisive than the intended great battle would probably have been. For instead of being wheeled inwards to augment the main mass, the Third Army was allowed to pursue its course along an open path well outside the zone of the main opposing armies. Thus it took no part in the blundering battles of Vionville and Gravelotte. The position of the French was such that it could hardly have taken an effective part if it had been nearer, and it thereby became the vital factor in the next and decisive phase. For when the French main army, stimulated rather than depressed by the result of the Battle of Gravelotte, fell back to a flank into Metz, it might easily have slipped away from the exhausted German First and Second Armies, but the likelihood of interception by the Third Army was an inducement to Bazaine to stay securely in Metz. Thus the Germans had time to recover cohesion, the French time to lose it, in the inactivity which followed their abandonment of the open field. In consequence, MacMahon was enticed, or rather politically pressed into his ill-advised and worse-conducted move to the relief of Metz. Thus, unintended and unforeseen, was created the opportunity for the German Third Army, still marching free towards Paris, to make an indirect approach to MacMahon's army. Making a complete change of direction from westward to northward, it moved round the flank and rear of MacMahon. That move resulted in his army being trapped and forced to surrender at Sedan. There was more indirectness in the decisive phase than a superficial view would suggest. But it was the superficial, not the underlying deduction, that influenced the mass of military theorizing which followed 1870. This influence dominated the next large-scale war between Russia and Japan in 1904-05, the Russo-Japanese War. The Japanese strategy, following its German mentors, was essentially that of a direct approach. There was no real attempt to take advantage of the unusually advantageous condition that the Russian war effort was entirely dependent on a single line of railway, the Trans-Siberian. Never in all history has an army drawn breath through so long and narrow a windpipe, and the very size of its body made its breathing more difficult. But all that Japan's strategists contemplated was a direct blow at, and into the teeth of the Russian army, and they held their own forces more closely grouped than those of Moltke in 1870. It is true that they attempted a certain convergence of approach before Liaoyang, and subsequently, on making contact, sought repeatedly to outflank their opponent. But if these outflanking movements look comparatively wide on the map, they were extremely narrow in proportion to the scale of the forces. Although they had no free army, as it was Moltke's good fortune to have, no unintended bait such as Metz, and no MacMahon to swallow it, for they had swallowed their own bait in taking Port Arthur, they hoped for a Sedan. Instead, there was an abundance of indecisive bloodshed. As a result, they were so exhausted after the final indecisive battle of Mukden that they were glad and lucky to make peace with a foe who had no heart in the struggle and had not yet put 1/10 of his available forces into it. This survey and analysis of history is concerned with facts and not with conjectures with what was done and its result, not with what might have been done. The theory of the indirect approach which has evolved from it must rest on the concrete evidence of actual experience that the direct approach tends to be indecisive. It is not affected by arguments for or against the difficulties of making an indirect approach in a particular case. From the standpoint of the basic thesis, it is irrelevant whether a general could have taken or could have done better by taking a different course. For the general service of military knowledge, however, speculation is always of interest and often of value. So, diverging from the direct path of this study, one may point out the potential parallel between Port Arthur and Mantua while taking account of the handicaps which the Japanese suffered in the scanty communications and difficult country of Korea and Manchuria. If conditions were harder in some ways, they were more advantageous in others, and the instrument better. Thus, reflection prompts the question whether in the earlier phase of the war, Japanese strategy might not with any advantage have exploited the bait of Port Arthur in the way that Bonaparte exploited Mantua. And in the later phase, there would seem to have been scope for using at least a proportion of the Japanese forces against the slender Russian windpipe between Harbin and Mukden. Chapter X. Conclusions from 25 centuries, the 18 major wars of modem history up to 1914 counting as one, the struggle against Napoleon, which temporarily damped down in one place, burst out afresh in another with no real intermission. These 30 conflicts embraced more than 280 campaigns. In only 6 of these campaigns, those which culminated at Issus, Gaugamela, Friedland, Wagram, Sadowa, and Sedan, did a decisive result follow a plan of direct strategic approach to the main army of the enemy. In the first 2 of these, Alexander's advance was prepared by a grand strategy of indirect approach which had seriously shaken the Persian Empire and its adherents' confidence. Moreover, his success in any battlefield test was virtually guaranteed by the possession of a tactical instrument of greatly superior quality applied in a technique of tactical indirect approach. In the next 2 cases, Napoleon had each time begun by attempting an indirect approach, while his resort to direct attack was due in part to his impatience, and in part to his confidence in the superiority of his instrument. This superiority was based on his use of massed artillery against a key point, and at both Friedland and Wagram the decision was primarily due to this new tactical method. But the price paid for these successes and its ultimate effect on Napoleon's own fortunes do not encourage a resort to similar directness even with a similar tactical superiority. As for 1866 and 1870, we have seen that although both campaigns were conceived as direct approaches, they acquired an unintended indirectness which was reinforced by the Germans' tactical superiority in each case, a superiority assured by the breech blower in 1866 and by superior artillery in 1870. These 6 campaigns, when analyzed, provide little justification for the adoption of direct methods in strategy. Throughout history, however, the direct approach has been normal, and a purposeful indirect approach the exception. It is significant, too, how often generals have adopted the latter, not as their initial strategy, but as a last resource. Yet it has brought them a decision where the direct approach had brought them failure, and thereby left them in a weakened condition to attempt the indirect. A decisive success obtained in such deteriorated conditions acquires all the greater significance. The survey has revealed a large number of campaigns in which the indirectness of approach is as manifest as the decisiveness of the issue, among them those of Lysander in the Aegean, 405 BC, Epaminondas in the Peloponnese, 362 BC, Philip in Boeotia, 338 BC, Alexander on the Hydaspes, Cassander and Lysimachus in the Near East, 302 BC, Hannibal's Trasimene campaign in Etruria, Scipio's Utica and Zama campaigns in Africa, Caesar's Alerda campaign in Spain, and in modem history, Cromwell's Preston, Dunbar and Worcester campaigns, Turenne's Alsace campaign of 1674-5, Eugene's Italian campaign of 1701, Marlborough's Flanders campaign of 1708 and Villa's of 1712, Wolfe's Quebec campaign, Jordan's Moselle-Musa campaigns of 1794, the Archduke Charles's Rhine-Danube campaigns of 1796, Bonaparte's Italian campaigns of 1796, 1797, and 1800, his Ulm and Austerlitz campaigns of 1805, Grant's Vicksburg and Sherman's Atlanta campaigns. In addition, the survey has brought out numerous borderline examples in which either the indirectness or its effect are less clearly established. This high proportion of history's decisive campaigns, the significance of which is enhanced by the comparative rarity of the direct approach, enforces the conclusion that the indirect is by far the most hopeful and economic form of strategy. Can we draw even more specific deductions from history? Yes. With the exception of Alexander, the most consistently successful commanders, when faced by an enemy in a position that was strong naturally or materially, have hardly ever tackled it in a direct way, and when under pressure of circumstances they have risked a direct attack, the result has commonly been to blot their record with a failure. Further, history shows that rather than resign himself to a direct approach, a great captain will take even the most hazardous indirect approach if necessary over mountains, deserts or swamps, with only a fraction of force, even cutting himself loose from his communications. He prefers to face any unfavorable condition rather than accept the risk of frustration inherent in a direct approach. Natural hazards, however formidable, are inherently less dangerous and less uncertain than fighting hazards. All conditions are more calculable, all obstacles more surmountable than those of human resistance. By reasoned calculation and preparation they can be overcome almost to timetable. While Napoleon was able to cross the Alps in 1800 according to plan, the little fort of Bard could interfere so seriously with the movement of his army as to endanger his whole plan. Turning now to reverse the sequence of our examination, and surveying in turn the decisive battles of history, we find that in almost all the victor had his opponent at a psychological disadvantage before the clash took place. Examples are Marathon, Salamis, Aigospotamoi, Mantineae, Charonier, Gaugamela. Through grand strategy, the Hydaspes, Ipsus, Trasimene, Cannae, Metoros, Zama, Tricamaron, Tegine, Hastings, Preston, Dunbar, Worcester, Blenheim, Oudenarde, Dinant, Quebec, Fleurus, Rivoli, Austerlitz, Jena, Vicksburg, Königgrätz, Sedan. Combining the strategical and the tactical examination, we find that most of the examples fall into one of two categories. They were produced either by a strategy of elastic defense, calculated withdrawal that was capped by a tactical offensive, or by a strategy of offense, aimed to place oneself in a position upsetting to the opponent, and capped by a tactical defensive with a sting in the tail. Either compound forms an indirect approach, and the psychological basis of both can be expressed in the words lure and trap. Indeed, it might even be said in a deeper and wider sense than Clausewitz implied, that the defensive is the stronger form of strategy as well as the more economical. For the second compound, although superficially and logistically an offensive move, has for its underlying motive to draw the opponent into an unbalanced advance. The most effective indirect approach is one that lures or startles the opponent into a false move, so that, as in jiu-jitsu, his own effort is turned into the lever of his overthrow. In offensive strategy, the indirect approach has normally comprised a logistical military move directed against an economic target, the source of supply of either the opposing state or army. Occasionally, however, the move has been purely psychological in aim, as in some of the operations of Belisarius. Whatever the form, the effect to be sought is the dislocation of the opponent's mind and dispositions. Such an effect is the true gauge of an indirect approach. A further deduction, perhaps not positive, but at least suggestive from our survey, is that in a campaign against more than one state or army, it is more fruitful to concentrate first against the weaker partner than to attempt the overthrow of the stronger in the belief that the latter's defeat will automatically involve the collapse of the others. In the two outstanding struggles of the ancient world, the overthrow of Persia by Alexander and of Carthage by Scipio, both followed upon the severing of the roots. This grand strategy of indirect approach created not only the Macedonian and Roman empires, but the greatest of their successors, the British Empire, on it too, was founded the fortunes and imperial power of Napoleon Bonaparte. Later still, on this foundation arose the great and solid structure of the United States. The art of the indirect approach can only be mastered, and its full scope appreciated by study of and reflection upon the whole history of war. But we can at least crystallize the lessons into two simple maxims, one negative, the other positive. The first is that, in face of the overwhelming evidence of history, no general is justified in launching his troops to a direct attack upon an enemy firmly in position. The second, that instead of seeking to upset the enemy's equilibrium by one's attack, it must be upset before a real attack is, or can be successfully launched. Lenin had a vision of fundamental truth when he said that the soundest strategy in war is to postpone operations until the moral disintegration of the enemy renders the delivery of the mortal blow both possible and easy. This is not always practicable, nor his methods of propaganda always fruitful. But it will bear adaptation. The soundest strategy in any campaign is to postpone battle, and the soundest tactics to postpone attack, until the moral dislocation of the enemy renders the delivery of a decisive blow practicable. Part 2, Strategy of the First World War. Chapter Plans and Their Issai in the Western Theater, 1914, the starting point of a survey of the Western Front campaign in World War. I must be the pre-war plans. The Franco-German frontier was narrow, only some 150 miles long, and so afforded little room for the manoeuvre of the masses which the conscriptive system had created and developed. At the southeastern end, the frontier abutted on Switzerland, and after a short stretch of flat country near Belfort ran for 70 miles along the Vosges Mountains. Thence the line was prolonged by an almost continuous fortress chain based on Epinal, Toul, and Verdun, and just beyond the last named lay the frontiers of Luxembourg and Belgium. In the resurrection and reconstruction period, which followed the disasters of 1870, the French plan was that of an initial defensive, based on the frontier fortresses, to be followed by a decisive counterstroke. To this end, the great fortress system along the Alsace-Lorraine frontier had been created, and gaps such as the Troupe de Charme between Epinal and Toul had been left to canalize the expected German invasion so that the counter might be delivered with more assurance and effectiveness. This plan was marked by a certain indirectness of approach, perhaps as much as was possible in view of the restricted frontier without violating neutral territory. But in the decade before 1914, a new school of thought arose, with Colonel de Grandmaison as its prophet, which denounced this plan as contrary to the French spirit and as an almost complete atrophy of the idea of the offensive. The advocates of the offensive at outrance found in Joffre, who was appointed chief of the General Staff in 1912, a lever for their intentions. Grasping it, they gained control of the French military machine, and throwing over the old plan, formulated the now notorious Plan de CCA. This was purely a direct approach in the form of a headlong offensive against the German centre with all forces united. Yet for this frontal and whole front offensive, the French plan counted upon having a bare equality of strength against an enemy who would have the support of his own fortified frontier zone, while by rushing forward the French forswore any advantage from their own. The one concession to historical experience and common sense in this plan was that the fortress of Metz should be masked, not directly assaulted the attack passing south of it into Lorraine and north of it also. The left wing would extend the offensive into Belgian Luxembourg if the Germans violated neutral territory. By an historical paradox, the French plan drew its inspiration from a German Clausewitz, while the German plan was far closer to the Napoleonic in origin, if still more Hannibalic. Britain's contingent share in the French plan was settled less by calculation than by the Europeanization of her military organization and thought during the previous decade. This continental influence drew her insensibly into a tacit acceptance of the role of an appendix to the French left wing, and away from her historic exploitation of the mobility given by sea power. At the Council of War on the outbreak, Sir John French, who was to command the British Expeditionary Force, expressed a doubt of the prearranged plan as an alternative. He suggested that the force should be sent to Antwerp, where it would have stiffened the Belgians' resistance and, by its mere situation, have threatened the rear flank of the German armies as they advanced through Belgium into France. But Major General Henry Wilson, when Director of Military Operations, had virtually pledged the General Staff to act in direct conjunction with the French. The informal staff negotiations between 1905 and 1914 had paved the way for a reversal of England's centuries-old war policy. This fait accompli overbore not only French's strategical idea, but Haig's desire to wait until the situation was clearer and the army could be enlarged, and also Kitchener's more limited objection to assembling the expeditionary force so close to the frontier. The final French plan was the one thing needed to make the original German plan framed by Graf von Schlieffen in 1905 a true indirect approach. Faced by the blank wall which the French fortified frontier presented, the logical military course was to go round it through Belgium. Schlieffen decided on this course and to move as widely as possible. Strangely, even when the invasion of Belgium began, the French command assumed that the Germans would confine their advance to a narrower front east of the Meuse. Schlieffen's plan concentrated the bulk of the German forces on the right wing for this gigantic wheel. The right wing was to sweep through Belgium and northern France, and then, continuing to traverse a vast arc, would wheel gradually to the left or east, with its extreme right passing south of Paris and crossing the Seine near Rouen. It would thus press the French back towards the Moselle, where they would be hammered in rear on the anvil formed by the Lorraine fortresses and the Swiss frontier. The real subtlety and indirectness of the plan lay, not in this geographical detour, but in the distribution of force and in the idea which guided it. An initial surprise was sought by incorporating reserve corps with active corps at the outset in the offensive mass. Of the 72 divisions which would thus be available, 53 were allotted to the swinging mass, 10 were to form a pivot facing Verdun, and a mere 9 were to form the left wing along the French frontier. This reduction of the left wing to the slenderest possible size was shrewdly calculated to increase the effect of the swinging mass by its very weakness. For if the French should attack in Lorraine and press the left wing back towards the Rhine, it would be difficult for them to parry the German attack through Belgium, and the further they went, the more difficult it would be. As with a revolving door, if the French pressed heavily on one side, the other side would swing round and strike them in the back, and the more heavily they pressed, the severer would be the blow. Geographically, Schlieffen's move through Belgium was a strategic approach of very limited indirectness, because of the density of force in relation to space. Psychologically, his design for and distribution of force on the left wing made it a definitely indirect approach, and the French plan made it perfect. If a ghost can chuckle, how the departed Schlieffen must have chuckled when he saw that the French did not even have to be enticed into his trap, but his chuckle must soon have changed into chagrin. For his successor, Moltke the younger in family order, but the older in caution, abandoned Schlieffen's plan in execution, after having already modified and marred it in pre-war preparation. Between 1905 and 1914, as more troops became available, he increased the strength of the left wing disproportionately to the right. By making this wing safer, he made the plan unsafe, and began a continuous sapping of its foundations which ended in its collapse. When the French offensive developed in August 1914, Moltke was tempted to accept the challenge in a direct manner, and to seek a decision in Lorraine, postponing the right wing's sweep. The impulse was only a momentary one, but in that brief lapse he had diverted to Lorraine the 6 newly formed ersatz divisions, which should have gone to increase the strength of his right wing. Moreover, this fresh accession of strength made the German commanders in Lorraine more loath to fulfill their self-suppressing role. Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria, instead of continuing to fall back and lure on the French, halted his army, ready to accept battle. Finding the French attack slow to develop, he arranged with his neighbour to forestall it by a German attack. The two armies had now 25 divisions against 19, but lacked the superiority, as well as the strategic position to make the counterstroke decisive. The result was merely to throw back the French on to their fortified barrier, and so not only restored and augmented their power of resistance, but enabled them to dispatch troops westwards for the Battle of the Marne. The German action in Lorraine undermined Schlieffen's plan even more gravely, if less obviously, than the progressive reduction of the weight and role of the right wing, although it was here that the collapse came, after this wing had been seriously weakened in various ways. Besides the diversion to Lorraine of the 6 reinforcing divisions, the 7 divisions of the right wing were detached to invest or stand guard over Antwerp, Givet and Maubeuge. Then 4 were withdrawn by Moltke to reinforce the East Prussian front. When Kluck's army on the extreme right wheeled in, prematurely on his neighbour's request, and with Moltke's approval, and thereby presented a chance for the Paris garrison to catch him in flank, only 13 German divisions were available against 27 Franco-British divisions on this decisive flank. That fact brings out the extent to which Schlieffen's decisive wing had been weakened directly and indirectly. While the German inferiority was due to subtraction of force from the right wing, the French superiority was due to the misguided action of the German left wing. The switching of French divisions from left to right would not have been possible if the French left wing had been allowed to push on deeper into Lorraine, but it is doubtful whether the strength of the German right wing could have been maintained, even apart from the diversions and subtractions. For as a result of the Belgians' destruction of the bridges over the Meuse, the Germans could run no trains past Liège until the 24th of August, and then only by an awkward deviation. This block made it impossible for them to reinforce their right wing as originally planned. Moreover, the supplies of all their 3 right-wing armies had to pass through this one-half strangled artery. The demolitions carried out by the French and British in their retreat also hindered the maintenance of supplies. By the time the Germans reached the Marne, they bore the air of beaten troops, beaten by hard marching on an empty stomach. If Moltke had avoided his much condemned subtractions and used larger numbers on this far advancing right wing, their state would have been still worse. The long overlooked lesson of the American Civil War was repeated that the development of railways and armies' dependence on such communications, both fixed and fragile, fostered the deployment of larger numbers than could be maintained in long-range operations without risk of breakdown. Although with the Battle of the Marne we crossed the shadowy borderline between strategy and tactics, this battle, which turned the tide of the war, yields so many sidelights on the problem of the approach that it deserves examination for these sidelights to be reflected. A background of events is necessary. The repulse of Joffre's right wing in Lorraine had been followed by the throwing back of his center in a head-on crash in the Ardennes, and by the narrow escape of his left wing, belatedly extended from a disastrous encirclement between the Sambre and the Meuse. With Planthis' eye shattered to pieces, Joffre formed a new plan out of the wreckage. He decided to swing back his left and center with Verdun as the pivot, while drawing troops from his now firmly buttressed right wing to form a fresh 6th Army on his left. On the German side, the first highly colored reports from the army commanders in the battles of the frontiers had given the German Supreme Command the impression of a decisive victory. Then the comparatively small totals of prisoners raised doubts in Moltke's mind, and led him to a more sober estimate of the situation. The new pessimism of Moltke's combined with the renewed optimism of his army commanders to produce a fresh change of plan which contained the seeds of disaster. When on the 26th August the British left wing fell back southwards from Le Cateau, badly mauled, the German First Army under Kluck turned southwestwards again. If this direction was partly due to a misconception of the line of retreat taken by the British, it was also in accordance with Kluck's original role of a wide circling sweep. By carrying him into the Amiens-Péronne area, where the first elements of the newly formed French 6th Army were just detraining after being switched from Lorraine, it compelled a hurried withdrawal of the Sixth Army and thus had the effect of dislocating Joffre's design for an early return to the offensive. But Kluck had hardly swung out to the southwest before he was induced to swing in again, for to ease the pressure on the British, Joffre had ordered the neighbouring army, Lanrezac, to halt and strike back the pursuing German Second Army, Bülow, which, shaken by the threat, called on Kluck for aid. Lanrezac's attack on the 29th August was stopped before this aid was needed, but Bülow asked Kluck to wheel inwards, nevertheless, in order to cut off Lanrezac's retreat. Before acceding, Kluck referred to Moltke. The request came at a moment when Moltke was becoming perturbed, in general, over the way the French were slipping away from his embrace, and in particular over a gap which had opened between his Second and Third Army. Hence Moltke approved Kluck's change of direction, which meant the abandonment of the original wide sweep round the far side of Paris. Now, the flank of the wheeling German line would pass the near side of Paris and across the face of the Paris defences. By this contraction of his frontage and greater directness of approach for the sake of security, Moltke sacrificed the wider prospects inherent in the wide sweep of the Schlieffen plan. As it proved, instead of contracting the risk, he invited a fatal counterstroke. The decision to abandon the original plan was definitely taken on the 4th September, and in place of it Moltke substituted a narrower envelopment of the French centre and right. His own centre, 4th and 5th Armies, was to press southeast, while his left 6th and 7th Armies, striking southwestwards, sought to break through the fortified barrier between Toul and Epinal, the jaws thus closing inwards on either side of Verdun. Meantime his right, 1st and 2nd Armies, was to turn outwards, and facing west hold off any counter-move which the French attempted from the neighbourhood of Paris. But such a French counter-move had begun before the newer plan could take effect. The opportunity was less quickly appreciated by Joffre, who had ordered a continuance of the retreat, than by Gallieni, the military governor of Paris. On the 3rd September, Gallieni realized the meaning of Kluck's wheel inwards and directed Montgomery's 6th Army to be ready to strike at the exposed German right flank. All the next day an argument raged at Joffre's headquarters, the case for an immediate counter-offensive being pressed by Major Gamlin, his military secretary, but stoutly opposed by General Berthelot, the most powerful voice on the general staff. The issue was only settled and Joffre's sanction gained when Gallieni came through on the telephone that evening. Once convinced, Joffre acted with decision. The whole left wing was ordered to turn about and return to a general offensive beginning on the 6th of September. Montgomery was quick off the mark on the 5th, and as his pressure developed on the Germans' sensitive flank, Kluck was constrained to draw off first one part, and then the remaining part of his army to support his threatened flank guard. Thereby a 30-mile gap was created between the 1st and 2nd German armies, a gap covered only by a screen of cavalry. Kluck was emboldened to take the risk because of the rapid retreat of the British opposite to that gaping sector. Even on the 5th, instead of turning about, the British had continued a further day's march to the south, but in this disappearance lay the indirect and unintentional cause of victory. For when the British retraced their steps, it was the report that their columns were advancing into the gap which, on the 9th September, led Bülow to order the retreat of his 2nd Army. The temporary advantage which the 1st Army, already isolated by its own act, had gained over Montgomery was thereby nullified, and it fell back the same day. By the 11th, the retreat had extended, independently or under orders from Moltke, to all the German armies. The attempt at a partial envelopment, pivoting on Verdun, had already failed the jaw formed by the 6th and 7th Armies, merely breaking its teeth on the defences of the French eastern frontier. It is difficult to see how the German command could reasonably have pinned their faith on achieving as an improvised expedient the frontal assault that, in cool calculation before the war, had appeared so hopeless as to lead them to take the momentous decision to advance through Belgium, violating her neutrality as the only feasible alternative. Thus, in sum, the Battle of the Marne was decided by a jar and a crack. The jar administered by Montgomery's attack on the German right flank caused a crack in a weak joint of the German line, and this physical crack in turn produced a moral crack in the German command. Against this background, it can be seen that Kluck's indirect move, his wheel outward after Le Cateau, was as valuable in upsetting Joffre's second plan for an early return to the offensive and in accelerating the dangerous momentum of the Franco-British retreat as his subsequent wheel inward directly towards the opponent was fatal to the German plan. We may note, too, that Moltke's strategic approach became increasingly direct, and that the frontal assault of the German left wing proved not only a costly failure, but brought no strategic return to compensate its cost. It would be far-fetched to characterize Joffre's retreat as an indirect approach. The opportunity on the Marne was presented, not created, nor even sought. Gallieni's thrust was in the nick of time before the German First and Second Armies could take up their new flank guard dispositions, but it was too direct to produce decisive results, and would have been more direct still if he had made it south of the Marne as Joffre first instructed. Finally, it can be seen that the actual decision, the move which compelled the Germans to retreat, was due to an indirect approach so unintentional as to form an act of historical comedy. This was the disappearance of the British Expeditionary Force, and its happily belated reappearance opposite the strained and weakened joint of the German right wing. French critics have reproached it for this slowness, not realizing that it contributed a new, if somewhat different point to the fable of the hare and the tortoise. If the BEF had returned sooner, the joint would hardly have been so weakened. Mornery's attack could not have produced a decision, for he had already been brought to a halt, while the two German corps taken from the joint were still on the march and contributing nothing to the issue. In analyzing the cause of the German retreat, however, we must take account of a factor customarily overlooked. This was the sensitiveness of the Supreme Command to reports of landings on the Belgian coast, which might menace their rear and communications. It led them to contemplate a withdrawal before the Battle of the Marne even began. On the 3rd September, Colonel Hensch, the representative of the Supreme Command, came to the First Army with the latest precautionary order and informed it that the news is bad. The 7th and 6th Armies are blocked before Nancy-Epinal. The 4th and 5th are meeting strong resistance. The French are railing forces from their right towards Paris. The English are disembarking fresh troops continuously on the Belgian coast. There are rumors of a Russian expeditionary force in the same parts. A withdrawal is becoming inevitable. The sensitiveness of the German command had enlarged 3 battalions of Marines which landed at Ostend for 48 hours into a corps of 40,000 men. The Russians are said to have sprung from the heated imagination of an English railway porter. There should be a statue in Whitehall dedicated to the unknown porter. Historians may well conclude that this party of temporary visitors to Ostend, together with the Russian myth, were the primary cause of the victory of the Marne. When the moral effect of these phantom forces is weighed with the material detention of German forces in Belgium, owing to fears of a Belgian sortie from Antwerp, which developed on the 9th September, the balance of judgment would seem to turn heavily in favour of the strategy which Sir John French had suggested at the outset. By it, the British Expeditionary Force might have had a positively, not merely negatively, decisive influence on the struggle. The latent menace of the Belgian coast to the German rear had throughout been appreciated by Falkenhayn, who now replaced Moltke. His first step was to undertake the reduction of Antwerp, and from this grew the germ of a manoeuvre which savoured of the indirect approach. Its execution fell short of, and became more direct than its conception, yet it sufficed to bring the Allies afresh to the verge of disaster. The Allied frontal pursuit had been definitely checked on the Aisne before Joffre on the 17th September. Seeing that Mornery's attempts to overlap the German flank were ineffectual, decided to form a fresh army under de Castelnau for an outflanking move. By then the German armies had recovered cohesion, and the German command was ready to meet such limited manoeuvre, now the natural line of expectation. The next month was occupied by the extremely obvious and abortive series of attempts by either side to overlap the other's western flank, a phase popularly, if inaccurately, styled the race to the sea. Falkenhayn tired of the game long before Joffre, and on the 14th of October planned a strategic trap for the next Allied attempt which he foresaw would follow. His latest formed flank army was to parry the attempt, while another, composed of the forces released by the fall of Antwerp and of 4 newly raised corps, was to sweep down the Belgian coast, crush in the flank, and crash upon the rear of the attacking Allies. He even held back momentarily the troops pursuing the Belgian field army from Antwerp in order to avoid prematurely alarming the Allied command. Fortunately for the Allies, King Albert, from caution or realism, refused Foch's invitation to join in this outflanking effort and declined to quit the coastal district. Thereby the Belgian army was in position to withstand and eventually, by flooding the low coastal strip, frustrate the German sweep from the north. This compelled Falkenhayn to make a more direct approach to the Allied flank, which had just been extended to Ypres by the arrival of Haig's corps from the Aisne. Although the attempted advance of the earlier coming British right and centre corps had already been held up, Sir John French ordered his left wing under Haig to attempt the realization of Joffre's outflanking dream. Fortunately again, the attempt coincided with the premature opening of the German attack, and thus was stillborn, although for a day or two French, under Foch's influence, persisted in believing that this British attack was going on, whereas actually Haig's troops were struggling hard even to hold their ground. The delusion of the French and British chiefs as to the reality of the situation was partly responsible for the fact that Ypres, like Inkerman, was essentially a soldier's battle. Falkenhayn too, once his hope of sweeping down the coast had faded, persisted for a month in trying to force a decision by a direct approach. When the direct defense, despite weakness of strength, triumphed as usual over the direct attack, the trench barrier became consolidated from the Swiss frontier to the sea and stalemate ensued. The Western Theatre, 1915-17, the military record of the Franco-British alliance during the next 4 years, is a story of the attempt to break this deadlock, either by forcing the barrier or by haphazardly seeking a way round. On the Western Front, with its interminable parallel lines of entrenchments, strategy became the handmaiden of tactics, while tactics became a cripple. The strategical side of the years 1915-17 does not call for much examination. On the Allied side, the strategy was purely that of direct approach, and it was ineffectual to break the deadlock. Whatever be our opinion of the merits of attrition and of the argument that the whole period should be regarded as one continuous battle, a method which requires 4 years to produce a decision is not to be regarded as a model for imitation. At Neuve-Chapelle, the first attempt at the offensive in 1915, the approach was direct, but tactical surprise at least was sought and gained. Thereafter, with the adoption of prolonged warning bombardments, all the attempts became barefaced frontal assaults. Of this nature were the French offensive near Arras in May 1915, the Franco-British offensives of September 1915 in Champagne and north of Arras, of July to November 1916 on the Somme, of April 1917 on the Aisne and at Arras, and lastly the British offensive at Ypres from July to October 1917, which, like King Charles II, took so long in dying in the swamps of Passchendaele. On the 20th November 1917, at Cambrai, tactical surprise was revived by the use of massed tanks, suddenly unleashed in place of a long preliminary bombardment. But strategically, this small-scale attack, so happy in its opening, so unhappy in its end, could hardly be termed an indirect approach. On the German side, the strategy was strictly defensive, except for the Verdun offensive interlude in 1916. This again was essentially a direct approach, unless the idea of bleeding one's enemy to death by an illimitable series of limited leech bites can be termed indirect. But the expenditure in leeches caused its bankruptcy, more akin to the nature of the indirect approach, but purely defensive in aim, was Ludendorff's ably conceived and prepared withdrawal of part of the German forces to the Hindenburg Line in the spring of 1917. To anticipate the renewal of the Franco-British offensive on the Somme, a new trench line of great artificial strength was built across the chord of the arc Lens-Noyon-Reims. Then, after devastating the whole area inside the arc, the Germans withdrew by methodical stages to the new and shorter line. This manoeuvre, distinguished by its moral courage in yielding ground, dislocated the whole plan of the Allies' spring offensive. Thereby it helped to gain the Germans a year's respite from serious danger and from any combined offensive of the Allies, allowed time for Russia's disintegration to become complete, and enabled Ludendorff to make his supreme bid for victory with superiority of force in 1918. Chapter 12. The Northeastern. Detour on the Eastern Front, the plans of campaign were more fluid, less elaborately worked out and formulated, although they were to be as kaleidoscopic in their changes of fortune as in the Western Theatre. The calculable condition was geographical, the main incalculable, Russia's rate of concentration. Russian Poland was a vast tongue of country projecting from Russia proper and flanked on three sides by German or Austrian territory. On its northern flank lay East Prussia, with the Baltic Sea beyond. On its southern flank lay the Austrian province of Galicia, with the Carpathian Mountains beyond, guarding the approaches to the plain of Hungary. On the west lay Silesia. The Germanic border provinces were provided with a network of strategic railways, whilst Poland, as well as Russia itself, had only a sparse system of communications. Thus, the German alliance had a vital advantage in power of concentration for countering a Russian advance. But if its armies took the offensive, the further they progressed into Poland or Russia proper, the more would they lose this advantage. Hence, the experience of history suggested that their most profitable strategy was to lure the Russians forward into position for a counterstroke, rather than to inaugurate an offensive themselves. The one drawback was that such a Punic strategy gave the Russians time to concentrate and to set in motion their cumbrous and rusty machine. From this arose an initial cleavage between German and Austrian opinion. Both agreed that the problem was to hold the Russians in check during the 6 weeks before the Germans, it was hoped, would have crushed France, and could switch their forces eastwards to join the Austrians in a decisive blow against the Russians. The difference of opinion was on the method. The Germans, intent on a decision against France, wished to leave a minimum force in the east. Only a political dislike of exposing national territory to invasion prevented them evacuating East Prussia and standing on the Vistula line. But the Austrians, under the influence of Konrad von Hotzendorf, chief of their general staff, were anxious to throw the Russian machine out of gear by an immediate offensive. As this promised to keep the Russians fully occupied while the campaign in France was being decided, Moltke fell in with this strategy. Conrad's plan was that of an offensive northeastwards into Poland by two armies, protected by two more on their right further east. On the opposing side also, the desires of one ally vitally affected the strategy of the other. The Russian command, both from military and for racial motives, wished to concentrate first against Austria, while she was unsupported, and to leave Germany alone until later, when the full strength of the Russian army would be mobilized. But the French, anxious to relieve the German pressure against themselves, urged the Russians to deliver a simultaneous attack against Germany. The outcome was that the Russians consented to undertake an extra offensive for which they were neither ready in numbers nor organized. On the southwestern front, two pairs of armies were to converge on the Austrian forces in Galicia. On the northwestern front, two armies were to converge on the German forces in East Prussia. Russia, whose proverbial slowness and crude organization dictated a cautious strategy, was about to break with tradition and launch out on a hasty and double direct approach. On the outbreak of war, the Russian commander-in-chief, the Grand Duke Nicholas, accelerated the invasion of East Prussia in order to ease the pressure on his French allies. On the August 17th Rennenkampf's army crossed the east frontier of East Prussia, and on the 19th to 20th of August it met and threw back the bulk of Prittwitz's German 8th Army at Gumbinnen. On the 21st August, Prittwitz heard that Samsonov's army had crossed the southern frontier of East Prussia in his rear, which was guarded by only 3 divisions while 10 faced them. In panic, Prittwitz momentarily spoke of falling back behind the Vistula, whereupon Moltke superseded him by a retired General Hindenburg, with Ludendorff as chief of staff, developing a plan which, with the necessary movements, had been already initiated by Colonel Hoffmann of the 8th Army Staff. Ludendorff concentrated some 6 divisions against Samsonov's left wing. This force, inferior in strength to the Russians, could not have been decisive. But Ludendorff, finding that Rennenkampf was still near Gumbinnen, took the calculated risk of withdrawing the rest of the German troops, except the cavalry screen, from that front and rushing them back against Samsonov's right wing. This daring move was aided by the absence of communication between the two Russian commanders and the ease with which the Germans deciphered the Russian wireless orders. Under converging blows, Samsonov's flanks were crushed, his center surrounded, and his army practically destroyed. If the opportunity was presented rather than created, this brief Tannenberg campaign forms an almost perfect example of the interior line's form of the indirect approach. Then, receiving 2 fresh army corps from the front in France, the German commander turned on the slowly advancing Rennenkampf, whose lack of energy was partly due to his losses at Gumbinnen and subsequent lack of information, and drove him out of East Prussia. As a result of these battles, Russia had lost 250,000 men, and what she could afford still less much war material. The invasion of East Prussia, however, had at least helped to make possible the French revival on the Marne by causing the dispatch of 2 corps from the west. But the effect of Tannenberg was diminished because, away on the Galician front, the scales had tilted against the Central Powers. The offensive of the Austrian First and Fourth Armies into Poland had at first made progress, but this was nullified by the onslaught of the Russian Third and Eighth Armies upon the weaker Second and Third Armies, which were guarding the Austrian right flank. These armies were heavily defeated the 26th to 30th August and driven back through Lemberg. The advance of the Russian left wing thus threatened the rear of the victorious Austrian left wing. Conrad tried to swing part of his left wing round against the Russian flank, but this blow was parried, and then caught with his forces disorganized by the renewed advance of the Russian right wing. He was forced, on the 11th September, to extricate himself by a general retreat, falling back almost to Krakow by the end of September. Austria's plight compelled the Germans to send aid. The bulk of the German force in East Prussia was formed into a new Ninth Army, and switched south to the southwest corner of Poland, whence it advanced on Warsaw in combination with a renewed Austrian offensive. But the Russians were now approaching the full tide of their mobilized strength. Regrouping their forces and counterattacking, they drove back the advance and followed it up by a powerful effort to invade Silesia. The Grand Duke Nicholas formed a huge phalanx of 7 armies, 3 in the van and 2 protecting either flank. A further army, the 10th, had invaded the eastern corner of East Prussia and was engaging the weak German forces there. To counter the danger, the German eastern front was placed under the firm of Hindenburg-Ludendorff-Hoffmann, which devised yet another masterstroke based on the system of lateral railways inside the German frontier. The Ninth Army, falling back before the Russian advance, slowed it down by a systematic destruction of the scanty communications in Poland. On reaching the Silesian frontier, unpressed, it was first switched northward to the Posen-Thorn area, and then thrust southeast on the 11th November up the west bank of the Vistula, against the joint between the 2 armies guarding the Russian right flank. The wedge, as if driven in by a mallet, split the 2 armies, forced the first back on Warsaw, and almost achieved another Tannenberg against the second, which was nearly surrounded at Lodz when the 5th Army from the van turned back to its rescue. As a result, part of the German enveloping force almost suffered the fate planned for the Russians, but managed to cut its way through to the main body. If the Germans were balked of decisive tactical success, this maneuver had been a classic example of how a relatively small force, by using its mobility for indirect approach to a vital point, can paralyze the advance of an enemy several times its strength. The Russian steamroller was thrown out of gear, and never again did it threaten German soil. Within a week, 4 new German army corps arrived from the Western Front, where the Ypres attack had now ended in failure. Although they came too late to clinch the mischance of a decisive victory, Ludendorff was able to use them in pressing the Russians back to the Bezura-Ravka river line in front of Warsaw there. On the east, as on the west, the trench stalemate settled in. But the crust was less firm, and the Russians had drained their stock of munitions to an extent that their poorly industrialized country could not make good. The real story of 1915 on the Eastern Front is that of the tussle of wills between Ludendorff, who desired to reach a decision by a strategy that was at least geographically an indirect approach, and Falkenhayn, who considered that he could both limit his expenditure of force and cripple Russia's offensive power by a strategy of direct approach. Holding the superior appointment, Falkenhayn succeeded in gaining his way, but his strategy did not succeed in fulfilling either object. Ludendorff perceived that the Russians' autumn advance towards Silesia and Krakow had enmeshed the body of their army deeply in the Polish salient. In the southwestern corner they had even poked their head through the meshes into Austrian territory when Ludendorff's Lodz blow fell and temporarily paralyzed the body. By the time feeling and strength came back, the jagged edges of the net had been reknit and reinforced. From January to April, the Russian body wriggled furiously but ineffectively on the Carpathian side. Its struggles merely wrapped its cumbrous mass more firmly in the net. Ludendorff wished to seize the opportunity for a wide indirect approach round the northern flank near the Baltic, through Vilna, towards the Russian rear and astride their sparse rail communications with the Polish salient. Falkenhayn, however, shrank both from its boldness and its demand upon his reserves, although he was to expend far more in his own way. Reluctantly dissuaded from a fresh attempt to storm the trench barrier in the west, and compelled to dole out reserves to strengthen his Austrian allies, he decided to employ them in a strategically limited, if tactically unlimited, attempt to lame Russia so that he might return to renew his offensive in the west undisturbed. The plan in the east, suggested by Conrad and adopted by Falkenhayn, was to break through the Russian center in the Dunajec sector between the Carpathians and the Vistula. On the 2nd May the blow fell. The surprise was complete, the exploitation rapid, and by the 14th the whole line along the Carpathians had been rolled back 80 miles to the south. Here we can see an illuminating example of the difference between the indirect approach and what is commonly called surprise. Surprise of time, place, and force was achieved, but the Russians were merely rolled back in snowball fashion. Although they lost heavily, they were rolled back towards their reserves, supplies, and railways. Thereby the Germans consolidated the snowball and enabled Russian accretions to make good the pieces that fell off. Moreover, while the pressure of this direct approach was a dangerous strain on the Russian command, it was not a dislocating shock. Falkenhayn now realized that he had committed himself too far in Galicia to draw back. His partial offensive had gained no secure halting place, and only by bringing more troops from France could he hope to fulfill his aim of transferring troops back there. But once more he chose an almost direct approach. He changed the direction of the offensive from eastward to northeastward, and in conjunction ordered Ludendorff, all this time fretting impatiently in East Prussia, to strike southeastward. Ludendorff contended that this plan, if convergent, was too much of a frontal attack, and that while the two wings might squeeze the Russians they would do no more. He again urged, and Falkenhayn again rejected, the Vilna manoeuvre. The outcome proved Ludendorff correct. Falkenhayn's shears, as they closed, merely pushed the Russians back out of the now shallow space between them. By the end of September the Russians were back on a long straight line between Riga on the Baltic and Semowitz on the Romanian frontier. If never again a direct menace to Germany, they imposed on her an irremediable strain by detaining large German forces and keeping Austria morally and physically on the rack. When Falkenhayn broke off large-scale operations, he gave Ludendorff a belated and half-hearted sanction to try the Vilna maneuver with his own meagre resources. This light and isolated thrust cut the Vilna-Dvinsk railway and almost reached the Minsk railway, the central line of Russian communications, despite the Russians being free to concentrate all their reserves to resist it. These results were a suggestive testimony to its potentialities if attempted earlier, and in strong force, when the Russian body was firmly entangled in the Polish net. Their offensive in the east being terminated, and their defensive in the west being unshaken, the Central Powers utilized the autumn to carry through a campaign in Serbia. This campaign, from the viewpoint of the war as a whole, was an indirect approach with limited aim, but in its own sphere was decisive in aim. Its course, too, if helped by the geographical and political situation, sheds light on the effect of this method. The plan was based on Bulgaria's intervention in the war on the side of the Central Powers. The direct Austro-German invasion was being held in check when the Bulgarians moved westward into Serbia. Even then, helped by the mountainous country, the Serbians' resistance remained firm until the Bulgar left wing worked round into southern Serbia across their rear, cutting them off from the Franco-British reinforcements which were being sent up from Salonika. Thereupon the Serbian collapse was swift, and only a tattered remnant survived the midwinter retreat westwards through Albania to the Adriatic coast. This quick concentration against a junior partner relieved Austria of danger on this side, while giving Germany free communication through and control of Central Europe. The operations of 1916 and 1917 on the Russian front call for little comment, being essentially defensive on the Austro-German side and essentially direct on the Russian side. The significance of the Russian operations is that they throw into clear relief not only the barrenness of a strategy which relies on the application of mere weight in a direct approach, but its boomerang moral effect. When the revolution presaged the complete collapse of Russia's military effort in 1917, the Russian forces were actually better armed and better equipped than at any previous time, but the immense and visibly abortive losses had undermined the fighting will of the most patiently self-sacrificing troops in Europe. A similar effect was seen in the mutinies in the French army after the Spring Offensive in 1917. Most of the outbreaks there occurred when slaughter-wearied troops were ordered to return to the trenches. The one Russian operation which had some indirectness of approach was Brusilov's offensive near Luck in June 1916, and it had this quality because the offensive had no serious intention. It was conceived merely as a diversion, and released prematurely owing to Italy's appeal. No preparation nor concentration of troops had been made, and the unexpectedness of this almost casual advance brought about such a collapse of the somnolent Austrian defense that within 3 days 200,000 prisoners were netted. Rarely has a surprise shock been so manifold in its strategic results. It stopped the Austrian attack on Italy. It compelled Falkenhayn to withdraw troops from the Western Front, and so to abandon his attrition campaign round Verdun. It spurred Romania to enter the war against the Central Powers. It caused the downfall of Falkenhayn, and his replacement by Hindenburg and Ludendorff-Hoffmann to the firm's loss was left in the east. Although Romania's entry was the pretext for Falkenhayn's supersession, the real reason was that his direct strategy in 1915, narrow both in purpose and direction, had made possible the Russian revival, which completed the ruin of the 1916 strategy. But the indirectness and the good effect of Brusilov's offensive were short-lived. It led the Russian command too late to throw the weight of their forces in this direction, and, in accord with the natural laws of war, the prolongation of the effort along the line of hardening resistance used up the Russian reserves without compensating effect. Brusilov's ultimate loss of 1 million casualties, though terrible, could be made good. But by revealing to the survivors the mental bankruptcy of the Russian command, it caused the moral bankruptcy of Russia's military power. The Russians' obsessed concentration on this effort enabled Hindenburg and Ludendorff to carry through another quick-change, indirect approach as against Serbia in 1915. Partly from force of circumstances, it became more truly a strategic, indirect approach. Romania was the target. At the outset, she had 23 divisions, indifferently equipped against 7 opposing her, and she hoped that the pressure of Brusilov, of the British on the Somme, and of the Allied force now at Salonika would prevent these being reinforced. But these pressures were all direct, and they did not prevent the withdrawal of sufficient troops to crush Romania. Romania's territory, sandwiched between Transylvania and Bulgaria, had strong natural ramparts on either side of the Carpathians and the Danube, but by its situation lent itself to a strategy of indirect approach. Further, her Dobruja backyard strip near the Black Sea formed a bait which a skillful opponent could attach to his hook. Her desire and decision to take the offensive westwards into Transylvania made her opponents' counteraction more subtly indirect than they intended. The Romanian advance began on the 27th August 1916. 3 main columns, each of about 4 divisions, moved northwest through the Carpathian passes in a direct approach towards the Hungarian plain. To guard the Danube, 3 divisions were left, and 3 more in the Dobruja, whither the Russians had promised to send reinforcements. But the slow and cautious advance of the Romanian columns into Transylvania, hampered by the enemy's destruction of bridges, but not by resistance, did not seriously menace the 5 weak Austrian divisions which covered the frontier until they had been reinforced by 5 German and 2 Austrian divisions, in fulfillment of the other half of the plan adopted by Falkenhayn before his downfall. 4 Bulgarian divisions, with a German stiffening and an Austrian bridging train, were placed under Mackensen for the invasion of the Dobruja. While the Romanian columns were crawling westward into Transylvania, Mackensen stormed the Turtucaia bridgehead on the 5th September, destroying the 3 Romanian divisions which guarded the Danube front. Then, with his Danube flank secure, he moved eastwards, deeper into the Dobruja, if away from Bucharest, the natural line of expectation. It was a shrewd moral thrust, for the automatic strategic effect was to draw away the Romanian reserves intended to support the Transylvania offensive, which lost such impetus as it had. Falkenhayn, now given the executive command here, launched the counter-offensive perhaps too eagerly and directly, for although he skillfully concentrated against the southern and center columns in turn, using smaller if not minimum forces to hold off the other opponents who hardly needed holding off, the result was to throw the Romanians back, but not to cut them off from the mountains. The mischance jeopardized the whole German plan, for with all the passes still in their hands, the Romanians sturdily repulsed the German efforts to press through on their heels. Falkenhayn's first attempt to get through further west was foiled, but a renewed effort broke through just before the coming of the winter snows. By swinging westward, he had now, however, entered Romania by the front door, and the consequent direct approach had to cross a series of river lines. Fortunately for him, when he had been checked along the Alt, Mackensen intervened. Mackensen had switched the bulk of his force back from the Dobruja, past Turtucaia, to Sestovo, where on the 23rd November he forced the crossing of the Danube. It is a moot point whether this abandonment of his potential position on the Romanian rear for a convergent advance of their main army towards Bucharest was the most profitable strategy. It enabled Falkenhayn to cross the Olt, but it enabled the Romanians to use their close central position for a dangerous counterstroke at Mackensen's flank. This was almost enveloped. Once the danger was averted, however, the combined pressure of Falkenhayn and Mackensen pressed the Romanian army back through Bucharest, whence it withdrew to the Serret Black Sea line. The Germans had gained possession of most of Romania, with its wheat and oil, but they had not cut off or destroyed the Romanian army, whose moral and mental strength had been consolidated in resisting the last stage of the enemy's advance. The next summer its sturdy resistance foiled the German attempt to drive it behind the Prut and thus complete the occupation of Romania. Only in December 1917, when Bolshevik Russia signed an armistice with Germany, was Romania, thereby isolated, forced to follow suit. Chapter 13. The Southeastern or Mediterranean, the Italian theater in 1917. Italy was the scene and object of the German command's autumn repertory performance. Here again the configuration of the frontier gave the Germans scope for a geographical or physical indirect approach which was denied to their opponents, and the latter showed no inclination to try the psychological indirect approach. The Italian frontier province of Venetia formed a salient pointing to Austria, flanked on the north by the Austrian Tyrol and Trentino, on the south by the Adriatic. Bordering on the Adriatic was a stretch of relatively low ground on the Isonzo front, but the frontier then followed the Julian and Carnic Alps in a wide sweep round to the northwest, the arc continuing southwestward to Lake Garda. The great breadth of the Alpine masses on the north and the absence of any vital objective did not encourage Italy to take the offensive in that direction. She was thus restricted for an offensive to a direct advance eastwards towards Austria. It inevitably suffered the potential and perpetual menace of an Austrian descent from the Trentino on its rear, but with her choice so restricted she chose this course. For 2.5 years she persevered with the direct approach. By that time the 11th battle of the Isonzo had been fought in vain. The Italian armies had scarcely advanced beyond their starting point, and their casualties totaled some 1,100,000, while the Austrians had lost some 650,000. During that period, Austria had only once taken the offensive. This was in 1916, when Conrad had sought to obtain Falkenhayn's support for an attempt to overthrow Italy by a thrust southwards from the Trentino against the rear of the Italian armies then engaged on the Isonzo. But Falkenhayn, distrustful of the plan as well as of decisive strokes, and intent on his Verdun attrition process, declined even to lend the minimum of 9 German divisions for which Conrad asked to relieve Austrian divisions on the eastern front. In default of this aid, Conrad decided to make the attempt single-handed, taking some of his best divisions from the east, and thereby exposing the eastern front to Brusilov's subsequent advance, without obtaining adequate force to achieve his Italian plan. Nevertheless, the attack came close to success. If it could not be said to avoid the natural line of expectation, it had a measure of unexpectedness because the Italian command did not believe that Conrad had the force or the facilities for a large-scale attack. It was a large-scale attack, but not quite large enough. The attack, when launched, gained rapid success in the first days. Although Cadorna was able and prompt to withdraw reserves from the Isonzo sector besides preparing the evacuation thence of his stores and heavy artillery. It was a race with the odds even. The Austrian attack was within reach of a breakthrough into the plain, but had lost its momentum for want of reserves when Brusilov's advance on the eastern front caused its suspension. When Ludendorff, 17 months later, took up the idea of a combined blow at Italy because of the serious condition of Austria, the prospects were less favourable. He could only spare his slender general reserve of 6 divisions, while his ally was suffering, morally and materially, from exhaustion. And for lack of means, the plan was limited to a narrower and more direct approach, a thrust at the northeastern corner of the Isonzo sector, where it bent round towards the Alpine mass. The choice of the actual sector, however, was chosen on a principle new to this front, that of seeking the line of least tactical resistance. Originally, the plan was for a breakthrough at Caporetto, followed merely by rolling up the Isonzo front. It was subsequently expanded into a more ambitious design without an increase of means. Ludendorff at Caporetto, like the British that same autumn at Cambrai, provided an example of the profound strategic error of not cutting your coat according to your cloth. He went to the other extreme from Falkenhayn, who had always ordered too little cloth, underestimating the measurements of the coat, and then had to order more to enlarge the coat into an unsatisfactory patchwork. On the 24th October the attack was launched, having been skillfully prepared and concealed, and drove a wedge deep between the Italian armies. A week later it had reached the Tagliamento, but once the Italians had extricated their severed forces, if with the loss of a large part, the continuation of the advance became a purely direct approach westwards, pressing the Italians back to the Piave River. That was a stout barricade behind which to shelter. Too late, Ludendorff thought of switching reserves round to the Trentino, but was foiled by the inadequacy of the rail communications. The Trentino army made an ineffective attempt to advance with its own slight resources, and this belated stroke had lost the effect of a rear thrust, for the whole Italian front and reserves had been pushed almost as far back. The initial surprise having passed, the Austro-German attack was now a purely direct convergence, which pressed the Italians back towards their reserves, supplies, homeland, and allied reinforcements. It had the natural negative result, but the measure of success attained with such slender resources cast an ironical reflection on Falkenhayn's refusal to listen to Conrad's more promising plan early in 1916. The Balkan theatre. Before we turn to consider Ludendorff's plan for 1918, it is necessary to survey the action taken or attempted by his opponents during the previous 3 years beyond the bounds of the French and Russian fronts. While the French and British headquarters in France preserved an unquenchable faith in the power of a direct approach, not only to break through the trench barrier but to gain a decisive victory, strong doubt of its prospects was felt from October 1914 onwards, in quarters either further from or closer to the locked front. Those who had this view, from the perspective which distance enables, were not all political leaders. They included Gallieni in France and Kitchener in England. On the 7th January 1915, Kitchener wrote to Sir John French, "The German lines in France may be looked upon as a fortress that cannot be carried by assault, and also that cannot be completely invested, with the result that the lines may be held by an investing force while operations proceed elsewhere." It was argued, notably by Winston Churchill, that the enemy alliance should be viewed as a whole, and that modern developments had so changed conceptions of distance and powers of mobility that a blow in some other theatre of war would correspond to the classic attack on an enemy's strategic flank. In this connection, the example of Napoleon, so often quoted to support the case for persevering on the Western Front, appears rather to lend its weight to the alternative design. Further, it was agreed that such an operation would be in accordance with the traditional amphibious strategy of Britain, and would enable her to exploit the military advantage hitherto neglected of sea power. In January 1915, Lord Kitchener advocated a plan for severing Turkey's main line of eastward communication by a landing in the Gulf of Alexandretta. The post-war evidence of Hindenburg and Enver Pasha showed how this would have paralyzed Turkey, but it could hardly have exercised a wider influence, or been an indirect approach to the Central Alliance as a whole. Lloyd George advocated the transfer of the bulk of the British forces to the Balkans as a way to the enemy's back door, but the French and British commands, confident of an early decision in France, argued vehemently against any alternative strategy, stressing the difficulties of transport and supply, and the ease with which Germany, in their opinion, could switch troops to meet the threat. If there was substance in the argument, their fervor led them to exaggerate their case. Their objections, too, were less relevant when applied to Gallium's Balkan scheme. He proposed a landing at Salonika as a starting point for a march on Constantinople with an army strong enough to encourage Greece and Bulgaria to join forces. The capture of Constantinople was to be followed by an advance up the Danube into Austria-Hungary in conjunction with the Romanians. This had a fundamental resemblance to the course actually taken in the last months of the war. In September 1918, German military opinion tended to regard such a contingency as decisive. And in the first week of November the threat, though not yet close, was an important factor in hastening Germany's capitulation. In January 1915, however, the weight of military opinion bore down all counter-proposals to the plan of concentration of effort on the Western Front. But misgivings were not silenced, and at this juncture a situation arose which revived the Near Eastern scheme in a new if attenuated form. On the 2nd January 1915, Kitchener received an appeal from the Grand Duke Nicholas for a diversion which would relieve the Turkish pressure on Russia's forces in the Caucasus. Kitchener felt unable to provide the troops and suggested a naval demonstration against the Dardanelles. Churchill's imagination seized upon the wider strategic possibilities, and he proposed, in default of military aid, to convert the demonstration into an attempt to force the passage. His naval advisers, if not enthusiastic, did not oppose the project, and the admiral on the spot, Carden, drew up a plan. A naval force, mainly of obsolete vessels, was got together with French aid, and after preliminary bombardment entered the straits on the 18th March. But a newly laid row of mines in an unsuspected spot caused the sinking of several ships, and the attempt was abandoned. It is a moot question whether a prompt renewal of the advance would have succeeded, for the Turkish ammunition was exhausted, and in such conditions the mine obstacle might have been overcome. But the new naval commander, Admiral de Robeck, decided against it unless military aid were forthcoming. Already a month before, the War Council had determined on a joint attack and begun the dispatch of a military force under Sir Ian Hamilton. But the authorities, slow in accepting the new scheme, were equally slow in releasing the necessary troops for its execution. Even when these were sent in inadequate numbers, several more weeks' delay had to be incurred at Alexandria in order to redistribute the force in its transports suitably for tactical action. Worst of all, this fumbling policy had thrown away the chance of surprise. When the preliminary bombardment took place in February, only 2 Turkish divisions were at the Straits. This was increased to 4 by the date of the naval attack, and to 6 when Hamilton was at last able to attempt his landing. For this he had only 4 British divisions and 1 French division, actually inferior in strength to the enemy, in a situation where the inherent preponderance of defensive over offensive power was multiplied by the natural difficulties of the terrain. His weakness of numbers and his restricted mission of aiding the passage of the fleet compelled him to choose a landing on the Gallipoli Peninsula in preference to one on the mainland or on the Asiatic shore. On the 25th hill he made his spring at the southern tip of the peninsula near Cape Helles, and also near Gabatepe, some 15 miles up the Aegean coast. The French, as a diversion, made a temporary landing at Kumkale on the Asiatic shore, but once the momentary acid of tactical surprise had passed and the Turks were able to bring up their reserves, the invaders could not expand their too precarious footholds. Ultimately, in July, the British government decided to send a further 5 divisions to reinforce the 7 now on the peninsula. By the time they arrived, the Turkish strength in the region had also risen to 15 divisions. Hamilton decided on a double stroke, a reinforced blow from Gabatepe and a new landing at Suvla Bay, a few miles north, to sever the middle of the peninsula and secure the heights commanding the Narrows. If this thrust appears more direct than a landing at Bulair or on the Asiatic shore, its justification is that it was on a line not expected by the enemy command, whose reserves were concentrated at the other points. Only 1 Turkish battalions barred the way during the 36 hours before reserves arrived. Time and opportunity were forfeited by the inexperience of the landing troops and the inertia of the commanders on the spot. The deadlock, the disappointment, and the opposition of those who had always disliked the project soon brought about the evacuation of the peninsula. Yet the verdict of Falkenhayn on the Dardanelles scheme was, if the straits between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea were not permanently closed to Entente traffic, all hope of a successful course of the war would be very considerably diminished. Russia would have been freed from her significant isolation, which offered a safer guarantee than military successes that sooner or later a crippling of the forces of this titan must take place automatically. The fault was not in the conception but in the execution. If the British had used at the outset even a fair proportion of the forces they ultimately expended in driblets, it is clear from the evidence of the opposing commanders that success would probably have crowned their undertaking. While the Dardanelles move was a direct approach to Turkey, it was an indirect approach to the main Turkish armies then engaged in the Caucasus, and on the higher level, an indirect approach to the Central Powers as a whole. Viewed against the gloomy background of the Western Front, where the density of force in relation to space offered no prospect of a decisive penetration, the Dardanelles conception appears to have fulfilled the principle of adjusting the end to the means as thoroughly as its execution violated this principle. The Palestine and Mesopotamia theaters, the Middle East expeditions hardly come within the scope of this survey. Strategically, they were too remote to have any hope of exercising a decisive effect, and considered as means of strategic distraction, each of them absorbed far greater forces of the British than they diverted of the enemy. In the sphere of policy, however, a case can be made out for them. Britain, in the past, had often redeemed the forfeits of her allies on the continent by seizing the overseas possessions of the enemy. In the event of an unfavorable or indecisive issue to the main struggle, such countergains are an asset in negotiating a favorable peace settlement. They are also a tonic during the struggle. 5. The local strategy of the Palestine expedition deserves study. At the outset, it combined the disadvantages of both the direct and indirect approach. It took the line of natural expectation, which was also the longest and most difficult way round to any vital point of the Turkish power. After the first two failures, in March and April 1917 at Gaza, which guarded the direct coast approach from Egypt to Palestine, the larger force available in the autumn was used for a less direct attempt. The plan designed by Chetwode and adopted by Allenby on relieving Murray in command was as geographically indirect as the water supply and the narrow width of the tract between the sea and the desert allowed. The Turkish defences stretched some 20 miles inland from Gaza, while Beersheba, 10 miles further inland, formed an outlying post guarding the eastern margin of the area of possible approach. Secrecy and ruses drew the Turkish attention Gazawards. Then Beersheba, with its water supply, was seized by a wide and swift swoop on its unprotected side. Next in the plan, preceded by a distracting attack on Gaza, was a blow at the flank of the Turkish main position, while the cavalry from Beersheba swept round the Turks' rear. But difficulties in the water supply and a Turkish counterstroke north of Beersheba hamstrung this manoeuvre. Although the Turkish front was pierced, decisive results were missed. The Turkish forces were rolled back, ultimately beyond Jerusalem, but they were not rolled up and cut off as intended. A decision, and the attempt to reach it, were postponed a year until September 1918. Meantime, in the desert to the east and south, a curious campaign was not only helping to weaken the fighting strength of Turkey, but shedding some new light on strategy and in particular on the indirect approach. This campaign was the Arab Revolt with Lawrence as its guiding brain. While it comes into the category of guerrilla warfare, which is by its very nature indirect, its strategy had such a scientifically calculated basis that we should not miss its reflection on normal warfare. Admittedly an extreme form of the indirect approach, it was most economically effective within the limits of the instrument. The Arabs were both more mobile and less able to bear casualties than orthodox armies. The Turks were almost insusceptible to loss of men, but not to loss of material, of which they suffered a scarcity. Superb in sitting tight in a trench, firing at a directly oncoming target, they were neither adaptable to nor able to endure the strain of fluid operations. They were trying to hold down a vast area of country with a quantity of men which was not large enough to spread itself in a network of posts over the area. Also, they depended on a long and frail line of communications. From these premises was evolved a strategy which was the antithesis of orthodox doctrine. Whereas normal armies seek to preserve contact, the Arabs sought to avoid it. Whereas normal armies seek to destroy the opposing forces, the Arabs sought purely to destroy material and to seek it at points where there was no force. But Lawrence's strategy went further. Instead of trying to drive the enemy away by cutting off their supplies, he aimed to keep them there, by allowing short rations to reach them, so that the longer they stayed the weaker and more depressed they became. Blows might induce them to concentrate and simplify both their supply and security problems. Pinpricks kept them spread out. Yet for all its unconventionality, this strategy merely carried to its logical conclusion, that of following the line of least resistance. As its author has said, the Arab army never tried to maintain or improve an advantage, but to move off and strike again somewhere else. It used the smallest force and the quickest time at the farthest place. To continue the action till the enemy had changed his dispositions to resist it would have been to break the fundamental rule of denying him targets. What was this but the strategy evolved in 1918 on the Western Front, fundamentally the same but carried to a further degree? Its application to the problem of normal warfare is conditioned by the factors of time, space, and force. While it is a quickened and active form of blockade, it is inherently slower to take effect than a strategy of dislocation. Hence, if national conditions make a quick issue imperative, the latter appears preferable. But unless the end is sought by an indirect approach, the shortcut is likely to prove slower, more costly, and more dangerous than the Lawrence strategy. Lack of room and density of force are also handicaps, if rarely insuperable. A reasoned verdict is that in normal warfare, the choice should fall on the form of indirect approach, which aims at a quick decision by trapping the opponent if there is a good prospect of its success. Otherwise, or after it has failed, the choice should fall on that form of indirect approach which aims at an eventual decision by sapping the opponent's strength and will. Anything is preferable to the direct approach. The opportunity of carrying the strategy of the Arab revolt to completion was not vouchsafed, for in September 1918, when it had reduced the Turkish forces on the Hejaz railway to a state of paralytic helplessness, the main Turkish forces in Palestine were overthrown by a single decisive stroke. In this stroke of Allenby's, however, the Arab forces played a significant part. Whether these final operations in Palestine should be classified as a campaign or as a battle completed by a pursuit is difficult to determine, for they opened with the forces in contact and the victory was complete before that contact was broken, so that they would seem to fall into the battle category. But victory was achieved mainly by strategic means, and the share of fighting was insignificant. This has led to a depreciation of the result, especially among those whose scale of values is governed by the dogma of Clausewitz that blood is the price of victory. Though Allenby had a superiority of more than 2-to-1 in numbers, perhaps 3-to-1, the balance was not so heavily in his favor as in the original British advance into Palestine, which had ended in failure. And many other offensives had failed, both in the World War and earlier, with similar superiority of force. A more serious depreciation is on the score of the decaying morale of the Turks, but when full deduction is made for the advantageous conditions of September 1918, the operations deserve to rank among history's masterpieces for their breadth of vision and treatment. While the subject was not a difficult one, the picture is almost unique as a perfect conception, perfectly executed in its broad lines at least. The plan abundantly fulfilled Willison's definition of strategy as the study of communication, and also Napoleon's maxim that the whole secret of the art of war lies in making oneself master of the communications. For it aimed to make the British the masters of all, and all forms of, the Turkish communications. To cut an army's lines of communication is to paralyze its physical organization. To close its line of retreat is to paralyze its moral organization. And to destroy its lines of intercommunication by which orders and reports pass is to paralyze its sensory organization, the essential connection between brain and body. The third effect was here sought and secured by the Air Force. This drove the enemy aircraft out of the air, making the enemy's command blind, and then by bombing the main telegraph and telephone exchange of Aful, made it also deaf and dumb. The second phase of this action aptly followed the cutting of the main railway at Deraa by the Arabs, which had the physical effect of shutting off the flow of Turkish supplies temporarily, and temporarily was all that mattered here, and the mental effect of inducing the Turkish command to send part of its scanty reserves thither just before it was deprived of its power of control. The three so-called Turkish armies depended on a single artery of railway communication from Damascus, which branched at Dera, one line continuing south to the Hejaz, the other turning west across the Jordan to Afyul, where it sent out one chute towards the sea at Haifa, and the other southwards again to the railheads of the 7th and 8th Turkish armies. The 4th Army east of the Jordan depended on the Hejaz branch. To get a grip on Afyul and the Jordan crossing near Basin would sever the communications of the 7th and 8th armies, and also close their lines of retreat except for the difficult outlet to the desolate region east of the Jordan. To get a grip on Daraa would sever the communications of all three armies and the best line of retreat of the 4th. Daraa was too far to be reached from the British front in a time short enough to exert a prompt influence on the issue. Fortunately, the Arabs were available to emerge like phantoms from the desert and cut all three of its railway spokes, but neither the nature of the Arab tactics nor the nature of the country lent itself to the formation of a strategic barrage across the Turkish rear. As Allenby sought a quick and complete decision, he had to seek a closer site for such a barrage one, where the Jordan and the ranges west of it could be utilized to bar the enemy's exit. The railway junction of Aful and the Jordan Bridge near Bazan lay within a 60-mile radius of his front, and hence within the range of a strategic bound by armored cars and cavalry, provided that these vital points could be reached without check. The problem was to find a line of approach difficult for the Turks to obstruct in time, and to ensure that they did not block it. How was the problem solved? The flat coastal plain of Sharon afforded a corridor to the plain of Isdrilan and valley of Jezreel, where Afyul and Bazan lay. This corridor was interrupted by only a single door so far back that it was unguarded, formed by the narrow mountain belt which separates the coastal plain of Sharon from the inland plain of Isdrilan. But the entrance to the corridor was bolted and barred by the trenches of the Turkish front, by a long-continued psychological preparation in which ruses were substitutes for shells. Allenby diverted the enemy's attention away from the coast to the Jordan flank. The success of the distraction was helped by the very failure of two attempted advances east of the Jordan during the spring. In September, while the Turks' attention was still being drawn east, Allenby's troops were moving secretly west until in the sector near the coast their 2-to-1 superiority had developed into 5-to-1. On the 19th September, after a quarter of an hour's intense bombardment, the infantry advanced, swept over the two shallow Turkish trench systems, and then wheeled inland like a huge door swinging on its hinges. The cavalry pressed through the open door and, riding up the corridor with their armored cars ahead, gained the passes into the plain of Esdraelon. This successful passage owed much to the fact that the Air Force had rendered the enemy command deaf, dumb, and blind. Next day, the strategic barrage was established across the Turks' rear. Their one remaining bolt hole was eastwards over the Jordan. They might have reached this, but for the Air Force, since the direct infantry advance was making slow progress in face of stubborn Turkish rear guards. Early in the morning of the 21st September, the British aircraft spotted a large column, practically all that survived of the two Turkish armies, winding down the steep gorge from Nablus to the Jordan. 4 hours' air attack turned the column into a rabble. From this moment may be timed the extinction of the 7th and 8th armies. The rest was but a rounding up of east of the Jordan, where no strategic barrage was feasible. The fate of the 4th Army became a rapid attrition under constant pinpricks, rather than a neat dispatch. The capture of Damascus followed. The victory was then exploited by an advance to Aleppo 200 miles beyond Damascus and 350 miles from the front from which the British had started 38 days before. During this advance they had taken 75,000 prisoners at a cost of less than 5,000 casualties. Aleppo had just been reached when Turkey, menaced more imminently by Bulgaria's collapse and Milner's approach from Salonika on Constantinople, and her rear surrendered on the 31st October. In analyzing the decisive victory in Palestine, it is to be noted that the Turks were still capable of holding up the British infantry until the strategic barrage across their rear became known and produced its inevitable and invariable moral effect. Further, that because a preliminary condition of trench warfare existed, the infantry were necessary to break the lock. But once the normal condition of warfare was thus restored, the victory was achieved by the mobile elements, which formed only a fraction of the total force. The subtlety of this particular example of indirect approach was limited to the preparation. Its execution depended purely on the dislocating and demoralizing application of mobility, which by its extreme degree was a sustained surprise. One other southeastern theatre requires incidental note: Salonika. The dispatch of Allied troops thither arose out of a belated and ineffectual attempt to send succor to the Serbs in the autumn of 1915. 3 years later, it was the springboard of an offensive which had vital consequences. But while the retention of a foothold in the Balkans was necessary during the interval for reasons of policy and of potential strategy, the wisdom and necessity of locking up so many troops, ultimately 500,000, in what the Germans ironically called their largest internment camp, are open to doubt. Chapter 14, the Strachey of 1918. Any study of the military course of the final year is dependent upon and inseparable from an understanding of the naval situation preceding it, for in default of an early military decision, the naval blockade had tended more and more to govern the military situation. Indeed, if the historian was asked what was the day most decisive for the outcome of the World War I, he might well choose the 2nd August 1914, before the war for England had yet begun, when Winston Churchill, then First Lord of the Admiralty, sent at 1:25 a.m. the order to mobilize the British Navy. That navy was to win no Trafalgar, but it was to do more than any other factor towards winning the war for the Allies. For the navy was the instrument of the blockade, and as the fog of war dispersed in the clearer light of the post-war years, that blockade was seen to assume larger and larger proportions, to be more and more clearly the decisive agency in the struggle. Like those jackets which used to be applied in American jails to refractory prisoners, as the blockade was progressively tightened, so did it first cramp the prisoner's movement and then stifle his breathing, while the tighter it became and the longer it continued, the less became the prisoner's power of resistance, and the more demoralizing the sense of constriction. Helplessness induces hopelessness, and history attests that loss of hope, not loss of lives, is what decides the issue of war. No historian would underrate the direct effect of the semi-starvation of the German people in causing the final collapse of the home front. But leaving aside the question of how far the revolution caused the military defeat, instead of vice versa, the intangible, all-pervading factor of the blockade intrudes into every consideration of the military situation, for it was the fact and the potential menace, if not perhaps the effect, of the blockade which impelled Germany to undertake her first submarine campaign in February 1915. This gave Britain a lever to loosen the Declaration of London and tighten the blockade by claiming the right to intercept and search all ships suspected of carrying goods to Germany. Moreover, the German action in torpedoing the Lusitania gave the United States a vital, if delayed, propulsion towards entering the war, besides serving to counteract the friction between Britain and the United States caused by the tightened blockade. 2 years later, the economic strain caused by the blockade led the German military leaders to sanction an intensive renewal of the unlimited submarine campaign. Britain's dependence on seaborne supplies for the sustenance of her people and the maintenance of her armies was a weak point in her armor, and the inherently quicker effect of the submarine form of blockade lent force to the argument that this grand strategical form of indirect approach would inflict a mortal blow. Although the calculation proved faulty, the case of Britain came critically close to establishing its correctness. The loss of shipping rose from 500,000 tons in February to 875,000 in April. By the time countermeasures combined with Germany's insufficient submarine resources to cause a progressive decline, Britain had only food enough to sustain her people for another 6 weeks. The German leaders' hopes of an economic decision had reacted on their fears of an economic collapse and led them to initiate the submarine campaign, fully realizing and accepting as almost certain the risk that it would bring the United States into the war against them. This risk became fact on the 6th April 1917. But although, as Germany calculated, America's military strength required a long time to develop, her entry into the war had a prompt effect in tightening the grip of the naval blockade. As a party to the war, the United States wielded this economic weapon with a determination regardless of the remaining neutrals far exceeding Britain's boldest claims in the past years of controversy over neutral rights. No longer was the blockade hindered by neutral objections. Instead, America's cooperation converted it into a stranglehold under which Germany gradually became limp, since military power is based on economic endurance, a truth too often overlooked. The blockade may be classified as a grand strategy of indirect approach to which no effective resistance was possible, and of a type which incurred no risk except in its slowness of effect. The effect, true to the law of momentum, tended to gather speed as it continued, and at the end of 1917 the Central Powers were feeling it severely. It was this economic pressure which not only lured but constrained Germany into the military offensive of 1918, which once it failed became felo de se. In default of a timely peace move on her part, she had no choice between this offensive gamble and slow enfeeblement ending in eventual collapse. If after the Marne in 1914 or even later she had adopted a war policy of defense in the West, offense in the East, the issue of the war might well have been different. For on the one hand she could unquestionably have consummated the dream of Mittel Europa, while on the other the blockade was still a loose grip and could hardly have been tightened effectively so long as the United States remained outside the conflict. With the whole belt of Central Europe under her control, with Russia out of the war, even in economic vassalage, there is flimsy ground for any belief that the efforts of Britain, France and Italy could have done any more, if as much as, to induce Germany to relinquish the bargaining counters of Belgium and northern France in return for the undisputed retention of her gains in the East. A greater Germany, greater too in potential strength and resources, could well have afforded to forego the desire for a military victory over the Western Allies. Indeed, to forego aims which are not worth the candle is the difference between grand strategy and grandiose stupidity. But in 1918 the chance had passed, her economic endurance had been severely reduced, and the tightening blockade was reducing it faster than any late-hour infusion of the economic resources of conquered Romania and the Ukraine could restore it. These were the conditions under which the final German offensive, the bid for a saving military decision, was made. The release of troops from the Russian front gave her superiority of force, though considerably less than the Allies had enjoyed during their offensive campaigns. In March 1917, a total of 178 French, British, and Belgian divisions were marshalled against 129 German divisions. In March 1918, a total of 192 German divisions were available against 173 Allied divisions, counting proportionately the double-sized American divisions, of which 41-2 had arrived. While the Germans were able to bring a few more divisions from the east, the American inflow developed from a trickle to a torrent under pressure of the emergency. Of the German total, 85, known as Storm divisions, were in reserve, and of the Allied total 62, but under no centralized control. For the scheme of a general reserve of 30 divisions under the Versailles Military Executive Committee had broken down when Haig declared that he was unable to contribute his quota of 7. When the test came, the agreement for mutual support made between the French and British commanders also broke down. Disaster hastened an overdue step, and on Haig's initiative Foch was appointed, first to coordinate and then to command the Allied armies. The German plan was distinguished by a research for tactical surprise more thorough and far-reaching than in any of the earlier operations of the war. It is to the credit of the German command and staff that they realized how rarely the possession of superior force offsets the disadvantage of attacking in the obvious way. Also, that effective surprise can only be attained by a subtle compound of many deceptive elements, and that only by such a compound key could a gate be opened in the long locked front. A brief but intense bombardment with gas shell was to be the main element. Ludendorff had failed to grasp the significance of the tank and to develop it in time. But in addition, the infantry were trained in new infiltration tactics, of which the guiding idea was that the leading troops should probe and penetrate the weak points of the defense, while the reserves were directed to back up success, not to redeem failure. The assaulting divisions were brought up by night marches. The masses of artillery were brought close to the front line in concealment and opened fire without preliminary registration. Further, the preparations made for successive attacks at other points helped to mystify the defender while being in readiness for the future. This was not all. From the experience of the vain Allied offensives, Ludendorff had drawn the deduction that tactics have to be considered before purely strategical objects which it is futile to pursue unless tactical success is possible. In default of a strategical indirect approach, this was undoubtedly true. Hence, in the German design, the new tactics were to be accompanied by a new strategy. One was the corollary of the other, both based on a new or resurrected principle, that of following the line of least resistance. The conditions of 1918 in France limited the scope for taking, and Ludendorff did not attempt to take, the line of least expectation. But with the opposing armies spread out in contact along the far-flung line of entrenchments, a quick breakthrough followed by a rapid exploitation along the line of least resistance might come within reach of a goal which normally has been only attainable by taking the line of least expectation. The breakthrough proved quick, the exploitation rapid, yet the plan failed. Where did the fault lie? The general criticism subsequent to the event and to the war was that the tactical bias had led Ludendorff to change direction and dissipate his strength to concentrate on tactical success at the expense of the strategical goal. It seemed, and was said, that the principle was false. But a closer examination of the German documents since available and of Ludendorff's own orders and instructions throws a different light on the question. It would seem that the real fault lay in Ludendorff's failure to carry out in practice the new principle he had adopted in theory, that he either did not grasp or shrank from the full implications of this new strategic theory. For in fact, he dissipated too large a part of his reserves in trying to redeem tactical failure, and hesitated too long over decisions to exploit his tactical successes. The trouble began even in his choice of the point of attack. It was to be made by the 17th, 2nd, and 18th Armies on a 60-mile front between Arras and La Fère. Two alternative proposals had been considered. One, for an attack on the flanks of the Verdun salient, had been rejected on the score that the ground was unfavorable, that a breakthrough could hardly lead to a decisive result, and that the French army had recuperated too well after nearly a year's undisturbed convalescence. The other, for an attack between Ypres and Lens, although favoured by Ludendorff's strategical adviser, Wetzel, and espoused by Prince Ruprecht, commanding the front between St. Quentin and the sea, was rejected on the score that it would meet the main mass of the British army, and that the low-lying ground would be late in drying. The choice fell on the Arras-La Fère sector for the reason that, apart from the ground being favourable, this sector was the weakest in defences, defenders, and reserves. Moreover, it was close to the joint between the French and British armies. Ludendorff hoped to separate the two and then pulverize the British army, which he estimated to be weakened seriously by its prolonged efforts at Ypres. But although the comparative weakness of this sector was true as a generalization, in detail his judgment was badly at fault. The northerly third of it was strong and strongly held by the British Third Army, with 14 divisions, of which 4 were in reserve, while the bulk of the British reserves were on this flank, which could and did receive support more quickly from the other British armies, further north. The remaining 2/3 of the front upon which the German blow fell was held by the British Fifth Army. The central sector facing the German Second Army was held by 5 divisions. The southern and longer part facing the German 18th Army was held by 7 divisions, of which 1 was in reserve. Ludendorff gave his 17th Army near Arras 19 divisions for the initial attack by its left wing only on a 14-mile front. As the British salient towards Cambrai was not to be attacked directly, but pinched out, this 5-mile stretch was adequately occupied by 2 German divisions of the German Second Army. This army concentrated 18 divisions against the left wing of the British Fifth Army, 5 divisions on a 14-mile front. On the extreme south, either side of St. Quentin, came the 18th Army. Ludendorff gave it only 24 divisions to attack on a 27-mile frontage. Despite his new principle, he was distributing his strength according to the enemy's strength and not concentrating against the weakest resistance. The direction given in his orders emphasized this tendency still more. The main effort was to be exerted north of the Somme. After breaking through, the 17th and 2nd Armies were to wheel northwest, pressing the British back towards the coast, while the river and the 18th Army guarded their flank. The 18th Army was merely an offensive flank guard. As it turned out, this plan was radically changed, and had the appearance of following the line of least resistance. because Ludendorff gained rapid success where he desired it little and failed to gain success where he wanted it most. The attack was launched on the 21st March, and the surprise was helped by an early morning mist, while the thrust broke through completely south of the Somme, where the defense but also the attacking force was thinnest. It was held up near Arras, a check which reacted on all the attack north of the river. Such a result was a calculable certainty, but Ludendorff, still violating his new principle, spent the following days in trying to revive his attack against the strong and firmly held bastion of Arras, maintaining this direction as his principal line of effort. Meantime, he kept a tight rein on the 18th Army, which was advancing in the south without serious check from its opponents. As late as the 26th March, he issued orders which restrained it from crossing the Avre and tied it to the pace of its neighbor, the second which in turn was held back by the very limited success of the 17th Army near Arras. Thus we see that in reality Ludendorff was bent on breaking the British army by breaking down its strongest sector of resistance in a direct assault. Because of this obsession he failed, until too late, to throw the weight of his reserves along the line of least resistance south of the Somme. The intended wheel to the northwest might have been fulfilled if it had been made after passing the flank, and thus been directed against the rear of the Arras bastion. On the 26th March, the attack north of the Somme by the left wing of the 17th Army and the right of the 2nd Army was visibly weakening the price of its hard-earned gain. South of the Somme, the left of the 2nd Army reached, and was now to be embarrassed by the desert of the old Somme battlefields a brake on movement and supply. The 18th Army alone was advancing with unslackened impetus. This situation led Ludendorff to adopt a new plan, but without relinquishing his old. He ordered for the 28th March a fresh and direct attack on the high ground near Arras by the right of the 17th Army, and to be followed by a 6th Army attack just to the north between Vimy and La Bassée. But the promising situation south of the Somme led him to indicate Amiens as the principal goal for the 2nd Army. Even so, he restrained the 18th Army from pushing on to turn the flank of the Amiens resistance without fresh orders. Amiens, having been recognized as an additional main objective, was to be gained by a direct approach across bad ground. On the 28th March, the Arras attack was launched, unshielded by mist or surprise, and failed completely in face of the well-prepared resistance of Bang's Third Army. Only then did Ludendorff abandon his original idea and direct his main effort and some of his remaining reserves towards Amiens. Meantime, he ordered the 18th Army to mark time for 2 days. When the attack was renewed on the 30th March, it had little force and made little progress in face of a resistance that had been allowed time to harden, helped by the cement of French reserves which were now being poured into the sagging wall that day, was the first on which the French artillery, arriving later than the infantry, had come into action in force. A further German effort was made by 15 divisions, of which only 4 were fresh, on the 4th of April, and had still less success. Rather than be drawn into an attrition struggle, Ludendorff then suspended the attack towards Amiens. At no time had he thrown his weight along the line of fracture between the British and French armies. Yet on the 24th March, Pétain had intimated to Haig that if the German progress continued along his line, he would have to draw back the French reserves southwestwards to cover Paris. Only a little more German pressure would have been needed to turn the crack into a yawning chasm. The knowledge brings confirmation of 2 historical lessons: that a joint is the most sensitive and profitable point of attack, and that a penetration between 2 forces or units is more dangerous if they are assembled shoulder to shoulder than if they are widely separated and organically separate. With a large part of his reserves holding the vast bulge south of Arras, Ludendorff turned, without much confidence, to release a fresh attack further north. On the 25th, he had ordered a small-scale attack to be prepared between La Bassée and Armentières as a step towards expanding the width of his breakthrough. After the failure of his Arras attack on the 28th, he had extended the scheme. The attack south of Armentières was to be followed 24 hours later by an attack north of it, pinching out the town. Arranged late, the attack was not ready for launching until the 9th April, and even so was conceived merely as a diversion. But its astonishing early success, helped again by an early morning fog against a weakened sector, led Ludendorff to convert it bit by bit into a major effort. Along an 11-mile front south of Armentières, 9 German divisions, with 5 more in the second wave, fell on I Portuguese and 2 British divisions, behind which were 2 more in close reserve. Next day 4 divisions, with 2 more in the second line, attacked north of Armentières on a 7-mile front again, helped by a thick mist. As the resistance began to harden, fresh divisions were thrown in by driblets, until by the end of the first week in May more than 40 had been used. Ludendorff had thus drifted into an attrition campaign. The British were desperately close to their bases and the sea, but their resistance had stopped the German tide after a 10-mile invasion, just short of the important railway junction of Hazebrouck. Then on the 17th, Ludendorff attempted a convergent blow on either side of Ypres, but it was forestalled and almost nullified by Haig's indirect action in swinging back his line here during the previous 48 hours. This project having been deflated, Ludendorff returned to a purely direct attack south of Ypres, where French reserves had arrived to take over part of the line. The attack on the 25th April, falling on the joint, cracked it at Kemmel Hill, but Ludendorff stopped the exploitation for fear of a counterstroke. Throughout he had doled out reserves sparingly, too late and too few for real success. After the failure of his first offensive, he seems to have had little faith in the second, and after a final effort on the 29th he stopped it. But he intended only a temporary suspension until he could draw off the French reserves to their own front planning, then to strike a final and decisive blow at the British in Flanders. Already he had ordered preparations for an attack on the Chemin-des-Dames sector between Soissons and Reims. This was intended for the April 17th, but was not ready until the 27th May, largely owing to Ludendorff's prolongation of the Flanders offensive with its consequent drain on his reserves. The intelligence branch of the American GHQ had predicted the site and approximate date of the attack, but their warnings were only heeded at a late hour when confirmed by a prisoner's report on the 26th May. It was then too late to strengthen the defense beyond putting the troops on the alert, but the warning enabled reserves to get on the move. Next morning, the blow was delivered by 15 divisions, with 7 more close behind along a 24-mile front held by 5 divisions, French and British, with 4 in reserve behind them, covered at the start by a cloak of mist and smoke. The attack swept the defenders off the Chemin-des-Dames, and then over the Aisne it reached the Marne by the 30th May. But once again, Ludendorff had obtained a measure of success for which he was neither prepared nor desirous. The surpriser was himself surprised. The opening success not only attracted thither too large a proportion of his own reserves, but forfeited their effect because they had no start over the Allied reserves in the race. The extent of the opening success offers scope for analysis. It would seem to have been due in part to the distraction of the Allies' attention and reserves elsewhere, in part to pursuing more assiduously the line of least resistance, and in part to the folly of the local French army commander. He insisted on the infantry being massed in the forward positions, there to be compressed cannon fodder for the German guns. The artillery, local reserves, and command posts of the defense was similarly close to the front, and in consequence the quicker and greater was the collapse that followed the German breakthrough. Thereby the attack regained the tactical surprise effect which it had partly lost the day before it was launched. For as the object of all surprise is dislocation, the effect is similar whether the opponent be caught napping by deception or allows himself to be trapped with his eyes open. Ludendorff had now created 2 huge bulges and another smaller one in the Allied front. His next attempt was to pinch out the Compiègne buttress which lay between the Somme and Marne bulges. But this time there was no surprise, and the blow on the west side of the buttress on the 9th June was too late to coincide with the pressure on the east. A month's pause followed. Ludendorff was anxious to fulfill his long-cherished idea of a decisive blow against the British in Belgium, but he considered that their reserves there were still too strong, and so again decided on a diversion, hoping that a heavy blow in the south would draw off the British reserves. He had failed to pinch out the Compiègne buttress on the west of his Marne salient. He was now about to attempt the same thing on the east by attacking on either side of Reims. But he needed an interval for rest and preparation, and the delay was fatal, giving the British and French time to recuperate, and the Americans time to gather strength. The tactical success of his own blows had been Ludendorff's undoing, in the sense that, yielding to their influence, he had pressed each too far and too long, thus using up his own reserves and causing an undue interval between each blow. He had followed not the line of least resistance, but the line of hardening resistance. After the initial breakthrough, each attack had become strategically a pure direct approach. He had driven in 3 great wedges, but none had penetrated far enough to sever a vital artery, and this strategic failure left the Germans with an indented front which invited flanking counterstrokes. On the 15th July, Ludendorff launched his new attack, but its coming was no secret. East of Reims it was foiled by an elastic defence, and west of Reims the German penetration across the Marne merely enmeshed them more deeply to their downfall, for on the 18th July Foch launched a long-prepared stroke against the other flank of the Marne salient. Here Pétain, who directed the operation, employed the key which Ludendorff lacked, using masses of light tanks to lead a surprise attack on the Cambrai model. The Germans managed to hold the gates of the salient open long enough to draw their forces back into safety and straighten their line, but their reserves were depleted. Ludendorff was forced first to postpone and then to abandon the offensive in Flanders, so that the initiative definitely and finally passed to the Allies. The nature of the Allied counterstroke on the Marne requires examination. Pétain had asked Foch to assemble 2 groups of reserves at Beauvais and Epernay respectively, with a view to a counterstroke against the Hank of and subsequent to any fresh German attack. The first group, under Mangin, was used to break the German attack of the 9th June, and was then switched to a position on the west face of the Marne salient. Foch planned to use it for the direct purpose of an attack against the rail centre of Soissons. While this was being prepared, the intelligence service obtained definite news of the forthcoming German attack near Reims. Foch thereupon determined to anticipate it, not retort to it, by launching his stroke on the 12th July. Pétain, however, had the contrary idea of letting the Germans come on and entangle themselves, and then of striking at their rear flank, and, somewhat curiously, the French troops were not ready on the 12th, so that the battle was fought more according to Pétain's than to Foch's conception, more, but not wholly. For Pétain's plan had been, first, to yield his forward position to the attackers, by holding it lightly, and bring them to a halt in face of the intact rear position, then to launch local counterattacks, so that the enemy might be drawn to engage their reserves in the new pockets that their attacks on either side of Reims would make. Finally, to unleash Mangin to the real counter-offensive eastward along the baseline of the main Marne salient. Thereby he might close the neck of the vast sack in which the German forces south of the Aisne would be enclosed. Events and Foch combined to modify this conception. East of Reims, the German attack was nullified by the elastic defense, a form of tactical indirect approach. But west of Reims the commanders persisted in the old rigid method of defense and had their line broken. The Germans penetrated beyond the Marne. To avert the danger, Pétain was driven to throw in most of the reserves he had intended for use in his second phase. To replace them, he decided to draw from Mangin and to postpone the latter's counterstroke. Already ordered by Foch for the 18th, when Foch heard of this order, he promptly countermanded it. Hence the second phase had to be dropped out, so that the German reserves were available to hold Mangin back and hold open the neck of the sack. The counterstroke soon became a purely direct pressure, converging, like Falkenhayn's of 1915 in Poland, on the whole sack and pressing the Germans back out of it. Foch's governing idea henceforth was simply to keep the initiative and to give the enemy no rest while his own reserves were accumulating. His first step was to free his own lateral railways by a series of local offensives. The first was made by Haig on the 8th August in front of Amiens. By skillful precautions and deceptions, Rawlinson's Fourth Army was doubled, and the attack led by 450 tanks was in its opening, perhaps the most complete surprise of the war. Although it soon came to a halt, the directness of its pressure was a natural reason its initial shock of surprise sufficed to dislocate the moral balance of the German Supreme Command, and by convincing Ludendorff of the moral bankruptcy of his troops, led him to declare that peace must be sought by negotiation. Meantime, he said, the object of our strategy must be to paralyze the enemy's war, will gradually by a strategic defensive. Meantime, however, the Allies evolved a new strategic method. Foch gave the first impulse by ordering a succession of attacks at different points. Hay completed its evolution by refusing to agree to Foch's instructions for a continuance of the Fourth Army's frontal pressure. Its advance was only resumed after the Third and First Armies in turn had struck. Hence the Allied offensive, although only in the sphere of Haig's and Petain's control, became a series of rapid blows at different points, each broken off as soon as its initial impetus waned, each so aimed as to pave the way for the next, and all close enough in time and space to react on one another. Thus a check was placed on Ludendorff's power of switching reserves to anticipate the blows, and a progressive tax placed upon his reserve balance at an economical cost to the Allied resources. This method, if not a true indirect approach, appears at least a borderline case. If it did not take the line of least expectation, it avoided the line of natural expectation. If it did not take the line of least resistance, it never continued along the line of hardening resistance. In effect, it was a negative form of the indirect approach. In view of the moral and numerical decline of the German forces, this method sufficed, for a time at any rate, to ensure a continuous advance and gradual weakening of the German resistance. The clear evidence of this decline and Haig's consequent assurance that he could break the Hindenburg line, where the German reserves were strongest, caused Foch to relinquish the method in favor of a general and simultaneous offensive at the end of September. The plan was for a directly convergent pressure upon the vast salient formed by the German front in France. It was hoped that the two Allied wings, formed by the British and Americans respectively, would, as they closed in, cut off a large part of the German armies in the salient. This hope was based on the idea that the Ardennes formed an almost impassable back wall with narrow exits on the flanks. One may add incidentally that this idea of the Ardennes must have arisen from a lack of knowledge of the district, for it is well roaded, and most of it is rolling rather than mountainous country. 6. Originally, on Pershing's suggestion, the plan had contained a certain degree of indirectness of approach. His proposal was that the American army should exploit its local success in erasing the Saint-Mihiel salient by an advance towards Bray and past Metz, with the aim of getting astride the German communications in Lorraine and menacing their western line of retreat to the Rhine. But Haig objected to this move as divergent from, instead of convergent with, the other Allied attacks, and Foch changed his plan accordingly, discarding Pershing's project. The American army, in consequence, had to transfer its effort westwards and hastily mount an attack, with a bare week's preparation, in the Meuse-Argonne sector. Here the prolonged pressure along the line of hardening resistance resulted in high cost and profound confusion, besides proving unnecessary to ease Haig's advance through the Hindenburg line. There the course of events tended to demonstrate that a direct approach, given overwhelming fire superiority and a morally decaying opponent, can break into the enemy's position but cannot break him up. By the 11th of November, the date of the armistice, the German forces, at the sacrifice of their rearguards, was safely out of the salient and back on a shortened and straightened line. The Allied advance had practically come to a standstill, less because of German resistance than because of the difficulty of its own maintenance and supply across the devastated areas. Under these conditions, a direct approach had merely helped the Germans to slip away faster than they could be followed. Fortunately, the last phase of the military offensive mattered little. The moral blow which the initial surprise of the August had given to the German command was completed and made mortal by an indirect approach in a far distant theatre. This was the Allied offensive on the Salonika front, aimed at a sector where the terrain was so difficult that the defenders were few. It soon broke through. Once this had happened, the difficult mountain country hindered the defenders, switching their reserves laterally to block the progress of the advance down the line of least resistance. With their army split in two, the war-weary Bulgarians craved an armistice. This achievement not only knocked away the first prop of the Central Alliance, but opened the way for an advance upon Austria's rear. The menace became closer when an Italian offensive fell on and broke through Austria's morally shaken and physically exhausted front. For with Austria's prompt capitulation, her territory and railways were available to the Allies as a base of operations against Germany's back door in September. General von Gallwitz had told the German Chancellor that such a contingency would be decisive. This menace, together with the heightened moral effect of the blockade, that other grand strategical indirect approach on a people now hunger-stricken and hopeless, constituted a pair of spurs by which in the last days the German government was urged towards surrender. They were spurs applied to a bolting steed, but a crack of the whip had made it bolt the news of the collapse of Bulgaria, reinforced by the first reports of the renewal of the frontal attack in France. The Supreme Command lost its nerve only for a matter of days, but that was sufficient, and recovery too late. On the 29th September, Hindenburg and Ludendorff took the precipitate decision to appeal for an armistice, saying that the collapse of the Bulgarian front had upset all their dispositions. Troops destined for the Western Front had had to be dispatched there. This had fundamentally changed the situation in view of the attacks then being launched on the Western Front, for although these had so far been beaten off, their continuance must be reckoned with. This clause refers to Foch's general offensive. The American attack in the Meuse-Argonne had begun on the 26th September, but had come practically to a standstill by the 28th. A Franco-Belgo-British attack had opened in Flanders on the 28th. If unpleasant, it did not look really menacing. But on the morning of the 29th, Haig's main blow was falling on the Hindenburg line, and the early news was disquieting. In this emergency, Prince Max of Baden was called to be Chancellor to negotiate for peace, with his international reputation for moderation and honor as a covering pledge. To bargain effectively and without confession of defeat he needed and asked a breathing space, often 8, even 4 days before I have to appeal to the enemy. But Hindenburg merely reiterated that the gravity of the military situation admits of no delay, and insisted that a peace offer to our enemies be issued at once. Hence, on the 3rd October, the appeal for an immediate armistice went out to President Wilson. It was an open confession of defeat to the world. Even before this, on the 1st October, the Supreme Command had undermined their own home front by communicating the same impression to a meeting of the leaders of all political parties. Men who had so long been kept in the dark were blinded by the sudden light. All the forces of discord and weakness received an immense impulse. Within a few days, the Supreme Command became more cheerful, even optimistic, when it saw that the British success in breaking into the Hindenburg line had not been followed by an actual breakthrough of the fighting front. More encouragement came from reports of a slackening in the force of the Allies' attacks, particularly in the exploitation of opportunities. Ludendorff still wanted an armistice, but only to give his troops a rest as a prelude to further resistance, and to ensure a secure withdrawal to a shortened defensive line on the frontier. By the 17th of October he even felt he could do it without a rest. It was less that the situation had changed than that his impression of it had been revised. The situation had never been quite so bad as he had pictured it on the 29th September. But his first impression had now spread throughout the political circles and public of Germany as the ripples spread when a pebble has been dropped in a pool. The home front began to crumble later, but it crumbled quicker than the battle front. On the 23rd October, President Wilson replied to the German requests by a note which virtually required an unconditional surrender. Ludendorff wished to carry on the struggle in the hope that a successful defense of the German frontier might damp the determination of the Allies. But the situation had passed beyond his control, the nation's willpower was broken, and his advice was in discredit. On the 26th October he was forced to resign. Then for 36 hours the Chancellor lay in coma from an overdose of sleeping draught. When he returned to his office on the evening of the 3rd November, not only Turkey but Austria had capitulated. The back door was open. Next day revolution broke out in Germany and swept rapidly over the country, fanned as peace negotiations were delayed by the Kaiser's reluctance to abdicate. Compromise with the revolutionaries was the only chance, and on the 9th Prince Max handed over to the socialist Ebert. The German armistice plenipotentiaries were already with Foch. At 5 a.m. on the 11th November they signed the terms. At 11 a.m. the war was over. The issue of the war had been finally decided on the 29th September, decided in the mind of the German command. Ludendorff and his associates had then cracked, and the sound went echoing backwards until it had resounded throughout the whole of Germany. Nothing could catch it or stop it. The command might recover its nerve, the actual military position might improve, but the moral impression as ever in war was decisive. Among the causes of Germany's surrender, the blockade is seen to be the most fundamental. Its existence is the surest answer to the question whether but for the revolution the German armies could have stood firm on their own frontiers. For even if the German people, roused to a supreme effort in visible defense of their own soil, could have held the Allied armies at bay, the end could only have been postponed because of the grip of sea power, Britain's historic weapon. But in hastening the surrender, in preventing a continuance of the war into 1919, military action ranks foremost. This conclusion does not imply that at the moment of the armistice, Germany's military power was broken or her armies decisively beaten, nor that the armistice was a mistaken concession. Rather does the record of the last 100 days, when sifted, confirm the immemorial lesson that the true aim in war is the mind of the hostile rulers, not the bodies of their troops, that the balance between victory and defeat turns on mental impressions and only indirectly on physical blows. It was the shock of being surprised, and the feeling that he was powerless to counter potential strategic moves that shook Ludendorff's nerve more than the loss of prisoners, guns, and acreage. Part 3. Strategy of the Second World War. Chapter Hitler, Hitler's Strategy. The course of Hitler's campaigns before and after the outbreak of actual war in 1939 provided a most striking demonstration of the method traced in the earlier part of this book. In his first period he gave the strategy of indirect approach a new extension logistically and psychologically, both in the field and in the forum. Later he gave his opponents ample opportunity to exploit the indirect approach against him. It is wise in war not to underrate your opponents. It is equally important to understand his methods and how his mind works. Such understanding is the necessary foundation of a successful effort to foresee and forestall his moves. The peaceful powers suffered a lot from missing the bus through their slowness to gauge what Hitler would next attempt. A nation might profit a lot if the advisory organs of government included an enemy department, covering all spheres of war and studying the problems of the war from the enemy's point of view, so that in this state of detachment it might succeed in predicting what he was likely to do next. Nothing may seem more strange to the future historian than the way that the governments of the democracies failed to anticipate the course which Hitler would pursue, for never has a man of such immense ambition so clearly disclosed beforehand both the general process and particular methods by which he was seeking to fulfill it. Mein Kampf, together with his speeches and other utterances, provided abundant clues to his direction and sequence of action. If this amazingly clear self-revelation of how his mind worked is the best evidence that what he achieved was not a matter of accident, nor of mere opportunism, it is also the clearest confirmation of the proverbial saying, "What fools men are." Even Napoleon did not show such contemptuous disregard for his opponents, and for the risks of unveiling his intentions. Hitler's apparent carelessness in this respect showed a realization that men easily miss what is right under their eye, that concealment can often be found in the obvious, and that in some cases the most direct approach can become the least, just as the art of secrecy lies in being so open about most things that the few things that matter are not even suspected to exist. Lawrence of Arabia remarked of Lenin that he was the only man who had thought out a revolution, carried it out, and consolidated it. That observation can be applied also to Hitler, with the addition that he had written it out. It is clear, too, that he had profited by studying the methods of the Bolshevik Revolution, not only in gaining power, but in extending it. It was Lenin who enunciated the axiom that the soundest strategy in war is to postpone operations until the moral disintegration of the enemy renders the delivery of the mortal blow both possible and easy. There is a marked resemblance between this and Hitler's saying that our real wars will in fact all be fought before military operations begin. In Rauschning's account of the discussion on the subject in Hitler Speaks, he declared how to achieve the moral breakdown of the enemy before the war has started. That is the problem that interests me. Whoever has experienced war at the front will want to refrain from all avoidable bloodshed. In concentrating on that problem, Hitler diverged from the orthodox trend of German military thought which, for a century, had concentrated on battle and had led most of the other nations along the same narrow path of military theory. Accepting the Prussian philosopher of war, Clausewitz, as their master, they blindly swallowed his undigested aphorisms, such as the bloody solution of the crisis, the effort for the destruction of the enemy's forces is the firstborn son of war. Only great and general battles can produce great results. Blood is the price of victory. Let us not hear of generals who conquer without bloodshed. Clausewitz rejected the idea that there is a skillful method of disarming and overcoming an enemy without great bloodshed. and that this is the proper tendency of the art of war. He dismissed it as a notion boom in the imagination of philanthropists. He took no account of the fact that it might be dictated by enlightened self-interest, by the desire for an issue profitable to the nation, not merely a gladiatorial decision. The outcome of his teaching, applied by unthinking disciples, was to incite generals to seek battle at the first opportunity, instead of creating an advantageous opportunity. Thereby the art of war was reduced in 191,418 to a process of mutual mass slaughter. Whatever the limit of his lights, Hitler at least transcended these conventional bounds. Rationing quotes him as saying, "People have killed only when they could not achieve their aim in other ways. There is a broadened strategy. With intellectual weapons, why should I demoralize the enemy by military means if I can do so better and more cheaply in other ways? Our strategy is to destroy the enemy from within, to conquer him through himself." The extent to which Hitler gave a new direction and wider meaning to the German doctrine of war may best be seen by comparing his theory with that of General Ludendorff, the director of Germany's war effort in the last war, and Hitler's former associate in the abortive 1923 project to seize control of Germany by a march on Berlin. After the establishment of the totalitarian state, and after he had had nearly 20 years for reflection on the lessons of the last war, Ludendorff set forth his conclusions as to future totalitarian warfare. He opened with a heavy attack on the theories of Clausewitz, which had been the foundation of the German doctrine in 1914. To Ludendorff, their fault was not that they went too far in the way of unlimited violence, regardless of cost, but that they did not go far enough. He criticized Clausewitz for allowing policy too much importance, not too little. As typical of Clausewitz, he cited a passage concluding the political goal is the end, and warfare is a means leading to it, and a means can never be thought of without a certain end. In Ludendorff's view, this was out of date. The totalitarian principle demanded that in war a nation should place everything at its service, and in peace at the service of the next war. War was the highest expression of the national will to live, and politics must therefore be subservient to the conduct of war. Reading Ludendorff's book, it became clear that the main difference between his theory and Clausewitz's was that the former had come to think of war as a means, without an end, unless making the nation into an army be considered an end in itself. This was hardly so new as Ludendorff appeared to imagine. Sparta tried it, and in the end succumbed to self-inflicted paralysis. With the aim of developing the nation for war, of creating a super Sparta, Ludendorff's primary concern was to ensure the psychical unity of the people. Towards this, he sought to cultivate a religion of nationalism through which all women would accept that their noblest role was to bear sons, to bear the burden of the totalitarian war, and all men would develop their powers for that purpose, in short, to breed and be bred for slaughter. The other positive suggestions which Ludendorff offered towards achieving psychical unity amounted to little more than the age-old prescription of suppressing everyone who might express, or even entertain, views contrary to those of the High Command. Another condition on which Ludendorff insisted was the need for a self-sufficient national economic system suited to the demands of totalitarian war. From this he appeared to realize that military power rests on an economic foundation. Yet curiously, when he dwelt on the crippling difficulties caused in the last war by the Allied blockade, he did not see how this admission reflected on his belief that wars are decided by battle between the armies. On this score, he considered that Germany's old master deserved praise. Clausewitz only thinks of the annihilation of the hostile armies in battle. In Ludendorff's view, this remained an immutable principle, whereas in Hitler's original view, the true aim of a war leader should be to produce the capitulation of the hostile armies without a battle. Ludendorff's picture of the way that the next war would be waged was merely an intensified reproduction of the offensives he had carried out in 1918, which had been brilliant in their opening but barren in their issue. For him the offensive was still a battle process in which the infantry would be helped forward by artillery, machine guns, mortars, and tanks until it overwhelms the enemy in a man-to-man fight. All movements should lead to battle. Mechanization would merely quicken the rush to battle. It was not that Ludendorff had any moral or even soldierly objection to the more widely spread forms of warfare. He remarked that the requirements of totalitarian warfare will ever ignore the cheap theoretical desire to abolish unrestricted U-boat warfare, while aircraft would in future combine with submarines at sinking every ship which tried to reach the enemy's ports, even vessels sailing under neutral flags. And in regard to the question of striking direct at the civil population, he emphasized that a time would come when bombing squadrons must inexorably and without pity be sent against them. But on military grounds, which for him were paramount, the Air Force must first be used to help in beating the opposing army. Only then should it be unleashed against the interior of the opposing country. While welcoming every new weapon and instrument, he added them to his armory rather than fitted them into any grand strategic pattern. He conveyed no clear idea and seemed to have none of the relationship between the different elements in war. His message was, in brief, multiply every kind of force as much as you can and you will get somewhere, but where, he neither wondered nor worried. The one point on which he was really clear was that the military commander-in-chief must lay down his instructions for the political leaders, and the latter must follow and fulfill them in the service of war. In other words, those who are responsible for national policy must give him a blank check drawn on the present resources of and future prosperity of the nation. Much as there was in common between Ludendorff and Hitler in their conception of the race, the state, and the German people's right to dominate, their differences were quite as great, especially in regard to method. While Ludendorff demanded the absurdity that strategy should control policy, which is like saying the tool should decide its own task, Hitler solved that problem by combining the two functions in one person. Thus he enjoyed the same advantage as Alexander and Caesar in the ancient world, or Frederick the Great and Napoleon in later times. This gave him an unlimited opportunity, such as no pure strategist would enjoy, to prepare and develop his means for the end he had in view. At the same time he had early grasped what the soldier by his very profession is less ready to recognize, that the military weapon is but one of the means that serve the purposes of war, one out of the assortment which grand strategy can employ. While there are many causes for which a state goes to war, its fundamental object can be epitomized as that of ensuring the continuance of its policy in face of the determination of the opposing state to pursue a contrary policy. In the human will lies the source and mainspring of conflict. For a state to gain its object in war, it has to change this adverse will into compliance with its own policy. Once this is realized, the military principle of destroying the main armed forces on the battlefield, which Clausewitz's disciples exalted to a paramount position, fits into its proper place along with the other instruments of grand strategy, which include the more oblique kinds of military action as well as economic pressure, propaganda, and diplomacy. Instead of giving excessive emphasis to one means, which circumstances may render ineffective, it is wiser to choose and combine whichever are the most suitable, most penetrative, and most conservative of effort, i.e., which will subdue the opposing will at the lowest war cost and minimum injury to the post-war prospect. For the most decisive victory is of no value if a nation be bled white in gaining it. It should be the aim of grand strategy to discover and pierce the Achilles heel of the opposing government's power to make war, and strategy in turn should seek to penetrate a joint in the harness of the opposing forces. To apply one's strength where the opponent is strong weakens oneself disproportionately to the effect attained. To strike with strong effect, one must strike at weakness. It is thus more potent, as well as more economical, to disarm the enemy than to attempt his destruction by hard fighting. For the mauling method entails not only a dangerous cost and exhaustion, but the risk that chance may determine the issue. A strategist should think in terms of paralyzing, not of killing. Even on the lower plane of warfare, a man killed is merely one man less, whereas a man unnerved is a highly infectious carrier of fear, capable of spreading an epidemic of panic. On a higher plane of warfare, the impression made on the mind of the opposing commander can nullify the whole fighting power that his troops possess. And on a still higher plane, psychological pressure on the government of a country may suffice to cancel all the resources at its command so that the sword drops from a paralyzed hand. To repeat the keynote of the initial chapter, the analysis of war shows that while the nominal strength of a country is represented by its numbers and resources, this muscular development is dependent on the state of its internal organs and nerve system, upon its stability of control, morale, and supply. Direct pressure always tends to harden and consolidate the resistance of an opponent like snow, which is squeezed into a snowball. The more compact it becomes, the slower it is to melt. Alike in policy and in strategy, or to put it another way, In the strategy of both the diplomatic and the military spheres, the indirect approach is the most effective way to upset the opponent's balance, psychological and physical, thereby making possible his overthrow. The true purpose of strategy is to diminish the possibility of resistance, and from this follows another axiom that to ensure attaining an objective one should have alternative objectives. An attack that converges on one point should threaten and be able to diverge against another. Only by this flexibility of aim can strategy be attuned to the uncertainty of war. Whether by instinct or reflection, Hitler acquired an acute grasp of these strategic truths which few soldiers had recognized. He applied this psychological strategy in the political campaign by which he gained control of Germany, exploiting the weak points of the Weimar Republic, playing on human weakness, alternatively playing off capitalist and socialist interests against each other, appearing to turn first in one direction and then in another, so that by successive indirect steps he approached his goal. Once his control of Germany was achieved in 1933, the same compound process was given a wider extension, having negotiated the next year a 10-year peace pact with Poland to cover his eastern flank. In 1935 he threw off the armament limitations imposed by the Versailles Treaty, and in 1936 ventured the military reoccupation of the Rhine. That same year he craftily began camouflaged war by supporting, in conjunction with Italy, General Franco's bid to overthrow the Spanish Republican government. This was an indirect approach to the strategic rear of France and Britain that created a grand strategic distraction. Having thus weakened their position in the west, and having also covered himself in the west by refortifying the Rhineland, he was able to turn eastwards to make moves that were further indirect strokes at the strategic foundations of the Western powers. In March 1938 he marched into Austria, and thus laid bare the flank of Czechoslovakia, while breaking the girdle which France had woven round Germany after the last war. In September 1938 he secured by the Munich Agreement not merely the return of the Sudetenland, but the strategic paralysis of Czechoslovakia. In March 1939 he occupied the country he had already paralyzed and thereby enveloped the flank of Poland. By this series of practically bloodless maneuvers, carried out by peace marches under cover of a smokescreen of plausible propaganda, he had not only destroyed the former French domination of Central Europe and strategic encirclement of Germany, but reversed it in his own favor. This process was the modern equivalent on a wider scale and higher plane of the classical art of maneuvering for position before offering battle. Throughout its course, Germany's strength had been growing, both directly by the vast development of her armaments and indirectly by subtraction from the strength of her potential main opponents through lopping off their allies and loosening their strategic routes. Thus, by the spring of 1939, Hitler had decreasing cause to fear an open fight, and at this critical moment he was helped by a false move on Britain's part, the guarantee suddenly offered to Poland and Romania, each of them strategically isolated, without first securing any assurance from Russia, the only power which could give them effective support. Such a blind step was the rashest reversal of a policy of appeasement and retreat that has ever been conceived. By their timing, these guarantees were bound to act as a provocation. By their placing in parts of Europe inaccessible to the forces of Britain and France, they provided an almost irresistible temptation. Thereby the Western powers undermined the essential basis of the only type of strategy which their now inferior strength made practicable for them. For instead of being able to check aggression by presenting a strong front to any attack in the West, they gave Hitler an easy chance of breaking a weak front and thus gaining an initial triumph. Hitler had always planned as rationing shows to direct his surprise strokes against weak or isolated countries while throwing on his opponent's shoulders the main burden of attack. The Germans had more real respect for the power of modern defense than any of the Allied soldiers or statesmen. Now he had been given an easy opportunity to do so. In such circumstances, his principles of strategy obviously pointed to an immediate attempt to make a pact with Russia that would ensure her detachment. Once that was secured, Hitler was sitting pretty. If the Allies declared war in fulfillment of their obligations, they would automatically forfeit the advantages of defense and be committed to an inherently offensive strategy without the necessary resources and under the most unfavorable conditions. If they merely tapped at the Siegfried Line, they would manifest their impotence and forfeit prestige. If they pressed the attack, They would only pile up their losses and weaken their own chance of subsequent resistance when Hitler was free to turn westwards. The only way in which they might have extricated themselves from this awkward position, without allowing Hitler to have his way entirely, was by adopting the sanctions policy of economic and diplomatic boycott, coupled with the supply of arms to the victim of aggression. This would have done Poland quite as much good and done much less harm to their own prestige and prospects than a declaration of war under such adverse conditions. In the event, the deliberate offensive which the French attempted made no impression on the Siegfried Line, while the way it was boosted meant that its failure was all the more damaging to the Allies' prestige. Coupled with the Germans' swift success in Poland, it had the effect of increasing the neutral sphere of Germany while shaking practical confidence in the Allies even more than another compromise could have done. Hitler was now able to consolidate his military gains and exploit his political advantages behind the cover of his Western defenses that they would be rescuers of Poland were palpably incapable of forcing. He might have maintained this secure defensive until the French and British peoples grew weary of war, as its farcical aspect became plainer. But the Allied statesmen were led to take the offensive in talk long before they had the means to translate it into effective action. All they succeeded in doing was to provoke consequences which they were unready to meet, for their line of talk gave Hitler a fresh opportunity, as well as an incentive to forestall them in opening up the war. While many people in Britain and France were dreaming of how the small neutral countries adjoining Germany might open a way to her flanks, Hitler turned the Allies' flanks by the invasion of no less than 5 of these countries, having an aggressor's characteristic freedom from scruples. In the early months of the war, Hitler had favored the idea of preserving Norway's neutral position as cover for his flank, and a covered route for Germany's shipments of Swedish iron ore via the Norwegian Atlantic coast port of Narvik. It was only the palpable and increasing signs that the Allies were planning a move to secure control of Norway's waters and ports to his disadvantage which spurred him to undertake a forestalling occupation of the country. It was, however, no new conception on his part. As far back as 1934 he had described to Röschning and others how he might seize by surprise the chief ports of the Scandinavian peninsula through a simultaneous series of coups carried out by small seaborne expeditions covered by the Air Force. The way would be prepared by his partisans on the spot, and the actual move would be made on the pretext of protecting these countries against invasion by other powers. It would be a daring but interesting undertaking never before attempted in the history of the world. There spoke the artist of war. This striking conception was fulfilled in the plan that was executed on the 9th April 1940 and succeeded beyond expectation. Whereas he had reckoned that his coups might fail at several points, while counting for success on securing a majority of the strategic points, he gained every one without check, although he had audaciously stretched his fingers as far north as Narvik. His amazingly easy success, sealed by the equally easy frustration of the Allies' attempted counter-invasion of Norway, naturally increased his eagerness to launch his next and bigger stroke, already planned. In earlier years, when discussing the circumstances in which he would risk a great war, he had expressed his intention to remain on the defensive in the west and leave the enemy to take the first offensive step, whereupon he would pounce upon Scandinavia and the Low Countries, improve his strategic position, and make a peace proposal to the Western powers. If they don't like it, they can try to drive me out. In any case, they will have to bear the main burden of attack. But now the circumstances were different. He had made a peace proposal after the conquest of Poland, and it had been rejected by the Western powers. Following that rebuff, he had decided to force peace on France, and had switched his armies westward for an offensive against her that autumn. The doubts of his generals, who did not believe that they had sufficient strength to overthrow the Franco-British armies, combined with the weather to postpone his intention. But his impatience increased with the pause, while his triumph in Norway, where he had once again defied the cautionary advice of his generals, made it impossible for them to curb him any longer. Long beforehand, when discussing the possibility of such an offensive, he had remarked, "I shall maneuver France right out of her Maginot Line without losing a single soldier." Granted, the hyperbole for his losses were small in comparison with his gains. That was what he accomplished in May 1940. In the original plan, the main effort was to have been on the right wing by Bock's army group, But early in 1940 the plan was radically changed, and the center of gravity shifted following the arguments of General von Manstein, Chief of Staff to Rundstedt's army group, that a thrust through the Ardennes would have a much better chance of success, being the line of least expectation. The most significant feature of the Western campaign was the German command's care to avoid any direct assault, and its continued use of the indirect approach despite superiority in modem means of attack. It did not attempt to penetrate the Maginot Line. Instead, by a baited offensive against the two small neutrals, Holland and Belgium, it managed to lure the Allies out of their defenses on the Belgian frontier. Then, when they had advanced deep into Belgium, their march being deliberately unimpeded by the German Air Force, it struck in behind them with a thrust at the uncovered hinge of the French advance. This deadly thrust was delivered by a striking force that formed only a small fraction of the total German army, but was composed of armored divisions. The German command had been shrewd enough to realize that, for any chance of quick success, it must rely on mechanics rather than on mass. Even so, this spearhead was so small that the German generals were far from confident that the stroke would succeed. That it did was chiefly due to the recklessness, or perilous conventionality, of the French command in concentrating almost the whole of their left wing for a massive advance to offer battle in Belgium, while leaving a few second-rate divisions to guard the pivotal sector facing the Ardennes, a wooded and hilly area which they assumed to be too difficult as a line of approach for mechanized divisions. The Germans, by contrast, in exploiting its possibilities for surprise, had shown their appreciation of the oft-taught lesson that natural obstacles are inherently less formidable than human resistance and strong defenses. It is clear, too, that the rapid progress of the German penetration beyond Sedan benefited much from the fact that it successively threatened alternative objectives and kept the French in doubt as to its real direction first, whether it was towards Paris or the rear of the forces in Belgium, then when the German armored divisions swung westwards, whether they were moving on Amiens or Lille. Selling the dummy first one way and then the other, they swept on to the Channel coast. The tactics of the German forces corresponded to their strategy, avoiding head-on assaults and always seeking to find soft spots through which they could infiltrate along the line of least resistance, while the Allied statesmen, vitally misunderstanding modern warfare, called on their armies to meet the invasion by furious, unrelenting assault. The German tank tide swept round and past their clumsy infantry mops. The Allied troops might perhaps have stemmed it if they had not been told to cast away the idea of defending barrier lines. Nothing could have been less effective than their attempts at counterattack. While the Allied commanders thought in terms of battle, the new German commanders sought to eliminate it by producing the strategic paralysis of their opponents, using their tanks, dive bombers, and parachutists to spread confusion and dislocate communications. The outcome cast an ironical reflection on the comforting assumption of Field Marshal Ironside that the opposing generals would be handicapped by the fact that none of them had been more than captains in the last war. 8 years earlier, Hitler had criticized the German generals as blind to the new, the surprising things, as imaginatively sterile, as being imprisoned in the coils of their technical knowledge. Some of the later vintage, however, showed an exceptional capacity to appreciate new ideas. But this exploitation of new weapons, tactics, and strategy does not cover all the factors in Germany's run of success, for in Hitler's warfare the indirect approach was carried into wider fields and deeper strata. Here he profited by studying the Bolshevik technique of revolution, just as the new German army had profited by applying the British evolved technique of mechanized warfare. Whether he knew it or not, the basic methods in both spheres could be traced back to the technique of Mongol warfare under Genghis Khan. To prepare the way for his offensive, he sought to find influential adherents in the other country who would undermine his resistance, make trouble in his interest, and be ready to form a new government compliant to his aims. Bribery was unnecessary. He counted on self-seeking ambition, authoritarian inclination, and party spirit to provide him with willing and unwitting agents among the ruling classes. Then, to open the way at the chosen moment, he aimed to use an infiltration of stormtroopers who would cross the frontier while peace still prevailed, as commercial travelers or holidaymakers, and donned the enemy's uniform when the word came. Their role was to sabotage communications, spread false reports, and if possible, kidnap the other country's leading men. This disguised vanguard would in turn be backed up by airborne troops. In the warfare he intended to stage, Frontal advances would be either a bluff or a walking on part. The leading role would always be played by the rear attack in one of its forms. He was contemptuous of assaults and bayonet charges, the ABC of the traditional soldier. His way in warfare began with a double demoralization and disorganization. Above all, war would be waged by suggestion, by words instead of weapons, propaganda replacing the projectile, just as an artillery bombardment was used in the last war to crush the enemy's defenses before the infantry advanced, so a moral bombardment would be used in future. All types of ammunition would be used, but especially revolutionary propaganda. Generals, in spite of the lessons of the war, want to behave like chivalrous knights. They think war should be waged like the tourneys of the Middle Ages. I have no use for knights. I need revolutions. The object of war was to make the enemy capitulate. If his will to resist could be paralyzed, killing was superfluous, besides being a clumsy and expensive way of attaining the object. The indirect way of injecting germs into the body of the opposing nation to produce disease in its will was likely to be far more effective. Such was Hitler's theory of war with psychological weapons. Those who tried to check him should have taken care to understand it. The value of its application to the military sphere was proved. To paralyze the enemy's military nerve system is a more economical form of operation than to pound his flesh. Its application to the political sphere was proved in effect, but not in content. It is open to question whether it would have succeeded in demoralizing resistance, but for the paralyzing effect of the new type forces applying new methods of attack. Even in the case of France, the German superiority in military technique suffices to account for her collapse, apart from any decay or disorder of the national will. Force can always crush force, given sufficient superiority in strength or skill. It cannot crush ideas. Being intangible, they are invulnerable, safe to psychological penetration, and their resilience has baffled innumerable believers in force. None of them perhaps were so aware of the power of ideas as Hitler, but the increasing extent to which he had to rely on the backing of force as his power extended showed that he had overestimated the value of his political technique in converting ideas to his purpose. For ideas that do not spring from the truth of experience have a relatively brief impetus and a sharp recoil. Hitler gave the art of offensive strategy a new development. He also mastered better than any of his opponents the first stage of grand strategy, that of developing and coordinating all forms of warlike activity and all the possible instruments which may be used to operate against the enemy's will. But like Napoleon, he had an inadequate grasp of the higher level of grand strategy, that of conducting war with a far-sighted regard to the state of the peace that will follow. To do this effectively, a man must be more than a strategist. He must be a leader and a philosopher combined. While strategy is the very opposite of morality, as it is largely concerned with the art of deception, grand strategy tends to coincide with morality, through having always to keep in view the ultimate goal of the efforts it is directing. In trying to prove their irresistibility in attack, the Germans had weakened their own defenses in many ways strategic, economic, and above all psychological, as their forces spread over Europe, bringing misery without securing peace. They scattered widespread the germs of resentment from which resistance to their ideas would develop. And to these germs even their own troops became more susceptible from being exposed to contact with the people of the occupied countries and made sensitive to the feelings they inspire. This began to damp the martial enthusiasm which Hitler had so assiduously stimulated, and to deepen their longing for home. The sense of being friendless reinforces the effect of staleness, opening the way for the infiltration of war weariness, as well as of counter-ideas. By his offensive expansion, Hitler had provided his remaining opponent with opportunity to wrest the advantage from him. It could have been developed more quickly by a fuller vision of grand strategy on her side. But even without that, the opportunity was likely to grow so long as Britain remained invincible. To impose his peace, he needed complete victory, which he could not attain without conquering Britain, while the further he advanced elsewhere, the more he enlarged his own problem in holding down the conquered peoples. Each step forward increased the dangers of a slip. Britain's problem was a simpler one, though a hard one. She had to hold out until he made an irreparable slip, as Napoleon had done. Fortunately for her, he made this slip very soon, before the strain on her had become crippling, and the slip became irreparable. because his flair for offensive strategy was not matched by a corresponding sense of defensive strategy. The immensity of his earlier successes led him, as Napoleon had been led, to believe that the offensive offered a solution of all problems. Chapter 16. Hitler's run of victory. The German conquest of Poland in 1939 and the subsequent overrunning of Western Europe in 1940 are landmarks in military history, as decisive demonstrations of the theory of high-speed mechanized warfare, a theory which had been conceived in Britain but adopted in Germany, largely owing to the efforts of General Guderian, the creator of the German panzer forces. Although the senior German generals viewed the new technique with cautious doubt and had allotted means for its development in more limited measure than its exponents desired, it sufficed to produce startling quick victories. The new technique not only revolutionized warfare, but changed the course of world history, for the shattering effect of Hitler's victories on the position and outlook of Western Europe could not be repaired by his ultimate defeat. Moreover, the immense effort that America was led to make in turning the scales against Hitler resulted in the reorientation of world power to the Western Hemisphere. The ascendancy of Russia on the Eurasian continent was another disturbing and epoch-making result. The campaigns which produced the double revolution in warfare and the balance of world power were also very significant examples of the strategy of indirect approach. In the second and greater case particularly, analysis of the operations in the West makes it clear that the new type mechanized forces would hardly have succeeded without this accompaniment in strategy, but the effect was reciprocal. The mobility and flexibility of mechanized forces endowed the indirect approach with greater potentialities. Poland, to her misfortune, provided an ideal demonstration site for the combination. Her frontier with Germany was 1250 miles long and had recently been extended a further 500 miles through the German occupation of Czechoslovakia. This had resulted in Poland's southern flank becoming as exposed to invasion as the northern flank facing East Prussia. Western Poland thus formed a vast salient between Germany's two jaws. The risks were increased by the way that the Polish forces were deployed, the bulk of them being far forward in the salient. The natural desire to cover Poland's main industrial area, which lay west of the Vistula, was dangerously buttressed by national pride and military overconfidence. The Polish army at peace strength was as large as the French and not much smaller than the German. It comprised 30 infantry divisions and 12 cavalry brigades, but Poland's industrial resources were insufficient to make full use of her manpower or even furnish an adequate scale of equipment for her active forces. On mobilization, she could only increase her number of divisions by a third, whereas Germany could more than double hers, except for the armored and motorized ones, but this limitation on Germany's side was offset by Poland's almost complete lack of such modern type forces. That was the more serious because the Polish plain offered flat and fairly easy going for a mobile invader, though not so easy as France would offer, because of the scarcity of good roads in Poland. The deep sand often met off the roads and the frequency of lakes and forests in some areas, but the time chosen for the invasion minimized these drawbacks. Poland's enveloped situation made it inviting and easy for the Germans to pursue a strategy of indirect approach in the physical form, but the effect was much enhanced by the way they pursued it. In the north, the invasion was carried out by Bach's army group, which comprised the 3rd Army under Kuschler and the 4th Army under Kluge. The former thrust southward from its flanking position in East Prussia, while the latter pushed eastward across the Polish corridor to join it in enveloping the Poles' right flank. The greater role was given to Rundstedt's army group in the south. This was nearly twice as strong in infantry and more in armor. It comprised the 8th Army under Blaskowitz, the 10th under Reichenau, and the 14th under List. Blaskowitz on the left wing was to push towards the great manufacturing center of Lodz and help to isolate the Polish forces in the Poznan salient while covering Reichenau's flank. On the right wing, List was to push for Krakow and simultaneously turn the Poles' Carpathian flank, using an armored corps to drive through the mountain passes. The decisive stroke, however, was to be delivered by Reichenau in the center, and for that purpose he was given the bulk of the armored forces. The invasion was launched on the 1st September 1939. and by the 3rd, when Britain and France entered the war as required by their guarantee to Poland-Kluge's advance, had cut the corridor and reached the lower Vistula, while Kukler's pressure from East Prussia towards the Narew was developing. What was more important, Reichenau's armored forces had penetrated to the Warta and forced the crossings there. Meanwhile, List's army was converging from both flanks on Krakow, where the 4th Reichenau's spearheads had crossed the Pilica, 50 miles inside the frontier, and 2 days later his left wing was well beyond Tomaszów, while his right had driven into Kielce. The commander-in-chief of the German army, Brauchitsch, ordered the drive to be continued straight ahead eastward to and over the Vistula. But Rundstedt and his chief of staff, Manstein, took the initiative in varying the plan when they gauged correctly that the main Polish armies were still west of the Vistula and might be trapped there. Reichenau's left wing, led by an armored corps, was directed to swing northward onto the rear of the big Polish concentration around Lodz, and to establish a blocking position along the Bzura River between Lodz and Warsaw. This northward swerve met little opposition, being unexpected, and as a result of it this massed Polish force was cut off before it could withdraw over the Vistula. The advantage which the Germans had gained by their deep strategic penetration along the line of least expectation and the line of least resistance was now reinforced by the advantage of tactical defense. To complete their victory they had merely to hold their ground in face of the hurried assaults of an army which was fighting in reverse, cut off from its bases, with its supplies running short and increasingly pressed from the flank and behind by the converging eastward advance of Błaskowicz's and Kluge's armies. Although the Poles fought fiercely, with a bravery that greatly impressed their opponents, only a small proportion ultimately managed to break out and join the garrison of Warsaw. On the 10th, the Polish commander-in-chief, Marshal Śmigły-Rades, ordered his remaining forces to make a general retreat into southeastern Poland in the hope of organizing a defense on a relatively narrow front for prolonged resistance. But this hope was frustrated, for while the ring west of the Vistula was being tightened, the Germans were already penetrating deeply into the region east of the Vistula and carrying out a much wider pincer maneuver which outflanked the potential defense lines of the San and the Bug. The far back line of the Bug was reached and turned by a remarkably indirect approach. At the opening of the invasion, Guderian's armored corps had spearheaded Kluge's 4th Army in the thrust across the corridor in the northwest to reach Germany's isolated province of East Prussia. It raced on through this German territory and came up on the extreme left or eastern flank of Kukler's 3rd Army facing south. Crossing the river line of the Narew on the 9th September, Guderian drove southward, and by the 14th reached Brest-Litovsk on the Bug, a 100-mile drive down the baseline of the Great Polish Salient. His spearheads then thrust on a further 40 miles to Włodawa to meet the approaching southern pincer formed by Kleist's armored corps. Thus, the collapse of the Polish armies was ensured by the time that, on the 17th, the Russians crossed Poland's eastern frontier. The Germans' triumphant campaign in the west 9 months later was not so plainly an indirect approach in physical shape, but even more of an indirect approach psychologically. It was inspired by the idea of upsetting the opponent's balance in a compound way through achieving the unexpected in direction, time, and method, preceded by the fullest possible distraction and followed by the quickest possible exploitation along the line of least resistance to the deepest possible range. Moreover, it owed its success, above all, to a baited gambit and jiu-jitsu effect. Early in October 1939, after overrunning Poland, Hitler issued his first instructions for an offensive in the west. These stated that if it became clear that Britain and France would not agree to end the war, he would take action at an early date because a long waiting period would strengthen the military power of our enemies to an increasing degree, while it was likely to result in the neutrals swinging to the Allied side. In his view, time was against Germany in every respect. He expressed the fear that if he waited, as his military advisers desired, the growth of the Allies' armament would overtake hers, that a long-drawn war would exhaust her existing and limited resources, and that it would leave her exposed to a fatal attack in the back from Russia, for he felt that his pact with Stalin would not ensure Russia's neutrality a moment longer than suited Stalin's purpose. Hitler's fear spurred him to force the French to make peace, by an early offensive, believing that once they dropped out of the war Britain would come to terms. Hitler reckoned that for the moment he had the strength and equipment to beat France because Germany possessed a superiority in the new arms that mattered most. The tank arm and air force have, at the present time, attained technical heights not only as weapons of attack, but also for defense that no other power has reached. Their strategic potential for operations is ensured by their organization and well-practiced leadership, which is better than in any other country. While recognizing that the French had a superiority in the older weapons, particularly heavy artillery, he argued that these weapons are of no decisive significance whatsoever in mobile warfare. With his technical superiority in the newer arms, he could also discount the French superiority in the numbers of mobilizable soldiers. The heads of the German army shared Hitler's long-term fears, but not his short-term hopes, feeling that their forces were not strong enough to beat the French. They considered it wiser to stay on the defensive in order to see whether France and Britain became inclined for peace, or else attempted an advance that would offer an opening for crushing repulse and riposte. But Hitler overruled their objections. The offensive was eventually fixed for the second week of November, but then deferred 3 days on account of unfavorable reports on the weather prospects and the railway transport situation. Similar short postponements, there were 11 in all, continued until the middle of January, after which there was a long interval until May, when the next warning order was issued and this time confirmed. In the meantime, however, the plan had undergone a radical alteration. The original plan, designed by the General Staff under Halder, had been to make the main attack through central Belgium as in 1914. It was to be carried out by Army Group B under Bock, while Army Group A under Rundstedt delivered a secondary attack on the left through the hilly and wooded Ardennes. No big results were expected here, and all the armored divisions were allotted to Bock, as the General Staff regarded the Ardennes as far too difficult country for a tank drive. But Manstein, who was Rundstedt's chief of staff, considered that the plan was too obvious and too close a repetition of the 1914 plan, thus being the line of attack that the Allies would expect and be ready to meet. Another drawback, Manstein argued, was that it would strike the British Army, which was likely to be a tougher opponent than the French. A third drawback, in his view, was that even if it succeeded, it would only push the Allies back and gain the Flanders coast. It would not lead to a decisive result, as an indirect approach could by cutting the communications and cutting off the retreat of the Allied armies in Belgium. Manstein proposed that the center of gravity should be shifted from the right to the center, and that the principal thrust should be made through the Ardennes, as the line of least expectation. He considered that the armored forces could be effectively used in that area, despite the apparent difficulties of the ground, and his view was reinforced by Guderian's expert judgment. The boldness of the new conception appealed to Hitler, but the definite decision to change the original plan was produced by an extraordinary accident when on 10th January a staff officer who was carrying papers about the plan lost his way in a snowstorm when flying from Munster to Bonn and landed by mistake in Belgian territory. The German High Command naturally feared that he might have been unable to destroy the papers, and in fact his attempt to burn them was a partial failure. Even then, the Commander-in-Chief and the Chief of the General Staff hesitated to turn the plan round so completely as Manstein had proposed. Their resistance was only overcome after Manstein, going behind the backs of his superiors, had seen Hitler personally and gained his decisive support for the unconventional project. During the interval, false alarms had led the Allies to show their hand and their intention of advancing in force deep into Belgium. That disclosure, too, strengthened the case for changing the German plan in the way Manstein advocated. Examining the course of events, it becomes clear that the old plan would almost certainly have failed to produce any such decisive result as the fall of France, for the direct German advance would have run head-on into the strongest and best equipped portion of the Franco-British forces and would have had to fight its way forward through a stretch of country filled with obstacles, rivers, canals, and large towns. The Ardennes might seem more difficult still, but if the Germans could race through that wooded hill belt of southern Belgium before the French High Command awoke to the danger, the rolling plains of France would lie open to them, ideal country for a great tank drive. Manstein had also reckoned with the likelihood of the Allies advancing into Belgium, and he counted on gaining an increased advantage from such a move on their part. His calculations were shrewd. Under the plan framed by General Gamelin, the commander-in-chief, the reinforced left wing of the Allied armies was to rush into Belgium immediately a German invasion opened and to push eastward to the line of the Dial, or beyond if possible. That Plan D proved as fatal as the Plan FDI-8 of the French in 1914. It played straight into the Germans' hands by giving their offensive the form and effect of a flank counterstroke. The further the Allies pushed into Belgium, the easier it became for the Germans' Ardennes drive to reach the Allies' rear and cut off their left wing. The fatal outcome was made all the more certain because Gamelin employed the bulk of his mobile forces in the dash into Belgium and left only a thin screen of lower-grade divisions to guard the hinge of his advance facing the exits from the supposedly impassable Ardennes. When the hinge was pierced, he was not only thrown off his balance, but had all the less chance of recovering it, because the forces best fitted for switching to close such a breach were deeply committed in Belgium. In rushing them forward, he had largely cast away his strategic flexibility. The danger to the hinge was obscured for the moment by the Germans' opening strokes in the Low Countries, so startling that they acted as a supremely effective distraction. The Dutch army was thrown into confusion by an airborne swoop on its rear, combined with a violent assault on its front, and capitulated on the fifth day. The Belgian army had its forward position pierced on the second day, and then fell back to the Antwerp-Namur line as arranged, where it was joined by the British and French. In Holland, early on the 10th May, German airborne forces made a surprise swoop upon both the capital, The Hague, and the hub of the country's communications, Rotterdam, simultaneously with the assault on its frontier defences 100 miles to the east. The confusion and alarm created by this double blow in front and rear were increased by the widespread menace of the Luftwaffe. Exploiting the disorder, a German armour division raced through a gap in the southern flank and joined up with the airborne forces at Rotterdam on the third day. The Dutch, although strategically on the defence, were forced to become the attackers in a tactical sense and were baffled in delivering assaults which they were not equipped to drive home. On the fifth day, Holland surrendered, although her main front was still unbroken. The physically direct invasion of Belgium also had a psychological indirectness of approach in the startling initial coup that opened the path for the invaders. The ground attack was carried out by the powerful Sixth Army under Reichenau. It had to overcome a formidable barrier before it could effectively deploy, and only 500 airborne troops were left to help this attack. They were used to capture the two bridges over the Albert Canal together with Eben MAL, Belgium's most modern fort, which flanked this waterline frontier. That tiny detachment, however, made all the difference to the issue, for the approach to the Belgian frontier here lay across the southerly projection of Dutch territory known as the Maastricht Appendix, and once the German army crossed the Dutch frontier, the Belgian frontier guards on the Albert Canal would have had ample warning to blow the bridges before any invading ground forces could cross that 15-mile strip. Airborne troops dropping silently out of the night sky offered a new way, and the only way of securing the key bridges intact. Fort Eben Email was paralysed by a glider detachment of less than 80 men who descended on top of it and bottled up the garrison of 1,200 men for 24 hours until the German ground troops came up to capture the fort and drive across the captured bridges into the open plains beyond. The menace caused the Belgian forces to retreat towards the Dial line, where the French and British forces were just arriving. These airborne coups in Belgium and Holland were conceived by Hitler himself, although their brilliantly successful execution was directed by the audacious general Student. Meantime, the armoured forces of Rundstedt's army group had been driving through Luxembourg and Belgium-Luxembourg towards the French frontier. The bulk of them, 5 armoured and 4 motorized divisions, were grouped under the command of General von Kleist, while the principal spearhead was Guderian's corps of 3 armoured divisions. After traversing that 70-mile stretch of the Ardennes and brushing aside weak opposition, they crossed the French frontier and emerged on the banks of the Meuse early on the 4th day of the offensive. It had been a bold venture to send a mass of tanks and motor vehicles through such difficult country, which had long been regarded by conventional strategists as impassable for a large-scale offensive, let alone for a tank operation. but that increased the chances of surprise, while the thick woods helped to cloak the advance and conceal the strength of the blow. Yet for all the surprise effect of this onrush of armor, it had still to cross the barrier line of the Meuse. Much depended on the time of the crossing. General Dumink, the French chief of staff, later ruefully said, crediting our enemies with our own procedure, we had imagined that they would not attempt the passage of the Meuse until after they had brought up ample artillery. The 5 or 6 days necessary for that would have given us ample time to reinforce our dispositions. It is remarkable how closely these French time calculations corresponded to those of the German higher command. The French chiefs had based their plans on the assumption that no assault on the Meuse was to be expected before the 9th day. That was the same timing that the German chiefs originally had in mind. At a war game in February, Guderian had proposed that the armored forces should attack the Meuse as early as possible without waiting for the mass of the infantry and artillery to come up. But his proposal had been severely criticized by Halder, who considered that the 9th or 10th day was the earliest time practicable for such an attack. At a conference in March, Hitler asked Guderian what course he would propose taking after the capture of a bridgehead. Guderian answered that it should be exploited immediately by driving west towards Amiens and the Channel ports. His answer made heads shake disapprovingly at such rashness, but Hitler's nod was as good as a wink to Guderian. When Guderian's corps reached the Meuse near Sedan on the 13th May, its assault on the river line was delivered that same afternoon, and by evening a crossing was gained. One of the smaller spearheads, Rommel's 7th Panzer Division, likewise achieved a crossing on the 13th at Dinant, 40 miles to the west, and thus created a fresh distraction to the French command as well as a potential combination of dislocating penetrations. By the afternoon of the 14th, all 3 of Guderian's panzer divisions had crossed the Meuse, and after repelling a belated French counterstroke he made a sudden turn westward. By the next evening he had broken through the last defense line behind the Meuse, and the roads to the west leading to the Channel coast, 160 miles lay open to the panzer forces. That night, the 15th, Guderian was ordered by the more cautious Claes to halt the advance and keep the bridgehead secure until the infantry arrived to take it over. After a heated argument, the order was modified to the limited extent of allowing Guderian to widen the bridgehead. Taking the fullest possible advantage of this permission, he drove 50 miles westward next day to the Oise. The rest of the panzer forces joined in the westward surge, expanding the breach to a 60-mile width and swelling the tank torrent that was pouring along the roads that ran across the back of the Allied armies in Belgium. The torrent had its path made easier because the French command was puzzled as to the course it was likely to take. A special advantage of the breakthrough at Sedan was that, being on a central axis, it could swing in any direction and threaten alternative objectives. Was it aiming at the Channel coast or at Paris? While its advance seemed to be extending westward, it looked at first as if this might equally portend an early southwards turn towards Paris, and French imagination easily flew to such a possibility. The strategic flexibility of the German plan was increased by the mobility of the instrument, and the combination impaled the opponent on the horns of a dilemma. The issue turned on the time factor at stage after stage. French counter-movements were repeatedly thrown out of gear because their timing was too slow to catch up with the changing situations, and that was due to the fact that the German van kept on moving faster than the French or the German higher command had contemplated. The French, trained in the slow-motion methods of World War I, were mentally unfitted to cope with the new tempo, and it caused a spreading paralysis among them. The vital weakness of the French lay not in quantity nor in quality of equipment, but in their theory. Their ideas had advanced less than their opponents beyond the methods of the First World War. As has happened so often in history, victory had bred a complacency and fostered an orthodoxy which led to defeat in the next war. On the German side, the higher commanders remained apprehensive about the risks of such a deep strategic penetration by a handful of armored divisions. Hitler himself showed much nervousness, and in his anxiety about the southern flank put a 2-day break on the westward drive, so that the 12th Army could come up and form a flank shield along the river line of the Oise. That delay jeopardized the German prospects, and might have spoiled them if the French had not been by now in such a paralytic state. Hitler's hesitation foreshadowed a more costly one in the following week, But so much time had been gained in the preceding stages, and so much dislocation had been caused on the opposing side, that the pause on the Oise had no serious effect on the German prospects. Even so, it revealed a significant difference of time sense on the German side. The gap between the new school and the old school there was greater than that between the Germans and the French. In protest at the halt ordered on the 17th, Guderian had asked to be relieved of his command. But later in the day he was reinstated and told that he could continue strong reconnaissance. His interpretation of this was to push on with the whole of his force almost as hard as previously. When the brake was released, his pace became even faster, and on the 20th May he swept into Amiens and reached the sea beyond Abbeville, having cut the communications of the Allied armies in Belgium. On the 22nd, after fretting over a further day's pause imposed from above, he drove northward for the Channel ports and the rear of the British Army, which was still in Belgium, facing the frontal advance of Bock's infantry forces. On Guderian's right in this northward drive was Reinhardt's Panzer Corps, also part of Kleist's group. On the 22nd, Boulogne was isolated by Guderian's advance, and on the next day, Calais. This stride brought him to Gravelines, barely 10 miles from Dunkirk. Reinhardt's tanks also arrived on the canal line Aire-Saint-Omer-Gravelines and seized bridgeheads across it. But the continuation of the drive for Dunkirk, the last escape port left for the British, was stopped next day by Hitler's order. This saved the British Army, when nothing else could have done, from sharing the fate that befell the Belgian and a large part of the 3 French armies on the left wing. After 2 days the order was cancelled and the advance resumed. But by that time the defense had been strengthened, and the establishment of this back shield held off the Germans long enough for the evacuation by sea of 224,000 British troops and 114,000 Allied troops, mainly French. Even so, the Germans had taken 1 million prisoners at a cost to themselves of only 60,000 casualties as a result of their great indirect approach. The cause of Hitler's fateful halt order will never be completely clear. One motive which he mentioned was his fear lest his armoured arm might become bogged. The marshy state of Flanders had been deeply impressed on him by his personal experience there as a corporal in World War I. Another motive was his anxiety to maintain his armour intact for his next and knockout blow against the French. A third was the belief, fostered by Göring, that the German Air Force would suffice to prevent any large-scale escape by sea from Dunkirk of the trapped British forces. But investigation has shown that the most immediate cause was the psychological effect of a small British counterstroke with 2 tank battalions that had been launched at Arras on the 21st May against the flank of the German drive to the sea. It played on the fears that Hitler and several of the German higher commanders had felt during this audaciously deep strategic penetration, and shook their nerve at a crucial moment. Kleist repeatedly put a brake on Guderian's drive. Kluge, the army commander directly above Kleist, was inclined to stop any further advance until the situation at Arras was cleared up. Rundstedt was naturally influenced by their anxiety. Thus, when Hitler visited Rundstedt on the morning of the 24th, he received a reinforcement of his own nervous doubts and issued his halt order immediately after the conference. On this occasion, Brocic and Halder were for pursuing the Panzer drive, but on the level between Guderian and them, Hitler found ample backing for his fit of caution. The next and final stage of the campaign started on the 5th June, the day after the Germans entered Dunkirk. The prelude to the new German offensive was itself astonishing in the way that the German panzer forces, which had just previously been striking northwestward, were so quickly switched southward for a fresh stroke. Such rapidity of reconcentration in another direction was fresh evidence of how mechanized mobility had revolutionized strategy. The new offensive was delivered against the new front, held by the remaining French armies along the Somme and the Aisne. It was longer than the original front, while the forces available to hold it were much fewer, for the French had lost 30 of their divisions besides the aid of their allies, except for 2 British divisions. Weygand, who had replaced Gamelin, had collected in all 66 divisions, of which 17 were in the heavily fortified Maginot Line, with which the improvised Somme-Aisne line linked up. In this second act, Rundstedt's army group again played the decisive part, though it was not cast for this in the plan. 6 of the 10 German panzer divisions were allotted to Bock at the outset, But the planning was flexible and the battle took a different shape as it developed, so that box strokes created the distraction which helped Rundstedt's to become decisive. The change of shape was a further proof of the capacity for alternative courses newly provided by armored forces. Bock's army struck on the 5th June, but Rundstedt's not until 4 days later, owing to the longer time taken in redeployment on that wing. In Bock's attack, the principal effort was not so quickly or deeply successful as on the extreme right, where Rommel's Panzer Division broke right through the French defense by the 3rd morning. This quick penetration owed much to a piece of audacity on Rommel's part that no orthodox opponent would have expected. What he tried and achieved would hardly have been considered a practical possibility in any staff college exercise. On his sector, the French had blown up all the road bridges over the Somme, but had left intact a pair of rail bridges with a view to the maintenance of the counter-offensive which they had dreamed of delivering. There can have seemed little risk in preserving these bridges, as the single line rail tracks were laid along 2 narrow embankments which ran for nearly a mile through marshy riverside meadows. Even for infantry to advance along these would be like running the gauntlet on a tight rope. Yet Rommel, having captured the bridges before dawn and gained a foothold on the plateau beyond the river, pulled up the rails and sleepers, and then ran his tanks and transport along the tight ropes under shell fire, suffering only one check of half an hour when a tank was disabled in approaching one of the bridges. By the first evening he had penetrated 8 miles deep, by the second 20 miles, and next day swept forward a further 30 miles, gaining quicker progress by advancing across country and thus bypassing the defended road junctions. This deep thrust split the French 10th Army. Other German divisions were now pouring through the widening gap. On the night of the 8th, the 4th day, Rommel reached the Seine south of Rouen, after a 40-mile swerving drive through a dislocated and confused defense which had been hastily strung across the approaches to Rouen and the Seine. Crossings were gained before the French had begun to rally and establish a defense of that broad river barrier. Rommel's division switched round on the 10th for a 50-mile thrust to the coast, which he reached that evening, cutting off the retreat of the left wing of the 10th Army. 5 divisions, including the 51st Highland. These, surrounded, were forced to surrender at Saint Valery on the 12th. Meanwhile, the main right-wing attack from the Somme had found the going more sticky. It was a pincer stroke by 2 Panzer Corps under Kleist from the bridgeheads already gained across the Somme at Amiens and Péronne. The right pincer at Amiens eventually broke through the French defence on the 8th and then wheeled south towards the lower reaches of the Oise, but the left pincer became hung up by tough opposition north of Compiègne. As Rundstedt's army group, attacking the Eisen line on the 9th, had there quickly broken through the French defense, the German Supreme Command decided to pull back to Kleist's 2 Panzer Corps and switch them east, pass them through the wide breach along the Aisne, and use them to help in exploiting the French collapse in Champagne. This rapid switch was a fresh example of the flexibility of mobile armored forces. The decisive thrust was again made by Guderian, and it was once more a striking demonstration of deep strategic penetration combined with indirect approach. He had now been promoted to command Rundstedt's Panzer Group, and his 2 corps concentrated on the Aisne near Rethel, after a circuitous 200-mile move from the Pas de Calais. After the infantry of the 12th Army had gained 3 small footholds over the river around Chateau Porcien, Guderian moved his leading panzer divisions into the bridgeheads during the night. They broke out next morning, the 10th, and drove forward with quickening pace, bypassing the villages and woods held by the French. Then French armor came into action, and a series of tank battles took place, but a penetration of nearly 20 miles was achieved in the first 2 days. On the 3rd day, Guderian's right wing reached Chalon-sur-Marne, and on the 4th, Vitry-le-François, nearly 60 miles from the start. His left wing had now come up level after beating off-flank counterattacks. Guderian then drove on at increasing speed to and over the Plateau de Langres, far behind the back of the Maginot Line, and raced southeastward for the Swiss frontier. Chaumont was reached in a 50-mile bound on the 5th day, the 14th June, the River Saône on the 15th by a similar bound, and early on the 17th the leading division swept into Pontarlier on the Swiss frontier, 60 miles beyond the Saône. That stroke cut the communications of the large French forces still clinging to the Maginot Line. Guderian's other divisions were already wheeling north to the Moselle to bar their retreat. A few hours previously, the French government, with its armies in collapse, had decided to capitulate and appealed for an armistice. Yet this decisive strategic victory on the continent was rendered indecisive on the higher strategic plane by Hitler's subsequent failure to conquer the island of Britain. Here he paid the penalty for his halt order at Dunkirk. If he had prevented the British forces escaping through this one remaining bolt hole, Britain herself would have been so defenceless that he might have conquered her even by hastily improvised invasion. But having missed his supreme chance of trapping the British army at Dunkirk, he could not hope to subdue her without a well-organised invasion in strength, and for that he had made neither plans nor preparations. His belated steps were too late, while his peace moves were too weak. When the attempt to gain control of the air over the sea approach was defeated in the Battle of Britain, the invasion project was foredoomed. The insular obstacle continued to defy him, covered by the grand anti-tank ditch provided by the English Channel, and developed into an increasing threat to his schemes of continental control. This frustration had fatal consequences for him. His run of victory continued in the following year, first at the expense of the Balkan countries, and then at Russia's before it was checked in the depths of Russia, but he lacked the resources to make sure of the results at which he was aiming. For all the brilliance of his 1941 successes, his decline can be dated from his failure in the Battle of Britain, and this in turn can be traced back to his hesitating halt when Dunkirk was within his grasp.